Hi guys, I'm Lavi.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hang out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light colored inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main, and I used to main Wu Chang, and have once been an A-badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV, as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you are on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 Cypher Machine.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Xuân Thu, mình là huấn luyện viên của team A-Riot Story.
สวัสดีครับผมลิตเติ้ลบอยจากทีมกูรักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuhor from Team EMP. Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Able from 4AW.
Hi everyone ชื่อโยเซนะคะ เป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
Thực sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và có một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับ แล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ2แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great because we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
And it feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
Good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Because we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ8ทีมสุดท้ายได้ ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับ เล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีม ฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่น การคิด แล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับ เปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่ง ดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเรา หรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับ จะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะ แล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับ ประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊8继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตัวเองค่ะ แล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกัน เราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะ ขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team, 4AW, will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. This time, I stand with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is no big trouble. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it glows in the dark. The red storm crowns of shadow. You don't let the thunder overtake you, and above you, stretches ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing on tomorrow. Send me through and dry these floating eyes. Villages I travel, searching for the true heart of human. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness burn my vision. I won't let the silence burn my mission. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise. Like the spring melts the winter snow, I keep painting dreams, make a better tomorrow. Come with me and dry the floating eyes. For there were tears, there were also laughter. Together, our face never dies. In this ever changing world, how things remain. Stand with me, let's try those falling eyes. Stand with me, we'll try this floating eyes.
Hello to everyone watching this live broadcast. Welcome to the semi-final matchup of the IVA 2024 with our top 4 finalists, Team 4AW, FT, IVE, and EMP. Yesterday's matchup were truly eyes-open with IVE and EMP making a hard statement to their opponents. After today, only 3 teams will move on to the grand final stage tomorrow. Who will advance and who will fall short? The battle between these 4 teams begins now. Let's hand it over to our casters to introduce today's matchup. Caster, please take it away.
Hello, and welcome back to Identity 5 Arena. I'm Veronica, and I'm here co-casting with the lovely Gummy today. Gummy, we are, of course, as Libby told us, right into we're getting really close to the finals here. So this is our top 4. We're going to leave this day with only 3 teams still on the roster. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, it's always exciting to see the semifinals. These are the top 4 teams, so they'll be fighting for first, second, third, and fourth place. So yeah, this is it. There's no more eliminations. This is just you either get to the finals or you don't. Yeah, so that's always exciting.
We've got our primary bracket to start us off today, and then we'll be heading into our lower bracket. Of course, whoever wins there gets to advance and continue on to fight whoever happens to lose in our first match today, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Gummy, do you have anything interesting to share with us about the teams coming up today? Especially with our first match, we've got FT versus 4AW.
Yeah, so the FT survivors, they made it to IVC 2023. They were the champions. And for IVS 2023 Malaysia representative, they were the IVS 2023 Malaysia representative, and they were the only Southeast Asia team that made it to the COA 7 playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very impressive to watch them. Very exciting. All there on the big screen representing everybody, and here they are in IVA back again. And they've been having a really good game so far, especially considering they're still in that upper bracket, not taking a loss yet.
Yeah, so these are the matchups we will be having for today. We have 4AW against FT, and we have IVE versus EMP. Oh, and I also did want to mention that the 4AW team in 2023 IVC, they did place 4th place under the team name Idol previously. So yeah, those are the stats for the teams, the first 2 teams that we will be watching today.
And congratulations to them. Very impressive to take home those competition awards. You know, they're a force to be reckoned with. A lot under FT's belt. They're very capable. They've recently made Nello shave his head a little bit, but fortunately it's summer, so he's not going to be too cold. And that helps me sleep at night. Hi, chat. Nell, if you're here, hello. I hope that you're feeling warm.
Yeah, and so these are the brackets for how each of these teams moved up. We have the first 2 teams that we are watching today. They have won all their matches. So they played 2 matches with... So 4AW played with Leo and EMP, and they were able to defeat both teams. So they've made it to today's bracket by only playing against 2 teams. And FT has defeated GH and IVE. So that's how they were able to make it to the semifinals today.
Yeah, they've worked really hard, and they definitely deserve to be here. Alongside IVE and EMP fighting down in the lower bracket, they've been doing really impressively against all the other teams who've happened to drop thus far. But 4AW and FT really are the big dogs here. They're the teams that we're going to need to reckon with, the ones that we're going to need to be a little bit frightened of. And we've got that funny potential for a little rematch, you know, if they happen to drop and then get back up, and then you just get to watch play again. But that's tomorrow's problem, Gummy. Today we just have to worry about which one of them wins this matchup here.
Yeah, definitely. So 4AW did play with EMP. So if EMP does win and 4AW does win, that will be a rematch. And for FT, they played against IVE before and they've won. So if IVE and FT go up, that will also be a rematch, which will be interesting to see. We'll see if the IVE survivors can make a difference, or the EMP survivors can actually turn the game around in their rematch, if we do get that opportunity.
It would be great. That's always the exciting thing I find about having an upper bracket and a lower bracket. You get to see the teams go against each other again and see what they're capable of. It's always very exciting. You know, a lot can change over the course of just a week and some practice, and having that intel and that experience. A lot of times you're going to see that team be extremely capable this time. A few IVAs ago, if I remember correctly, we had an interesting incident in which there was a struggle against a hermit, and they took the week and they trained and they came back to it, and it was just wow, just absolutely bodied the hermit. They were very capable and very refined. So we could be seeing some of that again potentially today if they're all studied up on their opponents. We've had lots of IVA footage, lots of IVA matches to go over now, but here they are. They're beautiful little logos. We've got our friendly little wolf howling at the moon for FT. That's the future. We're going to be overrun by wolves in society, and I think that that's good. And we've got 4AW here with their wonderful sword. It's slashing. It looks like a sort of Well, of course it looks like a Warriors icon. They're the 4 Apocalypse Warriors. And here's the lineup.
Yeah, we have on Future FT, we have Shadow, Mini Blue, we have Adi and Yush as the survivors, and we have Cinnamon Roll and Soyorin as their hunters. And I believe Cinnamon Roll is Maupai, the ex-GH hunter from Koa.
Yeah, watching Cinnamon Roll has been very exciting so far. Every time I tune in to, those streams and then I get to see what's going on, I'm like, whoa, you're doing great. We've got our second lineup here, of course, with some very interesting characters. Your favorite, as you mentioned in your interviews. Of course, I remember what you said. Why wouldn't I? Here on Potato with the mechanic. We've got Shishi with the Chishi antiquarian. We've got Nike on the lawyer, Oxygen on that cowboy, Zishuan on that prospector. Wow, I almost forgot him. I'm so sorry. Hishen here on that hermit, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, and Abao on that Shadow. We've been seeing a lot of Shadow recently. What are your thoughts on Ivy thus far, Gummy, as we look at our beautiful lineup of these players?
Yeah, we have seen Shadow a lot, and she has been, in other tournaments, she has been 4-manning survivors just left and right. But in the tournament right now, IVA, we haven't seen as much strong IVs, and it seems that the survivors do just stick with Opera Singer as their first round. So yeah, it looks like we will have 4AW Henshin playing the hunter side for the first round, first half, and we will have the FT on the survivor sides. And some survivors, so from what we've seen from the previous tournament, we see that Adi usually plays the kiter of the team and also support. So we've seen her play characters such as painter, airplanist, psychologist, chord, magician, barmaid. Oh, and it looks like she will be choosing the cheerleader.
Ooh, cheerleader and acrobat coming in strong. We've got a ban on the antiquarian and the coordinator, so you don't want to deal with those stunts, and the puppeteer as well, Gummy. So anyone who knows anyone about anything will be able to tell you we might be looking at an opera singer here in this first round with Hishen on the survivor or on the hunter side. Goodness gracious. But very exciting. Opera singer is a great round 1 pick, extremely strong hunter. Everyone's so capable with her, but definitely not the easiest thing in the world. Interesting bans. They're trying to counter it. We've seen some pretty good kites with the acrobat with the opera singer. So I would say they might be preparing for that one, Gummy.
Yeah, seeing that they have a stable rescuer Merc, and we have the acrobat Koi, who usually plays the kiter and the support character, and we can see Mini Blue usually plays the rescuer character. We saw him playing Wildling and Merc first officer. So yeah, we will have that for Mini Blue. And for Yush, oh, it's Soyorin.
It is.
Oh, interesting. I don't have any stats for Soyorin. He's usually the hunter that plays Opera Singer and Ivy. So this is interesting to see. We have a hunter that also plays Survivor with a perfumer. So yeah.
I love a good dual faction moment. It's always very exciting to see what they're capable of bringing out on the other team, especially with their expertise in one field. This lineup is really interesting, especially on Lakeside. There's a lot of transitionary ability, a lot of items and resources for them to use. We've got that bulky mercenary here to protect everyone. The perfumer, of course, you got to time it a little bit, but she as well can take so many hits before she goes down if she can manage to get those perfumes off. And it's unfortunate that, it's going to feed the presence a little bit, but it's definitely worth all of the time that it can save you in your match and allow your other teammates to get those ciphers going and get them decoded. Especially on a map like Lakeside, Gummy, I think with all of the open space, trying to get to the next best kiting area, I think the perfumer might be very viable here.
Yeah, and seeing that it is Lakeside Village, it is a very wide map. So these survivors have to travel quite a distance just to get to survivors, or they have to go to saves. So we'll most likely see the mercenaries spawning in the middle, and we will see we'll most likely see the acrobat closer to the hunter because they do want to take that first kite. And perfumer has been returning to the meta since feeding presence hasn't been that big of an issue anymore. It used to be a very big deal, especially when it was sculptor, I believe. So yeah, that's why we see that perfumer is making a comeback. And on the side of Henshin, it looks like we will be seeing the opera singer. She is the most stable hunter. We've seen in previous matches, Ivy has been struggling a little to eliminate the first survivor. All she has to do is eliminate the first survivor before the 5th Cypher machine has much progress, and then she can usually get a 4-man. But they have been struggling a little in that area, so we haven't seen more Opera Singer in this tournament.
Yes, I find when talking about Opera Singer, the easiest thing for me to say to explain it to everyone around me is that she's a level 3 difficulty hunter, and she really means that. If you pick her up, it's not going to be an easy win for you. You're going to have to go to Shadow Boot Camp and train and figure out what you're doing. But let's hop right into the spawn locations. Excited to show these to you. It seems like we're going for a pretty generic spawn setup here. Currently, we've got Audi choosing between that shack area and the far side of the little boat. But it seems that they're actually going to transfer over and possibly force Heshen to spawn outside of the big boat here. But they're thinking about it. They've got lots to deliberate, and here we go. They've gone with their initial idea. Sometimes your first idea is your best. Again, I'm Veronica. I'm here with Gummy, and these are our beautiful spawn locations. We're looking at FT versus 4WA today to start us off, and we're very excited to be here with you. Hello, chat. How are you doing? Gummy, what do you think we're going on first chase here? Who are we attacking?
Well, it does look like she is closest to the Acrobat. Acrobat has been kiting Opera Singer quite a lot in the matches, so she may want to change and go to Perfumer, but she does have to take up to multiple hits depending on how well the perfume is used. So it looks like these two survivors are most likely to chase, unless the hunter does want to travel to the complete opposite side of the map and go all the way to Big Boat and chase the cheerleader. The cheerleader does have the pom-pom, but she also has the slow walking. So she first gets that speed boost and then she gets a speed decrease. So she always has to be careful for that. She can use Inspire to get that double speed boost, but then she'll also have the double speed decrease. So we'll see how well she can kite out this Opera Singer in this case.
Yes, it's a difficult situation for her, especially with the Opera Singer's transitionary abilities and her chase. She can catch up to that cheerleader pretty quick if she manages to motivate in a very open area before we're able to throw our shadow and follow along more easily. We might be in a situation where Koi may have an easier time kiting that Opera Singer, but it's definitely not going to be the easiest thing in the world. It's not a cakewalk. But there are a lot of pallet areas on this map that can be utilized after moving a bunch of distance. If she want to transition from the boat closer to the shack area, but not quite there, closer to the shore instead. You know the area I'm talking about. This one probably has a call out that's not coming to me. I need you guys to just visualize it in your mind's eye. Let's get into the match. I'm Veronica. Again, I'm here with Gummy today, and we are commentating for you 4AW versus now. It seems, Gummy, that we were correct. We'll actually be going to Audi's Perfumer to start us off.
Yeah, and it looks like Perfumer is trying to get some distance, using the perfume right away, making sure not to eat any hits. She'll be waiting at this pallet, and she won't be returning to her perfume since she didn't get a hit. The hunter will be breaking that pallet immediately. The only thing she has in this area is to work with that window.
Yes, she'll be forced to transition if she'd like to utilize any other pallets. Oh, it seems that we're back here. Hi. What's up, everyone?
Okay, so there was a quick pause.
Yeah, we've got a game pause, unfortunately, but we'll be back in it really early in the game, so fortunately we're not missing too much action at the moment. But that was a strong start. How are you feeling about how that match is shaping up so far with that Perfumer?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to mention that Yush is usually one of the main players in the survivors for FT, but he or she was subbed out, and she usually plays the rescuer Harass. So it looks like Soyurin has taken over for the rescuer, and Mini Blue usually is the rescuer of the team, but it looks like he will be one of the kiters. So this is an interesting lineup. We haven't seen it too often. What are your thoughts?
It's very fun to see. I'm enjoying that. As I said earlier, I really enjoy watching people get subbed out, seeing what other players on the team are capable of, and especially in this case, that sub being for someone to come in who doesn't ordinarily get to play on the survivor side and fight. Especially here in IVA, it's exciting. But we're back into the action, Gummy. We've created an unpause, and we're going to see a hit on that Perfumer. That's very unfortunate, but it seems that the ciphers they're being worked on. Hopefully the Perfumer is able to stay out of the way of them, transitioning back into the shack area here and utilizing the window in order to vault over. But as we know, pallet's already been utilized, so it's going to be a lot of back and forth here. Ooh!
Ooh, the blink, but she missed, and then she vaulted that window, unfortunately, and she got a Terror Shock instead. So this will be the Perfumer's first down. The basement is in the shack. So this is going to be very hurtful for the side of the survivors. Looking at the Cypher Machine progress, the most Cypher Machine progress we have is at 81, and we do have one in order on the Acrobat. It does look like someone is moving close. I'm not sure if it's for defeat Tinnitus or if they're going to try and get this basement save.
It's very possible they may come in. As far as I can tell, that's the mercenary, so it would be wise. It seems that they're almost at the area of having 3 ciphers completed, so it might be worth it. See if the perfumer can rebound, or at least waste some time on Hishan's part. However, we're going to see some cipher pressure here, so moving in on Koi on that cheerleader, going to use that motivate in order to not take that hit, but back to the basement. Don't want to leave that for too long. Otherwise, the perfumer's going to get backdoor rescued. It's going to be a whole thing. Very unfortunate, Gummy, but it seems that they're actually not going to after all.
Yeah, 2 Cypher Machines have been completed and they are starting to move to the other Cypher Machines. It does look like they don't want to take the risk of saving this basement because it could end up very, very ugly. Even though Mercenary does have Tide Turner, it looks like she will be moving on and she will be going after Mini Blue and he will be taking the kite for this second time.
We're going to see that Acrobat come in, get off that firebomb, unable to use those Opera Singer abilities for a few seconds, got that lock on, going to vault around Mini Blue. Cool as a cucumber, transitioning over to a different area in order to avoid taking some hits. Beautifully, masterfully missing all of these here. It's a really impressive kite by Mini Blue so far.
Yeah, he will be finally taking a hit here and will be transitioning to an area with more cover, more walls, more pallets. So he does have a bomb he is holding on to. As soon as the hunter does approach, he will be going there. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get into that pallet, so he will be going down.
Very sad day for Acrobat fans everywhere, but Mini Blue has made a place in our hearts by having a really strong kite so far. You can trust him to rebound on that one, but we're going to see a chair. Fortunately, this time not in the basement, which means that hopefully our mercenary is going to feel a little bit more comfortable coming in for the save this time, currently hanging around in the back. No one at this cipher right now, but good to check anyway, just in case. We do have Koi working on the cipher on the boat, and we've got a beautiful teleport back in order to put pressure on this mercenary who we've spotted out, Gummy.
Yeah, and he will be using an elbow pad to move closer to that chair, and it looks like he will most likely get a hit here, and he will get the save on the Acrobat with Tide Turner, and the hunter has decided to just go for Mini Blue, the Acrobat. He is moving towards Big Boat, but they are not... He's just decoding the Cypher Machine. He's okay, he just took a hit, so he's just going to use this Tide Turner time and finish that last cipher. I mean, the 4th cipher, and so the 5th Cypher Machine is at 47%. Will they be able to prime the cipher in time?
Ooh, it seems that we're in a tricky situation here. You've got the mercenary trying to pressure that cipher, trying to work on it, but Hishan is not letting that happen, thinking, I'm not going to cheer the Acrobat, I'm going to down the mercenary, I'm going to force them to not be able to decode, and everyone at home, cipher pressure is your friend. Always pursue cipher pressure, and we're seeing Hishan use that philosophy to its fullest, going to actually choose to chair the mercenary, however, now able to watch this chair and that final cipher they're working on at the same time pretty efficiently.
Yeah, it looks like Koi will be sticking around the chair, giving the Tinnitus and also maybe possible rescue, while the Acrobat does start a new Cypher Machine. It does look like it's a Cypher on the shack area basement that has that 47%, and none of the survivors want to repeat that same mistake from the beginning of the game, so they're staying as far away from that basement. Seeing the mercenary did take that hit and take the window vault and left the shack and went as far as he could.
Got Koi here, putting some tinnitus on, putting some pressure on, currently hiding pretty efficiently from the Opera Singer, but Hishan realizes they have to be working on something else. There's no way that they're just hanging around here, and that would be correct. Currently transitioning over to spot out Mini Blue and put some pressure on this poor half-health Acrobat. Will Mini Blue be able to do as beautiful of a kite as before? We don't know. We're going to find out, but the pressure is on, Gummy. They've gotten that mercenary off the chair, and they're going to have to make it to that cipher as soon as possible. Beautiful bomb usage by Mini Blue here in order to get that hit, but we're going to get a hit over that vault.
Yeah, and it looks like the cheerleader did save the mercenary, but it was way after half, so the mercenary has to be careful not to go down here. The Cypher Machines are at opposite ends. We have the one survivor in the middle, and 2 survivors working on that opposite Cypher Machine. Acrobat, however, has gone down, so he hasn't been able to work on that Cypher Machine. And the hunter is going back. Is he going to chair the Acrobat, or is he looking for the survivor hiding in between them?
Ooh, it seems a little bit of both here, Gummy, putting some pressure on by utilizing that chair once more. But Koi is not letting up on that Cypher, currently on full health. The Mercenary can still come in, as we know how Mercenary works, can take that hit on half health and still make the save. But it's a difficult situation for Hishan, who's now wandering around, going to use that teleport back. And it seems that we might send Soyerin right in for the rescue. That Cypher is, in fact, ready and raring to go. As soon as this rescue is going to be off, Gummy will be in a hopeful 3-person endgame.
Yeah, and he did get that save onto the Acrobat. Will be taking that hit, but the Cypher machines are primed, so this is a 3-man endgame, and the Hunter has to down a survivor. Oh, Blink! She utilized her trait, but the Cypher machines popped. Oh, and he went down right away.
Beautiful job! We've seen a lot of recovery blinks from Hishan here. Not perfect the first swing, but really good the second one, sort of predicting that in advance. We're going to see Soyerin see the chair once more. Mini Blue is going to have to wander around. Koi is working on this exit gate over near the shack, but Mini Blue is currently gearing up for the dungeon, and Gummy seems that Hishan is pretty aware of that, so this is going to be a race to get out. The gate is open. We're going to see if Mini Blue is going to be able to make it to the dungeon here. It's a dangerous fight. We've thrown another bomb. Will we make it? Ooh, teleport down.
That is the last bomb for the Acrobat, so he has to be very careful not to take another hit because he can't make any distance on the bomb. We do see the Hunter going up and down that ramp, trying to bait him to fall down. He will be catching up to him, but he was able to get that window fall. So he is back on the first floor. Hunter is staring at him from the second floor. He will be teleporting right back down, and the
playing game of chicken. We're going to see the Acrobat stand on the ramp. Are we gonna jump down? What's Hishan gonna do? No bombs left, no way to just vault right over. If Hishan walks up here, it's a difficult situation because then the Acrobat is going to drop. Trying to do a little bit of a mind game there, but Gummy, I mean, if we're able to wait out detention here, it's unlikely, but it's possible. That dungeon escape is a no-brainer and totally possible.
Yeah, Hishan needs to make up his mind. He has to throw a lot of shadows in the bottom and possibly go for the Acrobat and teleport back. But you have to time this perfectly because if it's timed wrong, that Acrobat is getting that dungeon and they will be getting that 2-man escape. He needs to start making up his mind. Detention time is gonna run out soon. Mini Blue is just taking his time, Yep, he will be dropping down. He will be getting the hit. Will he be able to? Oh, he was not able to crawl down. So this will be a 3-man elimination. That was a very exciting endgame with that. How Mini Blue was so just confidently just standing on that ramp, knowing he had an upper hand. But wow, Hanshin really just made that work and got that down incredibly fast and picked up Mini Blue.
Yes. Oh, that was extremely impressive, especially as you watch, you sort of realize it right as it happens. Oh, you have no hit cooldown when you drop down and hit a survivor. And Hishan manages to get that swing just right on top of the Acrobat. The timing worked out perfectly. So we do see that down on the Acrobat, and that's it. A 3 elimination. Extremely impressive. Very consistent the whole time. The survivors did their best playing musical ciphers. They did get off a beautiful pop against all odds, but that blink came in as a savior. That drop down hit came in as a savior. Hishan is certainly very knowledgeable as a hunter and very capable of utilizing this opera singer, Gummy.
Yeah, I was also told that Hishan was it Hishan? Okay, never mind. Yeah, amazing mind game on the side of both the survivors and Hunter. That drop down hit was excellently timed. I mean, he could have crawled possibly, but no, not one bit of time for that Acrobat to crawl, not even a single inch. Yeah, and we will have the data for our match. Does look like Mini Blue, the Acrobat, did have the most Hunter containment time at 157 seconds, and we had the cheerleader. She barely saw the Hunter. She went for that save. The Hunter already left the Mercenary, and then she just went for that. She primed the last cipher. She went for that exit gate. So we barely saw the cheerleader. That's why she has the most decoding progress. Yeah.
Sometimes I find with supports on the team, sometimes we just go, I should work on my cipher and only come in when I need to. And that definitely worked out in Koi's favor. Very consistent on the cheerleader. Coming in to motivate is a really good strategy, but I think pushing those cipher machines, especially when the cheerleader could still take a hit from the opera singer and not go down if it were to be primed, was a really, really smart decision on their part. And unfortunately, they did manage to get that 3 elimination in the end instead of getting the escape that they wanted to. But you can definitely see the way that their brains were working here and the strategy that they worked with. A lot of thought into it, a lot of consistency, and a lot of good teamwork communication.
Yeah, I definitely think in the beginning that perfumer basement played a very big role for the side of the hunter, and the survivors just not risking it was understandable because basement is a very dangerous place. You don't want to get a double down. You don't want to risk any more casualties with this one save. So that was one of the crucial points for the hunter. And then at the end game, so Mercury was half health. Yes, he can go for rescue, but they also had to prime that last cipher. So he does have that decoding debuff. So it was a hard decision. Mercenary going down at that last minute was incredibly good for the hunter because he was saved after half. So as soon as he goes down and chairs him, the second survivor is eliminated. So very excellent thinking on the side of the hunter. And then there was only 2 survivors left with the hunter in detention, and the survivors just were running out of options at that point.
They really were. They did the best with what they had to work with at that time, and they did almost score that tie, which was very exciting, but it tells you a lot about Hishun's strategy and being able to outsmart your opponent, which is the most important parts of tournament, at least in my opinion. When you're working on playing the game, clearly you're all really good at it. If you're playing in IVA, you're in the top 4 at this point. So it's just a matter of figuring out, okay, these people are smart, they know what they're doing, they know how to play. What's their strategy and how do I outsmart them and figure that out? And definitely happened in this manner. The same with the survivors, I would say too, Gummy, the way that they knew, the opera singer's doing cyber control, we need to go back and forth, we need to start a new one, we need to heal up this acrobat, we need to leave the mercenary in the area to draw tinnitus in and let the cheerleader work on the cipher. And it was really, really effective till it wasn't. But
Yeah.
they did their best. It was very impressive to watch at the very least. It's a strong start. It shows promise. I know that they could bounce back from this if they so need to.
Yeah, and the acrobat did pick up a lot for that perfumer with that 150-second kite. That was a very long kite, and I believe he used up every single bomb that he had. So he did decode in the beginning, and he decoded after he was rescued, and he was able to get the second white bomb, and he was also able to get that second red bomb because of the hunter containment. So yeah, I believe he used 5 balls for that kite. So yeah, just amazing job on the side of the acrobat. And I do know you really enjoy skins. So is there any skin that you would like to comment on during the game?
I could tell you what they were all wearing. We've got perfumer and oh gosh, they're censoring me, Gummy. They don't want me to talk about cosmetics. They don't want me to encourage everyone to spend money on the game. But we're going to go into our second half of the first round, which is more exciting than me giving you my encyclopedia of what everyone was wearing like we're on a red carpet. We're going to be seeing Cinema Roll on the hunter side, which I'm very excited about. It's been performing extremely well so far. It's been very exhilarating to watch. And we're going to see our survivors come in here. We've got the famed Potato with that immersive. Our first bands are in, Gummy. We've got Coordinator and First Officer on the band side. Now, the quick aside before I ask Gummy what our thoughts are on who the hunter is going to be today, I have to shamefully confess to everyone that I've been playing First Officer in rank so much, so no one else plays Rescue, and he's really fun, and unfortunately I do recommend him. I always want to recommend playing cute girl characters, but I can't, because First Officer is actually really fun, and he's not a cute girl, and it makes me really sad. But what are your thoughts on who Cinema Roll is going to play today, Gummy?
I mean, First Officer is a counter to many of the hunters, so he is a very great, amazing pick. Yeah, and you're doing great. Rank, you should be winning all your ranks with that First Officer Rescuer. Okay, on the side of Cinnamon Roll, so we did see when Sawyer Rin was the FT Hunter, we saw him playing Opera Singer and Ivy, and when Cinnamon Roll was the Hunter, we saw him play Ivy, Opera Singer, and the Gamekeeper. So will we see a first round Ivy, or will he just go with the Opera Singer? We'll see.
You will. That is the question. I have so much to say about that Gamekeeper. That was a very long, impressive end game. It was like a steady match going a little bit rocky, and then the cipher was popped, and somehow from there it was like, the Gamekeeper now owns the world, everyone. Be scared, which we should in fact all be scared of the Gamekeeper. Very frightening. We've got a painter on the field. They've let Painter out of his art studio. He's going to be coming out and kiting for us today. Very exciting. But we've also got the Wildling and the Psychologist. The Psychologist and the Wildling are both very steady characters. I find with the global ban system and the way that hunters are hunting nowadays and the way that the Survivor meta is, it's really fun to watch these lineups come in and predict who's coming, because you can never really entirely guess. This Painter's a fun surprise pick that, you always have like, oh, a really steady, good character. We've got a rescue. We maybe got an acrobat. We've maybe got a seer. If he's not banned, he's usually put in the basement. And then you get this like mystery fourth thing. And this time around, it seems we've got the Painter as our mystery fourth thing.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Nike play Gardener, Thief, Lawyer, and Lucky Guy. He played Lucky Guy 3 times, so he does make some interesting choices, but he also does an amazing kite with whatever character he plays, so we'll be looking forward to that. And it looks like we'll have the Priestess for the last Survivor pick, and it's on Lakeside Villages. We haven't seen lots of effective Priestess portals on Lakeside because there aren't a lot of walls or that you can just place very good portals. What are your thoughts on Priestess on Lakeside Village?
I love playing Priestess sometimes. I don't play her as much anymore, but her long portal on Lakeside is really what you bring her out for, at least in my opinion. If you let her hang out in the little boat or the big boat area, there are some really useful portals that she can use, but you're entirely correct. It's totally situational in terms of being able to be there and having those portals in place to kite and support with. But sort of similar to the toy merchant in that you sort of hang out on your boat, you do your little support, your teammates use your little support. It's really great. You're all friends. You win. That's how it goes every time. But we've got Cinnamon Roll on the opera singer here, so that's going to be very exciting. We'll be having another opera singer. When are we not having an opera singer? She's beautiful. She's grace. She knows what she's doing. And here are our spawn locations. Gummy, tell me about these.
Well, it looks like the survivors didn't take the normal big boat and then crowded in that one cornfield corner. Yeah, they will be separating out. We'll see Potato down at the exit gate. We'll have the Priestess on Big Boat 2-story because she does have those portals. And we'll have the remainder near the cornfield. So yeah, interesting spawn points. We have seen this happen before. So it looks like the Sangria will have her pick of survivors. Since she has spawned in the middle, she can choose whoever she would like to chase. I do believe she may chase the Painter because once he expels those 2 paintings, and the time is much shorter than it used to be. So we may see a Painter chase, or I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think the Painter would definitely be a really good viable chase here. The Psychologist can spend a lot of time, waste a lot of time, but the Painter is a pretty good choice. We've got that new IJL Hall skin coming out on the opera singer here, Cinnamon Roll, representing those of us who love to wear shiny new things. And we're getting right into the match. I'm Veronica. I'm here with Gummy today. This is IVA. We're in the second last day, and we are actually going for the Psychologist here. So hanging around this area, throwing down our first pallet, Senia is going to vault over the little boat here, but Cinnamon Roll teleporting back, coming in for that surprise swing, but a little bit too far. So we're going to see Shania continue to transition, but both of these pallets have been used, so we might have to head somewhere else.
Yeah, it looks like she's trying to transition away, but she has to be careful not to go into potato. We'll be taking a hit here, but she does have that stress ability, so she will still have to be taking 2 more hits in order for her to go down. She is going near Potato, so she has to be careful not to disturb that Cypher machine. And we do see a Potato. Oh, Potato takes a hit for the Psychologist, but he does have the boar, so it doesn't look like the opera singer will be going for that Psychologist, and she is back on chasing the Psychologist, but the Psychologist is now back at full health.
Yes, we've got 2 more hits on this Psych until she manages to go down, which is an unfortunate situation for Cinnamon Roll, but who knows, a Terror Shock is always on the table. We're going to see now that our trait is up, which means that if we need to use that, we absolutely can. However, still chasing on foot here, going to land that second hit on the Psychologist. Now she's on half health and everything's a little bit more dangerous for her. Cypher progress looking okay so far, but definitely not the best in the world. And we're going to unfortunately see this down on the Psychologist while they're healing up. Good for them. Unfortunately, we're going to see a hit on the Wildling's boar, but that means that he's still on full health and able to come in for that rescue when he needs to.
Yeah, and it looks like Psychologist will be taking the chair for the first time. One Cypher Machine will be completed, and the rest are looking very low. It must be because she disturbed the Wildling Cypher Machine, and he also had to get that save onto the Wildling, so that may have been the reason why the Cypher progress is quite low.
Had to spend some time healing up. Potato's going to get off the board here, take that hit a little far from the chair, but no worries, still able to get that rescue off. And we're actually going to see Cinema Roll transition to hit the Wildling here, hopefully creating a double down situation. If you're rooting for the Hunter in this match, if you're rooting for the Survivors, hopefully not. But we're going to see the Warp come up. Warp has been a fascinating new trade, and Painter's Painting is here, so actually able to record Hunter's appearance and get that stun off to support Shenia in this fight.
Yeah, and she was able to kite out the Tide Turner. Wildling did go down in this instance, but she was able to get that pallet drop. She'll be running into Hunter and will be going down. So this will be her second chair. Wildling has gotten back up, and there are 2 Cypher Machines completed. The next 2 Cypher Machines are starting progress, and the Wildling has wanted order.
Looking a little bit frightening here, but we've got our friend the Painter in the area. We know that the Hunter is not carrying Excitement, which means that we will be able to place down another drawing board and hopefully get a stun off, maybe get the rescue. Painter in the area, of course, capable of doing that, but we've got some more friends coming into this chair, making it a full party. Priestess diligently working on these ciphers in order to support from the background, but we've got Wildling back on the scene, going to do another rescue and hop on that board to hopefully support this time, maybe get a stun off if we're lucky, but we're going to see Shenia unfortunately go down once more, and this is final chair Gummy, so stakes are high.
I mean, the Wildling is still on his board, but it seems like he did leave. So yeah, this will be the end for the Psychologist. And it looks like she will be heading towards Nike, the Painter. He already used 1 painting, so he has 1 painting left for this kite. But the Hunter seems to be moving away. Does look like she is going for the Priestess and Wildling, who are healing up once again.
Yes, they're very committed to keeping their Wildling on full health. Support your Survivor teammates, but this is actually a pretty good idea. It saves up a little bit of decoding time, which is unfortunate, but forces the Opera Singer to have to chase a lot more, and avoiding a chair is always a good idea. We're going to transition seemingly over to the long portal, but actually leave the area and transition away. Hop on that boar once more, can take those 2 hits, or 1 hit with the Terror Shock. We can take that 1 hit on the boar, actually. But we're going to see that long portal get destroyed, and now Potato will have to mind game around this pallet as long as possible, Gummy.
And he will be going down as soon as you finish talking. This will be the first time for the Wildling to go on the chair. Cypher Machines aren't looking too good, but they are getting progress. We did see the Priestess going back and forth quite a while and healing quite a while as well, so that may be one of the reasons. Priestess will be getting a hit here, and she will be getting a portal and trying to get back to the chair, but she returned to her remnant and she will be going down. So the Painter is the only survivor available to go for that save, but he's at quite a distance.
Very unfortunate. Thankfully, the Wildling was only chaired a little bit ago. Still under half. Definitely going to be an over half rescue, but enough time on the board to be able to do this rescue if the survivors see fit. The Priestess has pretty fast healing, so let's hope that there's a distraction in the area when she wants to use her self-heal. Otherwise, this is going to be a bloodbath. But we're going to see Nike come in here. The Priestess is up. We've got that Telltale distraction. We've got that Painter going into the chair here. Has another drawing board to utilize. Has not yet. But we're going to see that Wildling get back on the board, and there she is. The beautiful little painting. But this is the problem with Painter, Gummy. You don't have to look at it.
Yeah, she just walked right past and down the Priestess right away. Wildling was able to get away since he did get on his boar, but the painting has become useless at this point. Oh, we see the Painter is going back to that area, and he's going to hang around the painting so that he does force the Hunter to go and see that painting.
Yes, sometimes we have to force the Hunter to look at our painting, and that can be very efficient.
We do see that the screen is blank for me right now, so it looks like that Wildling will be running away as far as possible, and the Priestess will be kiting and trying to stay alive for as long as she possibly can.
Sorry everyone for the technical difficulties. This happens, but we do our best, and we love our production team, and running streams is extremely very hard, and I really do mean that. Funny little experience backstage where I'm like, oh, go, because I thought it was just me, and Gummy had a second stream. We didn't. That just happens sometimes. But this is a really exciting match so far instead of our little oopsies. Let's talk about how that's going. This is shaping up to potentially be a 4 elimination, the way that things are looking.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher progress is just taking way too long. The Wildling keeps getting free hits to the Opera Singer. Ooh, and it looks like we are back, and we will be having the Opera Singer going after the... She has changed targets. I think it was a Wildling. He was on his board, so it looks like she has to go... Oh, she's going back to the chair once she had downed the painter. But they're all half-health survivors. There's no survivor available to come for this save. What are the survivors going to do at this point?
Yes, this is really unfortunate. We have Potato on that board, currently off of that board, but Potato hasn't done too much attempts to stun with the board thus far, so I don't think that was going to change in that moment. I think they're going to sell the Painter and see what they can do in this dire situation. It's looking potentially like they're going to try and mind game and scatter and make sure that Cinnamon Roll has to utilize every resource available while they attempt to get a primed Cypher going. The Priestess, unfortunately, has been forced to start a new Cypher, but that little shake... we've got Cinnamon Roll on A game today, so we're going to actually see, notice that Cypher's being worked on, and the Priest is out of the area just to be safe.
Yeah, 4 Cypher machines have been completed, but that one Cypher machine is just struggling to get primed. It's at 74%, and the Hunter is already making her way towards that Cypher, and it is going to be the Wildling. The Wildling is prying up that last Cypher machine because he does have that board, so he can take up to 2 hits, but that also does have a time limitation, and so Priestess has to get a new Cypher working. It does look like she will be starting a new Cypher machine, and it looks like Wildling will be taking the chase.
Another Terror Shock on the Wildling's board. Can't take those 2 hits, can only take 1. And now can only take 1 more. So the Wildling, unfortunately, is going to, after transition, going to make sure to not have another no cooldown incident, going to vault over safely. Just kidding, we're going to see no Terror Shock, but we are going to see a hit afterwards. And the Warp, once more, coming into play. Putting some pressure on the Priestess here, not going to allow that time to happen. Going to get both of these survivors down and aim for the stars, go for that 4 elimination.
Yeah, this is the end game, it looks like, for the Hunter. She doesn't have self-heal, so the Priestess already utilized her self-heal. So if this Priestess goes down, this is almost the finish. Oh my goodness, she wasn't able to get that portal, so she will be going down. Wildling has used his self-heal. Now, there are no self-heals left on the side of the survivors, so the Wildling has either to prime up a Cypher machine or go and heal the Priestess or wait till the Priestess bleeds out. He is running out of options.
These are really dire situations. I wouldn't want to be doing any of these on a nice Saturday afternoon, and unfortunately Potato has to choose between all of these evils. We're actually going to see our hit on the Wildling here, and Gummy, that's a 4 elimination. Congratulations. That was a really impressive game. Just like the last one, and we've upgraded. We've got some forces to be reckoned with here in IVA to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, that 3-man elimination in the first half seemed very beneficial for the Hunter, but they were able to get the 4-man in the later half, and they were able to win this round. So yeah, amazing job on the side of that Opera Singer. And thinking back to the game, I think when the survivors were healing too much, it took up a lot of time. It's a very wide map, and just going back and forth just to get healed there wasn't much Cypher progress because of that, and I think that might have been one of the crucial points in this game for the side of the survivors.
Yes, it seemed really good on paper, and it was working until it didn't. You know, it's one of those risks that you take, and sometimes the reward isn't worth all of the time that you sacrifice. But they did their best in that regard. They tried to keep that on full health, but unfortunately at the end, what they needed was healing, and they weren't able to obtain that. So that's really unfortunate. I mean, real quick, what are your thoughts on that Painter, considering the paintings coming into play weren't working out for us really well, but you know, the first one was really good and really helpful, and the second one was you just walk right past it.
Right, yeah, so that's the reason why Painter isn't played as much, is her paintings can be avoided. So in very crucial situations, you want to use that painting so that the survivor can either escape or transition to a better kiting area, but in this case, yeah, the hunter was able to avoid that painting incredibly well. And if we do look at the stats here, we do have the wildling had the most hunter containment time with 171 seconds thanks to his boar most of the time. He did get the terror shocks quite a lot, so that was one of the reasons the opera singer did a very good job. And we have the most decoding on the priestess at 251%.
She was hanging back and doing her cipher machines and doing the best that she could, and she did a lot, you know. We've got enough progress to add us up to 5 ciphers, but unfortunately not all on the same 5 ciphers, so we didn't manage to see that pop at the end, but they really did put their best foot forward and obtain that. Now, some entertainment from chat, of course, as we've seen this very impressive 4 elimination here. Nello is informing us that allegedly Meowpie has gone all in on himself with the IVA gambling that everyone's able to do. And I think that that's impressive. That's one way to boost your confidence and convince yourself, okay, I need to do the best that I can. And then, yeah, you manage to get it. For those of us at home who are following with usernames only for simplicity's sake, which is sometimes best for us, Meowpie is cinnamon roll at the time. Now, I have another fun factoid for you. That's right, I was using that as a transitionary topic. So just wanted to remind everyone that we've currently got a lucky most interactive viewer draw that will be chosen to win an Identity 5 plushie every IVA day. So bear in mind, you only have 2 days left to do this. This is 4, but I'm emphasizing the 2. You only have 2 days left to win these plushies. Nell mentioned which ones specifically you can win in chat earlier, which is very exciting. So you gotta share the streams, you've gotta be interactive in the chat, and the mods will be able to notice you and, you know, put you in that draw and get you that luck and obtain you that little plushie. So once you do win, make sure to contact the IVA administration and the mods and the production, and they'll be able to get your address and send that over to you. Now, I have 8 of them. I do recommend.
Wow. Yeah, I would just like to mention that the priestess also got 3 heals during that entire match, so she just kept healing the wildling. And another crucial time during that game is when wildling was chaired and the priestess was way too far away when she got that first hit, and she wasn't able to get that second hit, making the painter go from one side of the map to the complete other side of the map just to get that rescue. So that just wasted so much time on the side of the survivors, which was what happened.
It was really unfortunate too, because, you know, we're looking at a situation where you're trying to put that portal down and you're hit in the middle of it, resource wasted it, health wasted, and you're not able to get to the chair. Now, I believe we'll be cutting to a short break and we'll be back with you guys after that, and we'll be very excited to see you have fun and chit-chat amongst each other. Hope you're ready to continue with 4AW and FT. Start us off today on Identity 5 Arena.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Veronica. I'm here with Gummy. We are doing Identity 5 Arena. You guys know what stream you clicked on, and we're happy to have you here. We've just had some extremely exciting first rounds looking at 4AW and FT, and they've been doing phenomenal so far. We've seen some opera singers on Lakeside Village. Doing great so far, Gummy. A special hello to chat. I dropped in to say hi to them, which I'm allowed to do because they're there for us to entertain, and they're, we're all good friends. So hi, hope that you guys are all very well. Gummy, how are you feeling about what just went on? There was a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, it was very exciting to see the matchups. I was thinking that 4AW was going to either get a tie because they did get that 3-man elimination. So it was like looking like a tie or a win on the side of 4AW. But Cinnamoroll, Maopai, with that 4-man elimination and winning that match was very unexpected, and it was just an amazing job. So the scores is at 6 for FT and 3 at 4AW. So they are up by 3 points, and 4AW does need to make that up in the next round. So it's exciting to see what they're going to pull out.
It's going to be very difficult for them to do that, especially now that Meowpie has more points to bet on how this next match goes. The stakes will be even higher for both teams, but 3 points is in fact really difficult to be able to match up and make up. We've got, it's not a huge difference, but it's certainly a lot, and it is enough. When you get that 4 elimination or that 4 escape, especially in your first round, that is nerve-wracking. For the other side, it's really difficult to give you that 5-0, and gaining 5 points is a lot. Gaining 0 is the opposite of that, so it's a really difficult situation for them so far. Gummy, considering what we know about the hunters that they have in their pool, what are we thinking about what potentially we could see them play in order to try and bring this back and fight FT's survivor side?
Yeah, okay. On the side of FT Cinnamoroll, we'll most likely see the opera singer band after that 4-man elimination, right? So we do see that he also plays Ivy and Gamekeeper. So those are the other 2 that we could expect. And on the side of the 4AW hunter Hessian, we do see also an Ivy, but this time she has an Anne. He has an Anne available. So we'll see if we can see the round 3 hunters and what they will choose. They do also both play Ivy, so we could be expecting a round 2 Ivy since she is also one of the meta hunters, and these hunters are extremely talented as you have all seen. So we could definitely expect an Ivy for round 2.
When it comes to that level 3 difficulty hunter, if anyone's going to be able to handle it, I trust Cinnamon Roll and I trust Tishan to be able to take her on and make that work. We've been seeing her so much, as I think we mentioned earlier, we've been seeing her constantly in IJL. She basically never leaves the stage. At least we get breaks. You know, we get to cut to a break and have a drink of water. Opera Singer's just stretching. And Opera Singer? I've lied. Shadow is just kind of stretching and waiting to come out and send her yith at everyone. It's very frightening for her. She's the belle of the ball, the great star. But we're still here in IVA, taking on the stage, going wild, eliminating those survivors. But I would love to see another Ivy play, especially with how much we've been seeing and what we know about how she performs in Endgame, which is exciting. Now, everyone, drum roll, please. We're about to learn what map that we're on, which is always very exciting to figure out. And we're on Sacred Heart Hospital. Do you have any thoughts on Sacred Heart? Is it your friend? Do you hate it?
I mean, as a survivor main, Sacred Heart Hospital is my friend. The second story, especially you get to play lawyer on the middle second story, and you can just kite the hunter incredibly well. You could just loop him forever. So I do see a lot of hunters actually bringing peepers in order to force that survivor out of second story, it's good to force out a survivor out of second story, but after that we don't see peepers being as useful. So it's you just choose either to try and negate that second story by using peepers, but you can't use any other traits. So that is one of the things that I've seen. Yeah.
A little bit difficult in that regard. That reminds me, I'll have to ask you about Warp later, because that's been a really interesting thing that they've introduced into the gameplay. Because usually when they introduce new traits, it's like, well, I mean, they haven't in a really long time, but it's kind of up there as this beautiful love child of Blink and Teleport, and those are usually the best traits. So instead of carrying Blink and then swapping to Teleport, you just have to carry Warp. It's lovely, but we've got our bands in, which I could ask you about Warp, but instead I'm going to make you talk about the bands. We've got Priestess and Dancer. Dancer's really interesting on this map. I also play Dancer, second Veronica main that I've unveiled to you all during this stream. We're all friends. You can know these things about me. We'll learn Gummy's mains later. We'll make her be vulnerable in front of the camera. She's shaking her head at me. She doesn't want to. But Dancer's really good on this map alongside Priestess, so no wonder they're out of the gate. And I wonder who they'll select in order to make up that strength that they're losing with these bans.
Yeah, I mean, we do have her slow box is incredibly good for transition, and she also has that spin ability, so she can really avoid the hunter's attacks. So yeah, I understand this ban, and there are lots of very strong kiting areas that can really be strengthened even more with the music boxes. So very good ban on the side of the hunter. And on the global bans, we do also see that we cannot play the wildling and we cannot play the painter. Losing painter isn't that much of a harm to the side of the survivors, so that's very and we have the coordinator third ban for the side of Meow Pie.
I'm excited about this lawyer. You spoke his name and he came to us in the survivor lineup, ready and raring to go. You were like, you know who's good on this map? Lawyer. And they're listening to us at home. We always start the mind games of the matches here in the selection of your characters, of your personas, of your bands. It shows that you know your opponent. It shows that you know who you're up against, what you need to counter with. And utilizing that lawyer on this map, knowing the strengths of it, very smart. They're showing us that they're capable and they know what they're doing. But now we've got the mercenary and the prospector. What are your thoughts on this team comp? I think she's looking strong, but maybe I'm totally incorrect.
No, I completely agree with you. The mercenary, very stable rescuer. We've seen him played multiple times, and we have a little bit of a harasser. Prospector, also very good. We have a very good decoder lawyer, and we have some support seer. So this is looking like a very strong team on the side of 4AW survivors. They are really making sure that they're gonna get more people out this time against Meow Pie. And the only thing we have to do is wait for Meow Pie to choose his hunter. So we haven't actually had the hunter ban quite yet. Most likely Opera Singer. And if it is an Ivy, usually we do see that Etymologist has been countering Ivy quite a lot in the IVA, so interesting that they didn't choose Etymologist, but we do have that Seer Owl, so we'll see. Oh, and look at our picks for the Hunter.
There she is! Speak of the devil and she shall appear. We've got Ivy on the lineup now, ready to take on 4AW here, try and figure that out, try and make that work. But we've got them all ready and rearing for their spawns. It seems that they're trying to gear up together, trying to make sure that they have the best kiting areas possible. Letting the Seer go in here because the Lawyer may be the decoder, but Lawyer has some very impressive fighting skills in his kit that are really... It makes him someone you really don't want to chase, even though letting him decode is also bad. You're kind of picking your poison on that one, but we're going to see the Seer in the center there in the hospital because the Seer's got one owl that has to be charged, and we have to wait for that to go off of initial cooldown as well. So a little bit of a dangerous situation. However, with Shadow, really travel anywhere on the map as soon as you're able to utilize that teleport ability with your presence. So Gummy, do you think we're going to be brave and chase Rescuer first, or maybe are we just going to go in the hospital and brave it to take on that Seer?
Well, she could always just infect the mercenary while he's on the Cypher machine to kind of slow down the Cypher progress, and she's very far from the Lawyer, so he will have the ability to transition into the walls, which is a very good kiting area. And we do see that, yeah, Seer is in the middle, and he is on second story. He does have that owl. Definitely a pick that the Hunter can choose, since she does kind of negate the Seer in the fact that he can't look at the Hunter's face. Either he has to look and get corruption while getting his owl. So yeah, in that sense, Seer is actually quite a good chase for the side of Ivy.
Yeah, we're essentially going to be able to use our ability one whole time and then have to be really brave and kite without anything and not looking behind us, and that's going to be very scary, but maybe Shania is going to be really capable and prove to us that no, you can play Seer against Ivy, but only I can do it because I'm really good at it. You guys probably shouldn't because you're not supposed to. But this is going to be really good, and I'm excited to see Nike again on this Lawyer. Potato back on that strong, bulky character. We're doing the mercenary this time instead of Wildling, and Sichuan is going to win that prospector. So now that our lineup's ready and clarified, I'm Veronica, I'm here with Gummy. We are here on IVA, we're watching 4AW versus FT, and we've begun our match with our Shadow, currently using that Yith and that Shadow to gaze around, find the first person to leech onto, and it actually is going to be this Lawyer here in the shack area.
Yeah, she's sending her main body towards the prospector while getting the location of that Lawyer. Will be hoping to get that infection sometime soon. She is sticking around that Cypher machine, and she will be bringing the ghost right back to her main body, and it looks like her first chase might be the prospector.
Ooh, coming in for the prospector is really interesting as well. We're going to get that infection on, be able to get some charge and corruption, which is going to be really good to start us off, missing that first swing, but gaining some distance, catching up a little bit, and getting that first hit with 78 corruption on the prospector. This is a dangerous situation for Zuishuan here, who's going to have to be able to make sure not to glance back, not to get any more corruption, otherwise it's a walk right back into Cinema Roll, and that could end really poorly for the survivors so early in the game.
Yeah, and it looks like he'll be transitioning to the second story hospital and leaving the walls. The walls is a very good kiting area, but it looks like he wants to kite the Hunter at second story. So he did transition away. He was able to get that magnet and will be getting a stun onto the Hunter. The ghost is still at shack near the Lawyer. And we'll be getting the blink hit on the prospector, and that's a quick down for the side of Ivy.
Beautiful play from BFI so far, as we're going to see that down with that blink. The Seer not being a chase that we choose, but now as one owl to utilize, not used to protect this prospector, unfortunately. And we're going to see our first tier happen outside of the two-story hospital building. So we're going to see what they choose to do. The Cypher progress is actually looking pretty okay, so it seems that they're going to be sending Potato in for this save, abandoning that Cypher, going to finish it later, maybe let somebody else do it. But Cinema Roll, of course, watching the prospector here, don't want to give that free rescue. That would be a little bit dangerous. But we are able to get that hit off, and we're going to see the prospector get saved. We'll now be forced to rebound kite.
Yeah, and he does have... and the mercenary will be taking another hit. So if the prospector goes down, it is a double down. He does have Tide Turner, so the mercenary can move away. But the Hunter has infected and teleported right to the prospector. Prospector already fell down in anticipation of that, but 100% corruption on the owl. So the prospector is free and up, and he has outlasted Tide Turner.
Oh, goodness gracious. Our Prospector is doing our best here. We're going to see another bounce back with the stun. We're seeing a really interesting strategy from Zuyuxuan here where we're going to use that, oh, beautiful flywheel, but unfortunately going to go down anyway. A lot of these magnets being used to repel instead of attract. So hoping for that pushback to not obtain that hit there instead of going for that stun, which can be a little bit more risky around the map. So we're going to see Nike take some attention again. The bell of the ball, the lawyer. We don't want to let the lawyer just kite now, do we? We don't want to let him decode. Both of these options are bad. So let's just bother him with our shadow and make sure that he can't do any of those nonsensical things that are difficult for the hunter. But Gummy, take a look at these cipher machines here. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Cypher progress is looking good. I mean, she get the save onto the Prospector, but Prospector went down right away. Yeah, so the Cypher machines are very good because all three Cypher machines have, the last three Cypher machines have significant progress. So yeah, and this will be the end for the Prospector. He will be leaving to the manor, and the Hunter does have her eyes on the lawyer. She already has the ghost that is attached to the lawyer, so she can see his position, and she will just be able to chase him and down him pretty fast if he doesn't get to a pallet. And we'll be getting that hit.
Full health lawyer. He's taken his first hit here, and we're going to see him transition. This is a good kiting area, but we've got blink on the shadow here. Could be used at any time in order to get this down, and it will be. So we're going to see that hit on the lawyer. He's going to go down. Fortunately, our final cipher is really good progress, but unfortunately, wouldn't believe where it is. It's right next to where the lawyer is going to be chaired. So survivors are going to be forced to start a new cipher for safety purposes if they are so brave. Potato, we're going to see hovering around, Mercenary on half health, and we're going to see that shadow come in to try and gain some corruption on him and put some pressure on the decoding here.
Yeah, the last cipher machine was at 76%, but unfortunately was chaired there. So yeah, and the survivors are trying to stay away from the ghost form because they don't want that tablet to be formed near the cipher machine. Then they won't be able to decode. It looks like the seer is in the area coming for the save. Did get the save, but the lawyer got down right away. So this will be the lawyer's second time on the chair, and the hunter does look like she's going for a hit onto the seer, and both the remaining two survivors are injured. They need to prime up this last cipher so one person can come for the save, but it's looking to be very difficult on the side of the survivors.
Ivy has a very impressive map control, and as we said before this match started, if anyone was going to be able to utilize her to the best of her ability, it was going to be one of these two hunters that we're seeing here in this matchup. And so far, not at all surprised. The pressure that's being put on these survivors is immense. We're going to see Potato come in for the rest of you here, hopefully able to make it in time. And we are going to see the shadow come back out to put some more corruption, put some more pressure. Will we be able to get the save off? And more importantly, will we be able to body block and make sure that lawyer doesn't go right down?
Oh, and unfortunately they were not able to body block, and lawyer went down right away. Mercenary also getting a hit, so that's a double down on the side of the survivors. And once this lawyer does get chaired once more, he will be returning back to the manor. Mercenary is on the floor, seer at half health, trying to prime up that last cipher, and the ghost is already searching for the seer and is right on the seer.
Seer with no items to utilize, going to go right down, and now both survivors are going to be on the ground and incapacitated. Potato does happen to still have a self-heal, so does the Seer. Both survivors can arguably get back up if they need to, but with Ivy's ability to travel across the map, teleport where she so chooses, it seems like we're going to be able to get these survivors before they're able to get up, or at the very least, chase them and ensure that they aren't able to make it for much longer after they do. So we've got attachments to both of them, kind of just waiting this out here, seeing when they use their self-heals in order to finish this chase, make this happen, putting this on. We're going to see the teleport, so the mercenary is going to get up, but take a terror shock right away, Gummy, which is very painful. And now we're going to see a teleport on the Seer, who hopefully doesn't suffer the same fate, but goes down to the blink instead.
And that is a 4-man elimination on the side of this survivor, hunter, Meow Pie. Wow, that... What are your comments?
FT has had a beautiful start so far. We've been running into a lot of beautiful 4 eliminations. There's been pressure on the board. We know what's going on, and this really is a team that you watch them play and you understand, yes, yeah, you definitely were on the main stage of Koa, and you've definitely taken home IVAs before, and you're very impressive and a force to be reckoned with. Meow Pie, very skilled, very practiced. Really interesting to watch. I think you mentioned as soon as that first survivor is eliminated, it's the hunter's game, and that really is, I think, what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the stats here, it does look like Prospector did have the most hunter containment time, which he did. He did an amazing job with that magnets, pushing the hunter away. At the window, however, he did run into the hunter because you can't look back at the hunter, and he unfortunately ran right into the hunter, so that was a little unfortunate. And on the side of the decoding process, we did see that Seer does have the most decoding process with 277%.
Sometimes we can't give our toughest battles to our strongest soldiers, and by that I mean sometimes our decoders aren't allowed to decode, much in the case of this lawyer here, who unfortunately had to kite instead. The rescue situation, I think, was really unfortunate in this round. They weren't really able to get any body blocks off for that lawyer. Do you suppose if they were able to protect that lawyer a little bit more, would they have been able to pressure those ciphers and buy a little more time, or was it really just Ivy's game at that point?
I mean, I definitely think if they took one hit for that lawyer, and lawyer could have transitioned to any window, he has that window vaulting speed, so he would have been able to just transition out of there, and they would have been able to get that last cipher. But being chaired at that last cipher was incredibly huge, since it was at 76%. They just needed like a little more progress and the hunter to be away from that cipher. But yeah, being chaired at that last cipher, being down as soon as he was saved each time was one of the crucial moments of this game. So yeah, definitely.
Yes, we're seeing some impress in chat about how, you're able to get a 4 elimination in a hospital of all maps. As you said before we started, I like hospital because I'm a survivor main, but it seems that, how the turntables, so we're going to see another 5-point game on the side of FT, and it's going to be really difficult for 4AW to come back from this. Fortunately, again, for those of you 4AW fans at home, this is the upper bracket in IVA. If they don't manage to pull this, we will see them still fight and get their chances, and we'll see if they're able to crawl back up once more, but it's a really difficult situation for them at this point, Gummy. We've got a really strong start that's going to be really difficult to live up to and balance out.
Yeah, so what was interesting in the beginning, we see this happen a lot. In the beginning of the game, the hunter used the ghost to go towards the lawyer, and she secured his location, and then she chased the prospector with her main body. But if you saw, the lawyer realized with his narrow vision that the ghost was nearby, and he didn't go near that shack cipher. He waited on the outside because he didn't want to give the stone tablet and get that corruption. And so that was a very smart on the side of the lawyer and the survivors, and really keeping that prospector alive. And that owl, the timing was amazing. It was right at that pallet, and she got the hit on the owl with the corruption. He didn't have to use flywheel, throw down that pallet, and then he was able to escape out of second story. So the lawyer just did an amazing kite. So do want to say the survivors did do an amazing job, but wow, the Ivy was just out. She was just doing such an amazing job. Getting that hit right after the save on the lawyer was just incredible. And any mentions you want to talk about skins? Any skins that you'd like to talk about? You didn't get the chance.
Very frightened to see the lawyer in this match, and I went, whoa, light Yagami Death Note? I was very scared. Beyond that, they're just doing their best. They're coming out here. They weren't too dressed up, at least to me, but it was great to watch them play regardless and put their best foot forward. So fashion runway or not, they really did do what they could. And I think, yeah, against an Ivy, really difficult. She's, in a way, to me, maybe this is just me, we'll see if you agree with this or not, she's like the second coming of Clerk when I watch her. She's got sort of that control of Dream Witch as well. She almost feels like a nice combination of the two, and that it's, you have to watch your cipher and make sure there's not a circle around you, and you can't open the exit gates at the end because she's watching, and it's but the same strategies don't apply at all because she can't just teleport to you, so she's a lot scarier.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, she has been compared to Dream Witch quite a lot, and her late game is incredibly scary. So in that same sense, and the leeching ability is also the same, except you don't have to bother with having to sandwich the survivors in between the leech and the followers. So in that sense, it takes much less time. It does take the same amount of brain power, since you have to like leech all the survivors all around the map and go back and forth, teleport. But the end game because once you have the 2 survivors down, you can always just leech teleport. So yeah, the end game is just incredibly scary. You just don't want to get to that point, and you want to try and avoid that at all costs.
Maybe we'll see them try and implement the same beautiful strategy that we saw in IJL recently, I think, where one of the survivors had gotten in a locker to negate the shadow from leeching on and creating that. Yeah, it was, I was like laying in my bed, it was very late, watching it on TV, and I was like, whoa! But I do think they did their best with what they had here, and I think had they gotten in a locker, it would have been a lot more dangerous from them, because she did stay pretty close to her shadow, I think, the whole time. Not always, there was definitely that leech onto the lawyer and whatnot, but tried not to go too far and did create a good corruption situation there. So able to get those downs efficiently and make it all work. And it's an impressive match to watch. And I'm very frightened as to how 4AW is going to have to come back from this and take on FT survivors who, as we know, are pretty seasoned. Do you think we'll see another Ivy or maybe a different hunter from that pool in order to put some more pressure on?
Yeah, so on the side of Henshin Hunter, we do see he also does play Ivy and Anne. So, I mean, I don't mind seeing a matchup Ivy versus Ivy, so that would be very exciting. And the 4AW Hunter does have that pressure in trying to match that 5-man elimination. So you want to try and tie this second round in order to get to the third round. But the 5-man elimination is looking incredibly hard for... We'll have to see how Henshin really... And they do also have Abel, right? So Abel does play the Dream Witch, so that's also a possibility we might be able to see.
Yeah, we might really have to launch into that all or nothing mode if they want to be able to progress into that third round and not drop down to the lower bracket today. So we could be seeing a BO2 right now. We could be seeing a BO3 if they're able to pull it off. So I think it is likely we're going to see either that Shadow, or maybe we're going to pull out that Dream Witch in order to really put that pressure on. But Sacred Heart Hospital does make that a lot more difficult. You know, you come out, you're on a map that survivors tend to perform better on, and then your survivors all get eliminated, and that's a very scary position to be in as a hunter. So coming back from that, I think will be difficult, but maybe we'll ban that priestess out again. We'll make sure she can't hurt us. We'll ban out that dancer potentially, or maybe we'll see what she's really capable of. And I think that'll be really exciting to watch. This has been pretty high stakes. I do hope that we have the same experience in our lower bracket that we get to watch today.
Yeah, I mean, the lower brackets, they have fought their way up like very hard, so that will be interesting to watch. And what's interesting is, yes, a smaller map is better for survivors because you don't have to transition too much to going towards the different ciphers, but it's also a better match for a hunter like Ivy because they have 2 separate bodies, and transitioning for those 2 separate bodies is also, it's easier. So for a hunter like Ivy, smaller maps are actually not that bad. We have seen her do incredibly well on bigger maps. You see her teleporting much more, but in this case, since it was such a small map, she didn't have any difficulty in finding survivors, leeching survivors, and just transitioning away. So yeah,
it's nice. They just rotated right into her hands, and then she brought her shadow out. She said boo, and then they got corrupted and they walked back into her. Happens to the best of us quite frequently, but doesn't make that any less impressive because, as we mentioned, IVA has been struggling a little bit in IVA so far. So to come out and get this 4 elimination on such a survivor-sided map is a difficult feat. But after the elimination that we saw last time, it's certainly not surprising. So hopefully we're able to match that up. The second time we're able to bring out that shadow once more, get that 4 elimination. But if not possible, again, we'll fortunately still see these players in the lower bracket. And as a reminder, while we're sitting here waiting, of course, for our next little match, we still have that plushie competition going on. You can win a little friend to invite into your home, sleep with you in your bed, display on the shelf, whatever it is that you personally do with your plushie. So we'll see whatever happens with that. The more active you are, the more you promote the IVA streams, the higher a chance that you have. So let's hope that we're able to do that. My nominee personally is Gummy, even though that's not ethical.
And my nominee is you.
9 of them. The greed of me to have 9 Identity 5 plushies.
I mean,
Where
let's
would they
just-
even go?
Let's just make that collection and just round it up to 10. Like, why not?
Yeah, might as well. I'll spend my paycheck from here on another plush just to round the numbers out. It'll be really good. It's a beautiful plan. And then they'll all be in pairs, and none of them will be lonely. It's a really good system. But we're getting back into the action. We're going to be going into our band pick phases. We've got the Shadow actually banned out this time, Gummy. So we're not going to see another Ivy play that has been banished from the stage. So Hishen could potentially bring out that opera singer once more to see if that goes a little bit more smoothly this time. Because it didn't go too poorly last time. We did see a lot of power with that opera singer. We're going to actually see 2 of the same selections from last time. So we're starting off with a mercenary and a lawyer. And we're going to see Priestess get banned, of course, and actually the Antiquarian.
Yeah, and on our global bans, we do have the ban on the acrobat and the cheerleader. The survivors chose mercenary and lawyer in the first round, so that means they won't be able to choose them in the later games. They want that strong rescuer and that strong decoder, but they won't be able to use it. They do have to do everything they can in this case, however, because they just need to get one man escape on the side of FT. Then they can win round 2, and we'll have to see the points, but I don't believe that they can go to round 3 if they do win, if I'm correct.
My god, my best friend, the barmaid. I'm paying so much attention, but everything's been zapped from my brain. My personal best friend, the barmaid. Barmaid play! We're going to see Barmaid take the stage at the team comp, which is very exciting. And definitely a direct response to that psychologist ban here. Psychologist, of course, as we know, can take 3 hits, and I call it the remote heal because that's what it's called, but everyone else calls it the Wi-Fi heal, and I love being a conformist when it comes to gameplay talk. So this is a great day, Gummy. Gummy's favorite survivor, the mechanic, is also coming out to play with us today. The team is our best friends. We know them. We talk to them often. But in a genuine sense, this is a really interesting team comp. This is not conventional. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Mechanic used to be my favorite survivor, but she was nerfed a lot, so I don't even play her anymore, but the survivors bringing Mechanic is very interesting to me. So as soon as a survivor gets injured, her cipher decoding decreases quite a lot, and the only available item is the bot, and the bot does do a very good job, but Mechanic is almost useless as soon as survivors start getting injured. So if Mechanic can just hide her bot somewhere and just take the kite, that could be a possible way to utilize her more efficiently, or possibly just have the first kiter not get any damage, but that's going to be incredibly hard because we will most likely be seeing an opera singer. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen Mechanic do that good in tournaments. What are your thoughts?
Pretty good specialty pick if you're really confident with the mechanic, but you're correct. This is a really difficult situation. We do have that mercenary who can tank those hits and is bulky. We've got another decoder in the form of the lawyer, who of course is possibly, one of the best decoders that we have. Often when decoders are compared, it's like, well, are you as good as lawyer? If I had to pick between you and lawyer, would I pick you? And usually the answer is no. But we've got lawyer on the field who can decode, and we've got barmaid as well. This is a long-winded way of me saying we don't. And ordinarily, when you take mechanic out, ordinarily when you take mechanic out on the tournament scene nowadays, you want to do that sort of classical 3 really bulky guys and a mechanic to protect. So you bring those harassers out so that those hits aren't coming off. You make sure the mechanic can be saved, but maybe the barmaid will be able to give out enough drinks for a long enough time that we're not going to have a crazy amount of damage on the field. However, that aside, we've got Clerk on the field, which is really interesting. Hi, we were just talking about you. It's very nice to see you. She's an interesting pick because I do think she really is one of those all or nothing hunters.
Yeah, I mean, 4AW does have to try and get this 4-man to tie this round, and that is a lot of pressure, and choosing the Clerk is interesting. We have 2 decoders on the side of the survivors. We will have Lawyer in the middle second story, so he will be very safe. We have a Mechanic in a very good kiting area, so she will be relatively safe. And we do have Mercenary down near the exit gate and Barmaid off to the right. And the Hunter will be spawning to the left of the Sacred Heart Hospital. So this is interesting. I'm seeing the survivor comp. I have a hard time trying to think of what to say because it's this mechanic is just throwing me off quite a lot.
It's we'll balance each other out because my favorite thing about doing commentary is when they bring out a really weird pick and then I get to say, okay, let me be their biggest defender. This is how they can work. I promise. So we're going to see that with the mechanic right now. Maybe she'll be really viable. Maybe she'll be so helpful, but especially with the clerk in mind and those recordings of the ciphers, it's going to be a little bit difficult to be able to put that pressure on and make that work. But we've got some potential here. Mechanic in a really good kiting area, but as we know, and as you mentioned, she's been nerfed 1,000,001 times. So she's not really the best decoder in the game, nor is she the best kiter. Mechanic's extremely vulnerable, not very great to take on those kites. So we'll have to hope that Hishan goes for someone else, but also that they don't take a hit too early. I'm Veronica, I'm here with Gummy. We are commentating FD versus 4AW for today. We've got Hishan here on the clerk transitioning into the hospital to start chasing this lawyer.
Yeah, and it looks like she will be going for the first chase on the lawyer. She is trying to get a recording on the lawyer, but he is moving away quite well. He will be leaving the second story for now, going around the side. And Hunter is also recording the cipher machines, making sure that she is paying attention to the cipher machines, and she is going towards Koi.
We're actually going to see that mechanic unfortunately take the chase in the shack area here. We're going to see a little bit of a speed boost, fortunately. But this is a tricky, difficult situation. As far as I can see, the mechanic actually is carrying a full kite build, so prepared for this squishiness in this vulnerable state. But kiting around the dungeon, or kiting around the basement is not the smartest idea. Sometimes it's very dangerous. We're going to see that hit. We got a beautiful flywheel off, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to negate that first hit coming on. And we're seeing that first recording go out on the kiting survivor with a warp to catch right up.
Wow, and that is an early down on the mechanic. The Hunter did change targets. He did chase the lawyer in the beginning, but the lawyer is incredibly strong. And is this gonna be a basement? It's gonna be a basement chair. This is looking very good on the side of the Hunter, very scary on the side of the survivors. We do have the mercenary already outside of Shad getting ready for that rescue. And if we look at yes, he does have tide turners, so getting this save could, for the side of the survivors, they only need to get that one-man escape in order to win, so it does look like he will be coming for the save, however.
Yes, they're absolutely just pushing as much as they can to buy up enough of this first time and get these ciphers done. We're going to see Koi here. We're going to be playing with some drop-down hits, and we do manage to get that off, so no hit recovery on the clerk here. However, leaving the mercenary alone and not going for extra damage, just trying to get this mechanic out as soon as possible. Another hit to build some more presence up, fortunately, but we're going to see the mechanic try and die as far away from the other cipher machines as possible. And now we know where the actual dungeon is. Not the basement, which I called the dungeon earlier. Those aren't the same thing.
Yeah, and it looks like mechanic will be getting chaired for the second time, but she's moved far away from the basement, and she has been continuously decoding with her robot, and the Hunter is trying to record that cipher, trying to stop that mechanic from getting that decoding while chaired, and she was chaired near the barmaid cipher, so it looks like barmaid will be going for the second save.
We've got barmaid in the building coming in for this save here, and she's going to come right in, get this save off, and take this body block hit. So the mechanic lives another day. Cipher progress is looking good. However, the clerk, of course, is monitoring them as much as possible. Things are looking really good for the survivors so far. FT knew what they were doing when they picked out this weird little comp that was, suited to their own personal loves and needs. A beautiful flywheel from Koi here, but we're going to see that down, unfortunately, and the mechanic will soon be sent back to the manor.
Yeah, so amazing job on Outlast. Oh, there was no tide turner. So amazing job in staying alive, and the barmaid taking that hit. She was able to get up and take the drink, so she will be back at full health. The Hunter does look like she is looking for the barmaid and will be finding her hiding behind that wall. Blink and flywheel, but she was not able to get that flywheel and she will be going down immediately. And if we look at the Cypher machines, they're almost primed. We just have that last Cypher machine to prime up and the survivors can come for this save. So looking incredibly good on the side of the survivors. They did pop that last 4th Cypher and they just need to prime up that 5th Cypher machine, and it does look like Mini Blue is coming to get that rescue, but he has quite a distance, and yeah.
Yeah, we've got Mini Blue coming in for this save here. We're going to see Soyerin receive some pressure from Hishen here in order to try and negate that Cypher from being primed. We're going to see Barmaid do a little vault over, gain a little bit of a boost, go a little quicker. Unfortunately, wasn't able to mix another drink at that time, but does happen to have a Durfin on hand, meaning that she is able to get a little bit of her own speed boost. We're going to see a hit on the Mercenary, and we're going to see the Cypher get popped gunny. So we've got a 3-person endgame, and Hishen needs a 4-person elimination to make this round really count. So we might be able to get a quick down on the Barmaid here, and with the Terror Shock, we absolutely can.
Yeah, and the clerk can also, record the exit gate, so the survivors have to be very careful. We'll be seeing the Barmaid on the chair for the 2nd time. She was saved before half, so they do have a little more time. Hunter continuously recording that exit gate, and the exit gate is around 63%, and they were not able to finish it. The Hunter has detention, so this is starting to look very good on the side of the Hunter Hessian.
Yes, things are looking pretty good for Hishen right here, but it's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation as we, again, only need that one escape. So we've got Soyerin hanging around the dungeon area, buying a little bit of time, doing a little bit of distracting, and the Mercenary is transitioning around, looking for things, trying to make it back to that gate. We're going to have to be careful with the recordings here in order to not... Ooh, there it is! We're going to see a down. This is an unfortunate situation as we've got some more recording on the gate. Gummy, this could be a game changer. This endgame is really shaping up to be something else.
Yeah, I mean, they had all the Cypher machines primed. They had a 3-man endgame, and suddenly the Barmaid went down. The 2 survivors went for that last exit gate, but as soon as the Hunters start decoding and moving towards them, the survivors had to split up. But the Lawyer went down since this Hunter has detention, and if the Mercenary goes down, this is looking even better for the side of the Hunter. The Lawyer was able to get up, but the Hunter is catching up with the Mercenary. Blink hit, and the Mercenary is down. He does have self-heal, so they're not finished quite yet, but the Hunter has to find this Lawyer and down him quickly as possible.
Things are certainly not over. We've got Soyerin hovering around the dungeon, trying to transition out of the area. That exit gate is, in fact, almost done. We're at about 86%, but if you can't make it there, you can't make any more chunks of progress in getting that open. So we're actually going to see Hessian transition back over to Mini Blue in this general area. We do have Blink. We did have that trait swap, so we can't swap to teleport or anything, meaning if Soyerin is able to make it to that gate and open it and take that leave, we will actually be seeing this gate. But it seems that we're going to try and chair this Mercenary in this chair, not too close to the gate. I was thinking we might transition a little bit closer there, but we're going to see this recording start, and maybe Soyerin will be able to dutifully kite this out, maybe able to get this gate open in time. It's so close, Gummy, it's so close.
Yeah, it's at 96%, but the Hunter keeps blocking the Cypher, and he has found the Lawyer, so detention is out, but Lawyer is only half health, so it doesn't matter, and the Lawyer will be going down. Wow, amazing job on Hessian's side. He matched the 4-man elimination. You can see these Hunters are just working overtime. That was amazing.
Yeah, I have to check our chat now because I mean, goodness gracious, what do you react to that? And, we thought we go into this match, we think, oh, the mechanic's buying so much time. She's not carrying 3. She knows what she's doing. All she wants to do is waste enough time for this work to be distracted enough for all those ciphers to be done. And the cipher progress was really good. It was strong. That plan, that strategy was working so well. Shen was able to just get them right at that end game. And that's what Clerk does. She's really very scary to take on when you want to get those exit gates open. You've got quite a few ciphers to choose from, but only 2 exit gates. And much like Ivy, if she really wants to, she can stand next to one and pressure the other. But it's a pretty dire situation for them to be in. And they did their best, but she really did get the best of them in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the survivors were actually expecting a clerk. Okay, and if we do look at the stats here, we do have Mercenary had the most hunter containment time, very similar with Mechanic. Mechanic was the first chase, so that's understandable. And we had the most decoding on the side of Lawyer, since he is the main decoder and has that increased cipher decoding ability. And yeah, so the score is at 11-8. They were able to tie that second round, so we will be seeing a BO3. Really, again, amazing job to that clerk play. Very unexpected, but I do feel like the survivors were expecting that clerk, seeing that they brought 2 decoders, and the mechanic, when she was first saved off of basement, she did not care about getting that second hit, and she just kept decoding with that tie turner, and that was why he was able to decode that entire cipher machine. And so these survivors were really pushing the cipher machines. They were all primed by the time they got that second rescue on the barmaid, but everything started going downhill as soon as she was chaired, and both survivors were at that gate, but her kite was not long enough, so the hunter could record that exit gate. And once she started recording that exit gate, the survivors just start scrambling and trying to make a better play, but they just weren't able to.
Yes, she's my personal best friend of all time, but I do think that game really did change when that blink was swapped to, and that barmaid went down with the use of the flywheel, but the blink comes in, not able to finish that drink off. It wastes a lot of time on the survivor side. Had she been able to kite until the prime happened without taking that rescue, and the mercenary would have been on half health, it might have been a very different game, and we might have closed out that at that BO2. But we did see that sort of unfortunate situation. However, one man's loss is another man's win, and that shows you how impressive Hessian and with that reaction speed and that hitbox knowledge and knowing to wait until the flywheel's gone and knowing to make sure that you get that barmaid down before her drink is off, because if you don't, you have created a prison of your own making.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's a great thing you mentioned. And before, when she was saving, what I'm wondering is, was the body block for the mechanic worth it? Because that actually made the barmaid spend a lot of time trying to heal up, and then also went down immediately because she already had that injury. So I'm thinking maybe that body block wasn't worth it, but at that time they wanted to use the mechanic to decode her bot as much as possible. So in that sense, it was a cost and balance, and it did kind of hurt the side of the survivors.
I think that's certainly one of those things that's it could go either way. When you look at it, it buys the mechanic more time, so you're not right back to the manor, and the barmaid would have been able to maybe take that kite regardless, but then you can do your ciphers more if the clerk is more focused on chasing and eliminating that for survivors, especially in a high pressure situation. But if her cipher hadn't been done enough, I would absolutely agree and say, yeah, it might have been better to just let her go home and sit back in her manor seat. But with that, folks, we're going to cut to a quick little break, and we'll be back with our BO3, which we've earned here in this matchup, and we'll be excited to see you there.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
没忘dans sinh je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée. Perdu dans les plis de ma robe profonde, car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues, car j'étais et je danse.
We gather here today with profound admiration and fond remembrance to honor the lives of those who perished as they returned from Okinos 25 years ago. They were pioneers of science and our dearest friends and family.
March 13th, I accepted my mission. Disguised as a collector, I boarded the exploratory vessel the Isambard. Here, a taxidermist who's obsessed with all marine life.
No pushing. Next!
A cartographer who believes in the visions her father witnessed firsthand at sea. But the strangest one of all is a wealthy sponsor who keeps himself out of the media. The truth behind the tragedy 25 years ago is anything but simple. The culprit is somewhere on this ship, hiding among us.
Our destination is clear, and the route is unchanged. I believe we will all find what we seek on this journey.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable.
Hi everyone and welcome back. We're here in our BO3. Really sorry for you guys. While we were on break, Sabrina Carpenter actually sang Espresso for us, but she said she couldn't make it to the rest of chat. We're really sorry. I had a great time. Maybe she'll come to you guys later, but I know that you guys really wanted that to happen. Anyway, welcome back. So we're watching 4AW to start us off versus FT today. Gummy, we have just had the most insane match of our lives, where we watched Clerk obtain a 4-survivor elimination, which was necessary to be able to make it into this BO3 in the first place. What are your thoughts on that match? A lot of highlights to pick apart.
Yeah, I mean, so many things happened. That Clerk 4-man elimination was amazing on the side of 4AW. So in game 3, we need 4AW to win this game and make up for their points. If they tie, FT does win and they will be going to finals fighting for first and second place. If 4AW is able to tie and make up the points, they will be going to overtime, and we'll have to see what happens during overtime. But this did happen to me on the first day. They tied the overtime match as well. So then they had to check the minutes of the match. So I mean, you never know what's gonna happen. That's what happened in the overtime for EMP versus A Writer Story. So it's completely possible. We could just sit here all day just commentating matches at this point.
This is poor Sweet Gummy's casting debut, and she got hit with the overtime hammer, which happens to the best of us always. You're like, oh, this is so fun, and then you're sitting there and you want to stretch so bad, and you want to drink your water, and the lights are so bright, and they're in overtime 2 times, and it's so scary, but at least it's exhilarating. So we've, of course, maybe we'll go into overtime again today. They really have been stacking up with each other. It's been very exciting to watch them do so. So this game will only end in this first half here if Cinema Roll manages to obtain a 4 elimination. Thank you so much, Chocho, who is a saint and loves to give us information behind the scenes. The most knowledgeable girl in the world. Everyone give it up for Chocho. But we're going to be looking into this match here. Our first bands have come in besides the global bands. We're looking at Priestess and Female Dancer again. So we're learning a lot about who Cinema Roll does not like to play against.
Yeah, I mean, that is something to keep in mind because they are your potential finalists. So yeah, on the global bands, we cannot use the Wildling, Seer, Lawyer, and the Painter. And yeah, so the Painter is fine, but the Seer and Lawyer might be hurtful for the side of the survivors. We'll have to make sure that the survivors in this round do not give that 4-man elimination to Cinema Rolls, because as soon as, like you mentioned and Chocho told us, once they get that 4-man elimination, it's over for 4AW. So they just really need to make sure to survive. What we do see a lot of the time, they're giving Ivy to Cinnamon Roll. They blocked the opera singer and wax artist.
Oh, blocking the wax artist is relatively smart. But giving off that shadow once more is going to be difficult, especially as we saw in the last round. Now, this win condition is ordinarily, for most hunters, very difficult, and the survivors are usually able to obtain at least that one escape, but Cinema Roll so far has been obtaining these left and right, no problem. It's been 4 elimination after 4 elimination, and we could be looking at another one, so the stakes are pretty high, and it seems like they're going to have to bring out their best survivor lineup in order to make this 1 escape, 2 escape, 3 escape, whatever they can obtain, happen. So far we've got the cheerleader and the acrobat, which is very exciting. What are your thoughts on cheerleader and acrobat together to start us off?
Yeah, cheerleader and acrobat are incredibly good kiters. They can transition incredibly well. Cheerleader can use her pom-poms and just transition to better kiting areas. Acrobat has lots of bombs to work with the different abilities, using the white bomb with the interaction speed. And we will be on Ever Sleeping Town, we did mention. And we have the Gardener and the Mercenary. So the only thing we are waiting for is Mayopao Cinnamon Roll's pick. What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking it's very possible that we see Ivy again. If we're feeling a little adventurous and silly, I think that Dream Witch is possible if I'm remembering my lineups correctly. If not, I'm so sorry, Cinema Roll. I've completely misplaced your ability to play Dream Witch. But so against the Gardener, I'm really interested in, because ordinarily that's a character that you bring to counter the opera singer, as I'm sure most of us know. So choosing to bring the Gardener out when we've banned the opera singer is definitely a really intriguing choice on the survivor side. I do think, however, you could probably still make her work against an Ivy if you're very brave. But maybe they know some secrets about Meow Pie that we don't know, and maybe Meow Pie is really scared of the Gardener.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen in the previous matches, if it is an Ivy, that they have gotten 4-man eliminations on Ever Sleeping Town, and it does look like we will be picking the meta Hunter Ivy once again. We'll see how well these survivors try and negate this Hunter. The Mercenary is always been the stable rescuer, so very wonderful pick. Possibly the Gardener trying to time those bubbles and get when the Hunter has 100% corruption, that could really help with negating her ability. And the cheerleader can always just move quickly out of the area of the stone tablets, so that's a possibility as well.
Really interesting spawn location setup that we're running into so far. It seems that most of us have run to a corner, except for the Mercenary, who's a little bit braver than everyone else, but not brave enough to go in the middle. However, of course, Cinema Roll not falling for that, not going into the middle, and instead spawning between this, spawning at the gate area, spawning between this cheerleader and this gardener here. So what are we thinking for our most viable first chase in this situation?
Well, Gardner does have that bubble for the beginning of the match, so she can take up to 3 hits if you count the bubble. And so we could see a chase on the cheerleader since she does have that pom-pom, but she also has that decreased speed afterwards. We'll just see who the Ivy prefers at this point.
Yes, especially if you go for that gardener, you have the bonus idea of being able to put that stone tablet and that pressure with the shadow on the mercenary as well. There are 2 birds of a feather, they're flocking together, so you are able to come in and put the pressure on both of them. Instead, we're going to actually be putting the shadow pressure on this cheerleader here, and we're starting off this beautiful match. We're watching the 3rd round, first half. I'm Veronica, this is Gummy, my charming and wonderful co-caster, and we are watching, of course, Cinema Roll on this shadow here, coming in and chasing this gardener to start us off.
Yeah, she does have she recalled the ghost back to her main body. It looks like she does want to chase this gardener for the first chase. She has leeched the gardener. There is a stone tablet. She will not be going towards it, but she can see the outline of the gardener and her ghost, so she can get the 100% corruption already on the gardener. But did she got the hit on the bubble, so that's why Gardner is still at full health.
Beautiful work on the shadow side here in order to, try and get that corruption, but even better work on the gardener's side to be able to make sure that the bubble takes that damage. However, still putting some more corruption on here. Nike is going to have to transition out of this area, get away from that shadow, and pausing to be able to try and charge this bubble up, but we are actually going to see that hit before it comes into play, Gummy.
Yeah, and it looks like she will be taking the first damage. She is sending her ghost away to a different survivor, most likely to infect and try to delay that cipher progress. Meanwhile, the main body is chasing her, and she will be getting the infection onto the cheerleader and moving on to the gardener, and her main body is catching up pretty close.
Yes, this gardener has given out one of our favorite pings ever, which is Help Me, and seemingly it might be for the cheerleader to come in and motivate and try and get her some speed boosts and make sure that she's not able to go down. Unfortunately, not with enough time on the clock. We're going to see the gardener go down. Cipher progress, however, is looking really good on the survivor's side, especially because Ivy needs to get this first elimination to be able to snowball this game in her favor even further, but cheering on the cheerleader's Cipher, so able to place some pressure alongside leeching onto Shenia here.
Yeah, and a lot of the things that these survivors usually do is, even though they do have that infection near the tablet, they just continue decoding because they know the hunter isn't going to come chase them, especially when there's a survivor on the chair. And it looks like the mercenary did get the save onto the gardener with the tide turner, and the hunter is chasing the mercenary. The mercenary will be getting the hit.
Ooh, we're going to see a potential double down situation if we're able to aim up on the gardener here, able to make that damage happen and create that situation, which is really unfortunate for the survivors. Even regardless of that, the mercenary will be down and unable to decode, but we're going to see some more 100% corruption, and the gardener is going to unfortunately go down in this match with 4 ciphers remaining, but lots of progress on all remaining 4.
Yeah, one cipher machine has been completed. The hunter keeps going to that graveyard cipher and keeps infecting the survivor, trying to slow that process. And the ghost is going towards Potato, the mercenary. So the hunter is staying very busy, keeping the survivors off the ciphers and also keeping this camp on the gardener. And it looks like we have the acrobat coming in for the save here.
Yes, Acrobat being very brave today, coming into the chair in order to get this rescue off. We don't want that first survivor to be eliminated and for this match to snowball, so best situation if we make sure that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, the bomb isn't going to go off, which means that now this is going to be a little bit difficult to support the gardener even further. We are going to notice that Blink is online and has not yet been used. Neither has the flywheel, but the 2 are used in tandem, and Blink manages to win out that fist fight. So we're going to see that down on the gardener approaching, which is, even more unfortunate because we've got the acrobat and the mercenary on half health. But 2 ciphers remaining, so maybe they'll be able to push it, Gummy.
Yeah, this is looking very good and on the side of the Cypher Machine progress. The Gardener will be returning to the Manor, but the last two Cypher Machines are at 80%, so this is looking incredibly good. She will be getting that 100% corruption and down on the Acrobat. So there are one survivor with half health and one survivor with full health. They need to pop this fourth Cypher Machine so they can go for that save at the last Cypher Machine on that Acrobat. But the last Cypher Machine is in the graveyard where the Hunter kept leeching. So it's starting to look like a replay of the previous matches.
Minimal Roll does not want to give this Cypher up, knows that the survivors need it in order to make and secure this win for themselves. They have done a little bit of progress on an extra Cypher here, but that's not going to be what they totally go for. Actually, we're going to see some continued progress on that Cypher there. So it seems that they're doing the safe thing. It takes a little bit longer, but it's better for you in the end, kind of like taking cough medicine. And we're going to see them start that new Cypher and try and support this Acrobat and allow this fight to elongate, but sharing the Mercenary also on this final Cypher here while following the Acrobat with the Shadow. So stretching thin, trying to buy as much time as possible and make the survivors struggle as much as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be the first time the Mercenary is chaired, and the Acrobat in this case is the injured survivor. Hunter keeping tabs on all the Cypher Machines. Acrobat is trying to start that other Cypher at 58% while the Cheerleader is coming in for the save.
Yes, good progress on that Cypher. The Cheerleader in the area trying to rescue this Mercenary, but we're going to see pressure on the Acrobat. Force that Cypher to not be continued as much as it should be. See this Cheerleader come in, trying to get that corruption, trying to make that body block, and it works out in their favor. So the Mercenary is still on half health, and the Cheerleader is now taking a hit. However, teleporting on the Acrobat, but as we know, Cypher in the graveyard does have good progress on it if they are able to buckle down and finish it.
Yeah, and it looks like she will be trying to chase this Acrobat down, but she did get the... Oh, she'll be recalling her ghost and sending her ghost towards the graveyard Cypher, I believe, trying to make that Cypher Machine progress go less faster, but it is already primed. So this is the end game, and it looks like there will be 3 survivors available. The Cypher Machines will most likely pop when the Acrobat is ready, either has enough distance or will be taking that hit. The Ghost is hanging around. Oh, and the Cypher Machines have been popped. The Ghost is hanging around the Mercenary, I believe. And
yeah, that is the Mercenary. Potato at the exit gate trying to get that done, and Ivy doing what she does best, which is guard both gates at once. So chasing the Acrobat around the area of this gate here, and we've of course got the back gate with the Mercenary and this terrible, terrifying Shadow. However, of course, Mercenary can take one full hit before going down in the endgame with detention, but they still want to be careful in this situation. Acrobat doing a beautiful kite here at the end, as per usual. It's what you expect from Acrobats in this game. Otherwise, they disappoint you and they break your heart. But we're going to see the Cheerleader come in, trying to support at this gate here. They've got 4% on it so far, but they also have a stone tablet and the blink to pin that down on the Acrobat.
Yeah, and the Acrobat will be going down. The survivors aren't able to open up this exit gate because of this stone tablet. The Ghost is just staying there, will be teleporting right away. The Cheerleader will be using her pom-poms and getting away, and to that, she's getting a lot of distance, used her second pom-pom and was able to go to the second floor and avoid the hit from the Hunter. And the Hunter is also keeping tabs on with her main body on the Cheerleader and sending her ghost to the opposite gate where Potato, the Mercenary, has opened up the gate. So this is looking incredibly good for the side of the survivors.
Yes, with that gate open, as soon as Potato chooses to leave out through it, we have obtained what we need to obtain in order to make sure that this doesn't end the BO3 right here in this first half. We're going to see the Cheerleader attempt to open that other gate, even with the stone tablet in the way. It seems that Mercenary is still hanging out safely at that gate that he needs to be at. And we are going to see Zuishuan do some more decoding on this gate here. With the Shadow, putting another Shadow out into the field. Now, unfortunately, Mercenary has actually left the gate, which is a little bit risky, but going to try and pressure and possibly get this down. But that was beautiful. Detention was almost over, less than 5 seconds of managing to get that down on the Cheerleader.
Yeah, and the Mercenary did get that backdoor save on the Acrobats, so 2 survivors are not healthy, but they are running around. We have the Cheerleader on the chair. They may be just trying to take turns on the chair and try to get more survivors out, so it is easier for their Hunter in the later rounds. Yeah.
The more points they have, the better. So hopefully they are able to get some more escapes than just one or just two, even if they can manage to get to three. Tension is out. Things are a little bit safer for them. Potato is full health, which means that he can take 2 hits now because we're in the area where you can do that. As Tension is over, but the Acrobat will have to be a lot more careful. Maybe someone will try to transition to a dungeon, but it might be safest to actually just go for the draw at this point, Gummy, I think.
They have to get that 3-man escape because they have to tie the number of survivors from the first game. So they have to get this escape. They have to get the save. That's why the survivors are going all out, I believe.
Oh, goodness. They've created a high-stakes situation for themselves, and they're really feeding right into it. We're going to see Potato receive some more pressure in the second story area here. The cheerleader is almost eliminated, and here's the sign that it turns out we were waiting for. There's 2 motivate remaining, which means that she will be able to transition to her heart's content and hopefully make it all the way to the other gate.
Oh, Mercenary did have a item. He used the perfume and he got the save onto the cheerleader. Cheerleader is going away with his pom-pom, and the hunter has suddenly changed targets and will be getting a hit onto the mercenary. We have the cheerleader already going towards the exit gate. Will she be able to make it before the survivors arrive?
The Acrobat has left the gate. The cheerleader is on the way there. The mercenary's taking a hit. It is gaming for this dungeon. But will the cheerleader be able to get out in time? No, the blink is going to come into play, Gummy, and we're going to see a tie situation. Despite all odds, so close. They worked really hard for it, not giving up and surrendering quite yet, giving into the struggle for just a few moments, but ultimately deciding the point is moot, and that's all that we can do. But a beautiful work. A beautiful display of teamwork at the end there from those survivors trying to even things up and get a 3 escape of their own in order to, not create a terrible, terrible situation for their hunter in the upcoming round. But I mean, so very impressive. I'm trying to think of the best thing to ask you about because I feel like there are so many highlights. What are your thoughts on that map control at the end there?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to think. The survivors just did such an amazing job, especially because this is Ivy. So what my Meow Pie was trying to do was he kept infecting the Acrobat's cipher machine with the ghost so that he couldn't decode that last cipher, so that the last cipher machine won't be finished and she could just chair the survivor at that last cipher. We've seen him do this in the previous round. It was very intentional. So he was never able to prime up that last cipher machine, and he got him down and chaired the survivor. But the rebound kite was good enough and the survivors lasted enough so a new cipher machine was popped. So that's how the survivors got around that technique. And so that's why they were able to get that 2-man escape. And the survivors just did such an amazing job. That cheerleader purposely got that 100% corruption on that gate because what the hunter usually does is if survivors don't leave that corruption area and they just eat corruption, they will teleport right to you and they will get that 100% corruption right away, and they can down the survivors. So they allowed that to happen so the mercenary can get the save on the Acrobat. And
yes,
yeah,
they really did. There was a lot of that I found with what they did back and forth. It was very impressive to watch. You had that incident with the cheerleader, and you also have that with this unfortunate little misstep, I think, that's made in trying to pursue that other cipher that the Acrobat is trying to prime. In that it's not a total game changer mistake, but it's one of those things that you wonder what would have happened had you not done that. Where they're then able to work on the graveyard cipher that Cinema Roll was guarding so heavily before that point, and they do manage to prime and pop that, and sends them into their 3-man endgame, which is really impressive. We've got the statistics on the screen. Gummy, please tell me so much about Mercenary 4 rescues.
Oh wow, yeah, that was an incredible job on the mercenary with the half health, and it didn't matter because he had that delayed damage. We had the most kiting on the Acrobat, did an amazing job with those bombs and just kiting away, and he did take the kite after the cipher machines were popped. He was chaired, but he was still rescued. So yeah, amazing job with the survivors. And we do have the most decoding on the Acrobat again. So the Acrobat had the most kiting time and the most decoding. Wow, just MVP goes to Acrobat here. I just want to say at the last moment, if the cheerleader got to the gate a little faster, that dungeon would have opened and the mercenary could have escaped. So that was just like split second. It was just a few seconds more and it could have been a 3-man escape.
Yes, the blink as well, just coming in as much pressure as possible to secure that draw instead of letting that mercenary get out of the dungeon. It's one of those moments where you think, cheerleader really does have a slow ability after she uses those pom-poms, huh? Because if she had, she definitely would have been able to make it there in time, but unfortunately, couldn't. Mercenary can't even give her any OO pads because he didn't have any. He had a perfume, but she can't pick up items, so it's not really relevant anyway. But she couldn't make it there in time, unfortunately. And now we've got 13-10 to start us off with our points here. So Shosho, who is so kind and remains a gem and the best girl in the world, has informed us of our win conditions. So if we have a 4 elimination, we're going to see 4 AW win and advance right to that finals bracket. If we have anything less than that, so 1 escape, just a 1 escape, we'll see FT take home this round. So you're fighting to be able to make it right into your semifinals and then go right into your finals and fight for that IVA crown. But fortunately, for those of you who are fans of either of these teams, if they do manage to lose out, they've been doing really great in this high bracket so far, and this will be their first time in the lower bracket, and they will still have a chance to be able to make it back up and make it to those finals for a little rematch.
Wow, so, okay, I did get a little confused. So in the first round, FT got 1 escape. So the side of the survivor 4AW was trying to get more survivors out, so it'll be less pressure on the hunter. Yeah, so now that the hunter has to get 4-man elimination in order to win, and anything else, FT wins. So the pressure is on 4AW hunter. We'll have to see who the survivors on FT ban and who Hessian will pick. We did see the 4-man elimination with Clerk. That was very unexpected. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see what this hunter is planning to do for this 3rd round.
I'm interested to see what the survivors are going to do as well. I'm always really interested in what the survivors are doing because there are 4 of them. That's really the only reason. You have so many more minds to pick apart and team comps and whatnot. But as FT proved to us last time, they're really very capable of picking an unconventional comp in order to pursue, trying to get those minimal win conditions. So I'm thinking it's totally possible that they will either go back on that because it didn't work as well that time, or they'll double down on it and pick even more unconventional, like bulky survivors or interesting survivors that may prove difficult for whoever comes out onto the field. And I'm really interested to see which one they do. We could see a mercenary again, and we could see like a big bulky forward, and we could see people who can sort of survive. You could take barmaid, doctor, and don't do this, by the way. This is a hypothetical. This is a terrible team comp that I'm proposing to you. You could take a barmaid, and you could take a doctor, and you could take a psychologist, and you could say, you can't down me, I can heal myself. And you could, take that and take that into your end game to try and get that 1 escape. But we'll see what they do. You could go all decoder, you could go all meta. It really depends. And I'm clearly, as I've just elaborated on for a million minutes, very excited to see what they're going to do there, Gummy.
Yeah, so it does look like they will be bringing Hessian out on the side of the hunter for 4AW. Yeah, this is the last round. There is not going to be any overtime. It will be decided in this round. So yeah, I mean, the 4-man elimination, incredible pressure on Hessian. What we do see happening for survivors during this time is sometimes they play it too safe and they end up giving the 4-man elimination. So the survivors have to be very careful. They have to aim high just in case. Like what we saw with the Clerk, they tried to negate it by having that enough cipher machines decoded by the end game when there was the 3rd survivor chaired, but that ended up not working in their favor, and Clerk just really changed the entire tide of the game at that last moment, so with those fast down on that barmaid. So we'll just have to see it, and it looks like we will be playing on Ever Sleeping Town. Our global bans are going to be the cheerleader, acrobat, lawyer, and mercenary. So your best decoder and rescuer are not going to be available for this next round.
This is very unfortunate, and we're going to see a ban on the female dancer and the barmaid, both characters that I play, so I can yap at everyone about them. Dancer is phenomenal on Ever Sleeping. There are a lot of areas in which she can set up her boxes to support her teammates. Furthermore, there are 2 whole second-story buildings, which means that that drop-down speed boost that she receives is extremely useful on this map, and she can be a force to reckon with in chasing her, or chasing anyone in areas that she's loaded up with blue slow boxes. You will start to see that color in your nightmares at that point, I think. And it's always very interesting. I think, you know, my joke theory is that hunters ban Dancer because they hate breaking the pallets and breaking her boxes, and they just don't want to. Like, they can, but they don't want to, so why not ban her? And then you don't even have to think about it. It's a dream come true. She can't even come onto the field. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to select for their Survivor lineup here.
Yeah, it does look like they will definitely be banning the opera singer and Ivy for Ever Sleeping Town. They do still have Clerk open, but Clerk was very good on that match in Sacred Heart Hospital. So we'll see if he is comfortable with bringing Clerk to this matchup. He does still also have Anne to work with. And so the survivors, they were able to pick Priestess. Priestess is very strong on Ever Sleeping Town, so that's a great pick for the side of the survivors. And they also were able to pick Antiquarian, so that's also an incredibly good harass hider survivor. So the lineup for the side of the survivors are looking incredibly good.
Yes, it seems like they're going with Plan A, which is play the bulkiest, most meta survivors you possibly can, who are good for a reason, and you're about to remind us why. But the Priestess and the Antiquarian coming out to play is very impressive. Heshen apparently has listened to... Hello, First Officer. Heshen apparently has listened to my horrific idea about letting every person who can heal just be on the team. And we're not allowed to do that now, so Barmaid and Psychologist have been banished from the field. But we will be seeing this First Officer take the road. And that really does bring us to Plan A. First Officer is in some cases, not all obviously, but certainly in some cases, preferable to the Mercenary, which is a very impressive feat to obtain, considering the Mercenary has been the rescue, the it girl, the guy in a hood for the last million years. So you'll have that pocket watch on the field, that quick little tide turner, and that'll be really good. We've also been seeing a lot of coordinator bans, which is really interesting, and I really want to know which coordinator traumatized the hunters today with her little gun stun. Like, Gummy, I'm desperate to know.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of coordinators doing an amazing job stunning and kiting, so it's completely understandable. Seeing that there are so many healers banned, there is a possibility that it's going to be a Dream Witch, because a lot of the healers negate Dream Witch, so she may just be banning that, and it looks like the survivors notice the hunters' dislike for healers, so they will be bringing in the Doctor. Doctor also did get that buff where her healing progress doesn't get restarted every time she gets a new hit, so it'll start right off where she left off, even though she gets a normal hit or a chip hit. So we'll see how the Doctor buff will really play out for the TF survivors.
Veteran players are all the same if you think about it. The Doctor and the Gardener can be the same woman if you want them to be, Gummy. That's totally okay. We're going to see, the Gardener, or I've done it too now. Look what you've done. The Doctor on the field is going to be really exciting to watch because she's really hit or miss. I have faith in them. I always have faith in these teams. I want to support them to the best of my ability. And I always have that optimistic outlook that, maybe they'll win. Maybe the Hunter will win. It's anyone's game. They can do anything. But Doctor is a really interesting character because she definitely has her strengths, especially if we're playing against a Dream Witch. But, you don't ban a Doctor before you ban Barmaid and Psychologist, and she is ordinarily a sort of last-ditch effort. But I think Kuro, who casts tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, on the schedule, recently was talking about how Doctor might be good now, so... she might be coming up and becoming viable, especially with that buff that you mentioned, where, Doctor can now sort of, teleport Orb Boy. We're gonna see the Hermit come onto the field in Ever Sleeping Town, Gummy. Please tell me how you feel about Hermit being here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely healers are negate Hermit, so Hermit is going to it could have been Dreamwitch, but it was the Hermit, and the cipher progress is just going to be incredibly hard for the survivors. What we have seen to help cipher progress is instead of going for the ciphers that are connected by the Hermit, the survivors just go straight for the connected ciphers, and they do have that cipher transfer, so they just decode those 5 ciphers that are already connected instead of looking for that disconnected cipher, and they try to cipher rush in that way. So that is one of the ways that the survivors try to negate the Hermit.
Yes, that'll be really interesting to see. They've put him in a corner. Nobody puts Baby in a corner. And all that's not Baby. They've placed the Hermit in a corner, and he likes it there. So now he's got his pick of the crop. He can chase the Doctor. He can chase the Priestess. He can chase the First Officer. The Antiquarian's out of the way. Sometimes not the favorite to chase, considering she hits you with a stick, and that might also hurt your feelings. But more importantly, doesn't allow you to hit her in that time period. So we're going to see what that choice is. Now, I think personally, if I were Heshen in this situation, I would go for the Doctor, because then you can't just get on those ciphers and take that Kiter's charge and, do all of that healing and tank all of that damage. And in chasing the Doctor, Hermit does, of course, have that stun ability. She can't heal with him if he's really on top of it.
Yeah, I definitely think Doctor is the best pick. If these survivors do decide to share the damage, and only Doctor will be healing herself. So the survivors will keep eating damage, Doctor will keep healing herself, because she does need that time to actually heal herself. So the survivors do have to share damage at some point. So the Doctor is definitely one of the best chases. I mean, trying to chase Priestess with all her portals going through all the buildings, going back and forth, is going to be very challenging, even if you do have the teleport orb. And the First Officer, it's gonna be hard to even land a charge if you don't even know where the real body actually is, and it's gonna also be hard to land a charge or try to go against the Antiquarian with her stuns.
Because First Officer could be very scary and very unfriendly, but we're going to do what was advised, and we're going to go right for this Doctor. So kiting in the graveyard area, which is going to be a little bit difficult because there are a lot of pallets to work with. There is a lot of ways to hide here, but actually we're going to see Heshen transition away from the Dr. Gummy and instead try to chase Boy.
Yeah, so it looks like Priestess will be taking the first kite for now, already using a portal and getting away from the 2 cipher machines at the corner. She will be going to the second story. She will get... Oh, she did not get the stun. So she is still free. She does have the red charge on, but she wasn't able to get that blue charge. Waiting at the window here, and the Hunter will be dropping down as soon as she goes and takes that vault, and she will be using her second portal to enter back into the middle of the map.
Ooh, that was very close. I was very frightened. We're going to see that stun finally go off. We're going to see a hit on the Priestess for the first time. However, because damage is being shared and the Priestess had a charge, it's not too difficult thus far. Another beautiful portal from the Priestess. However, we are running out of resources here and currently none to work with until another charge is up. We're going to see blue charge. The First Officer is going to share that damage with her. We're going to see another hit on the Priestess, who fortunately isn't down yet because Cipher Progress is not looking too hot.
Yeah, and it looks like she is just going to have to raw kite this because she doesn't have any portals left. She does have a blue charge on her. The Doctor could possibly change to shared damage, and she's just kind of stuck in this corner, trying not to get that red charge so that she won't be stunned. She was able to... Oh, unfortunately, she'll be getting the hit. She did avoid that red charge, but sidestepping, she ended up running into the Hunter, and she got the hit on the Hunter, and this will be the first time the Priestess is chaired.
Fortunately, we're going to see a cipher that's almost done so far, but the other ones, they're still working on them. They're doing their best in this difficult situation. The Hermit doing a genius move, which really good Hermits always do, which is to disconnect the ciphers right before they get dead down in order to prevent other survivors from swapping their charge to try and protect their kiter a little bit more. Fortunately, we are going to see that the First Officer has been healed up, which means that he can come in for this rescue without much fear. Just kidding. Mini Blue is going to get teleport orbed on, and we're going to make it so that potentially this rescue could be over half.
Oh, but he was able to get that hit. Yeah, just before half, and with Tide Turner, so this Priestess is able to kite again. She's stuck in this 2 pallet area using that teleportation or stun, and she will be getting a hit, but she did get that shared damage, so she will be moving and kiting inside the graveyard.
Beautiful portal from the priestess so far. You can tell that Koi is really comfortable placing these down, but we've got another orb from the hermit, and the warp is going to bring him right over to her, and he's going to be able to get that down. The basement is actually in the area if Heshen wants to choose to be so very hostile and very difficult about this chair, and it seems that we will be, especially in a situation where we are aiming for a 4 elimination. This is probably ideal, especially with the priestess being the one in the basement. You don't have to be scared of that situation in which she portals down. You don't know where the survivors are. They've been rescued. They've exited through the portal, which could be very frustrating. So narrowly avoiding that tram hit, unfortunately. And we're going to see some pressure be put on the survivors who are currently working on their ciphers and simply choosing to sell.
Ooh, and she teleported right. I mean, used the orb to teleport right into second story. Amazing aim, and it looks like she will be chasing Adi. And will there be, it looks like the priestess did expire, so this is a 3-man, and Antiquaria will be taking a hit here. She does have the red charge on her, and she is trying to transition away to the corner of the map.
Yes, Adi is going to try and get some heals off, but as we mentioned before, Hermit can negate this by getting this charge on and getting a stun. However, not getting that stun off, and fortunately, because a lot of this is closer to chip damage and invisible damage, Doctor's able to heal it up really quick. It doesn't count as 2 heals. And it goes by a lot faster, especially with the priestess on the team, unfortunately eliminated. Now, you get that little buff and healing for everybody. However, we're actually going to see Heshen transition, try and put some more pressure on these ciphers and head back to this 2-story area.
Yeah, and we have the Antiquarian waiting by the window, expecting the hunter to come up. She already vaulted down, and the hunter will be following her closely. Mini Blue was able to pop that cipher machine, and the hunter is going to use his orb to get right close to her, and she'll be getting some stuns in.
Missing some of those, which is really unfortunate resources-wise, but we've got 2 ciphers remaining, and we do only need a 1 escape. So Soyerin has managed to get 1 little hit off, and hopefully we'll be able to kite another day. Heshen is continuing on the chase here, trying to pressure these survivors as much as possible by swapping target. We're going to see a little bit of speed from the stick there. The Antiquarian, however, has to be careful because Warp, which is very quick, by the way, is back online for the Hermit to use.
Oh yeah, and she will be getting a wonderful stuns as soon as the hunter utilized warp. So amazing timing on that. Oh, and another stun. Wow, she's just doing an amazing job kiting this hunter. She is all stunned here, but the hunter is stunning her once again and will be hitting her and getting her down. The cipher machines are not quite ready. 3 cipher machines have been completed, but the basement is here.
This is a really unfortunate situation. Heshen is going to get that 2nd basement chair. That's 2 in a row, boys. Everyone clap and cheer. But Heshen is going to be getting that basement chair once more. We're going to see the Antiquarian sit in this little chair in the basement, and with no resources left to utilize either, Gummy. So they want a 3-person endgame. They can come out, and it seems that that's what they'd like to obtain. Mini Blue is taking the long way to come into this chair. Gonna have to be careful, make sure the Alva doesn't notice, but he has! Hermit is on the chase, and the pocket watch is in use.
Oh, and then he ran into the charge and got the stun, and he will be getting a hit while he's trying to make it to the basement. The cipher machines are primed, but he is still quite far away. He did use his pocket watch one more time. He has to be very careful when trying to drop down and get into his basement. Hunter already dropped down. Dropping down after the hunter, so getting that secured down, but will be taking a hit here. Cipher machines have been popped, and he will get the save onto the Antiquarian, but they're still in basement.
Yes, the first officer has been down. The ciphers have been connected for the exit gates, but the Antiquarian, as we mentioned, has no resources left to utilize. We're going to see some shared damage here, but it's not enough. The Antiquarian is already on half health, can't take a detention hit. However, Gummy, Doctor is working on this cipher machine, and if she's able to make it out of the gate, the game's fate has already been decided. It seems, though, that Heshen is going to try and teleport over to this gate. Teleports so far have been really good. Actually, we're going to use Warp. I lied. And we're going to see Adi come and get a stun here. And now the first officer has gotten back up, but Heshen knows exactly where he is.
That's correct, and he does have warp. Before it closes, he will be able to go closer to him, and the doctor is going to be chaired. She does have self-heal, but the hunter doesn't want to let these survivors go. Hunter trying to make his way to the opposite exit gate before the first officer can get out. This is looking incredibly scary for both the hunter and survivor. He has to be able to find the first officer, but it doesn't look like he's able to locate him quite yet.
Officer hiding out, trying to make things a little more safe for himself. Detention, of course, still on the clock. If we're able to maybe find a syringe in a chest and heal up, we might be looking at a good little one escape. But the dungeon in the area, and Mini Blue, who's trying to transition over, we're going to see that Heshen now has triggered tinnitus, knows that he's in the area, knows the dungeon is here, and it's only a matter of until he gets that stun and gets this down, Gummy.
He does have a pocket watch to utilize, but he has to be careful really not to get this charge, and he has to wait till the doctor is returned to the manor, but he's slowly gonna run out of his pocket watch, so he has to be very careful, trying to stay away from the hunter. Hunter still has detention, and even if his detention runs out, the doctor is out, the dungeon is gonna open, the pocket watch is there. He got the stun.
Are we going to see it?
Oh, he's going to his face. Oh my goodness.
Congratulations to Future on your win here. My goodness, we were very scared for you at the end. Impressive plays from start to finish on both the Hunter and Survivor sides. 4AW definitely putting up a fight right at the end there, Gummy. My goodness.
I mean, he finally got the stun on the first officer right on the dungeon, but he wasn't able to get the hit on the officer, so officer just barely got away. Wow, just an amazing fight between these two teams. I don't know what else to say. Wow, congratulations, FT. You will be moving on to the finals, fighting for first and second place. And just amazing job. These two teams, 4AW and FT, haven't lost a single game until now. So FT still hasn't lost a single game. And just wow, yeah.
They've secured their placement there. They're going to be able to progress right in and make it into that final there. Cinema roll in our best deduction. We've got Ivy in the background, and no wonder. What a beautiful play. What a beautiful display of being able to utilize this very difficult character who's extremely strong as soon as you're confident and ready and raring to go. And this has been phenomenal. I mean, congratulations to FT. 4AW fans, of course, you will be able to still see them in the lower bracket against whoever wins in our next matchup, which we will be heading into after we finish up our little chit chat here and update you guys on all that's going on and give out our finest congratulations to everyone. But we will be seeing EMP versus IVE, and whoever manages to take that one home gets to go against our very talented 4AW here. Jeez, here are our stats. Gummy, tell me so much about them.
Yes, I love stats. The Hunter containment time on the side of Priestess, 106 seconds, and that was an amazing job. She utilized all her portals, got away, and she stayed away from all the Cypher machines. She didn't run into any of the survivors, so just incredible job on that. Amazing job getting the saves onto the Priestess. And on the side of the decoding, we see the Antiquarian did the most decoding process. We didn't see her coming in for the harass as much as I would have liked to see, trying to keep that Priestess alive, but they only needed to get that one man. So instead of trying to harass and trying to keep that Priestess alive, she did choose to just decode and finish up the last ciphers. So yeah, amazing job. And of course, this is a hermit, so all the survivors are gonna have lots of decoding process, but yeah, and amazing job on just wow.
Sometimes all you can say is a good wow of shock and awe. We've got such close points here at the end as well. We're seeing 14 and 13. They really were cutting it right next to each other up until the very last moment. So I'm exhilarated. Gummy's exhilarated. We're running out of words. We're so entranced. I think, though, with the Antiquarian harassment, had she come in, it might not have been too good, considering the Hermit could the shared damage on the two of them and then just like double smack the poor priestess doing her best.
Yeah, oh, and I'd like to mention, when the Hunter chaired the cheerleader, was it the cheerleader? Oh, the third survivor, and he was waiting for the first officer. He would have known. Oh, the doctor. Sorry. He would have known if the first officer touched that cipher, because he would have gotten a charge. He was already at the opposite exit gate, so that's why the first officer couldn't open up that exit gate. And once the Hunter realized he's not going to open up that exit gate, the Hunter just went and looked for the dungeon, because that was the only option left. So yeah, exciting matches here. We will take a quick break so everyone can calm down a little and we'll be back soon.
Hi guys, I'm Lavie.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play Identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hanging out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light color inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall lah.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you were on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 Cypher machines.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Xuân Thu.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to IVA. I'm Veronica. I'm here with the lovely, charming, wonderful Gummy, who's been here with me today, putting up with my little jokes, adding some analytical points to all of the silliness that I want to share with you. I've had some fun time with you guys in chat in between breaks, so nice to see you guys again. I'm on the screen. I can't secretly message you anymore. It's very gutting. But I have more exciting news, which is that we're actually moving into our lower bracket for today. So these teams have been clawing their way up from being tossed down from the higher bracket, which we just finished. If you're tuning in just now, we've just seen a win for Future, who will now be progressing into the finals, which we will see tomorrow. And we are actually going to be watching EMP go up against IVE. The winner of this match will take on the loser of last match, which is 4AW. And we learned a little bit frightening to take on. So, Gummy, how do you feel about the teams that we have upcoming in this lower bracket matchup?
Okay, so we have IVE versus EMP. And if we look at, so they first played against 2GT, they won that match, but they lost when they were playing against FT. And so they went back to lower brackets and they won a Writer Story. I'm talking about IVE, the team, sorry.
Yeah.
And so they were able to make it up to the semi-final brackets. And for the EMP, they won their first game against a Writer Story. They went overtime, it was crazy. And then they lost against 4AW. And then they went back up because they won against GH. And we also have notes from Chocho about the teams. Would you like to introduce them?
Yeah, of course. Chocho shared some sort of qualifying points with us earlier about some of the stuff that they've done. So EMP consists actually of ex-members of Team GH. So they made a huge statement yesterday when they were able to best GH and sort of prove, this is one half of the team, that's another half of the team. Allegedly, we are the stronger characters. We've done what we can do. So that was really interesting to watch them be able to achieve. It was really a huge statement and very impressive. Alongside that, we've got IVE, which is so close to IVA, and I think that's wonderful, and if they win, it will be poetic. But we've got them, and they are Singaporean and Malaysian survivors. They also have ex-members from FT and 4AW, and they've got a Thai hunter. So they've got a lot of diversity in their ranks, hopefully by bringing all of Southeast Asia together. Well, not all, but you know what I mean. I'm exaggerating. Maybe by bringing a bunch of Southeast Asia together, they'll be able to win IVA and best out all the other sea regions with their diverse minds from their different places of representation. They're pretty newly formed, but they're highly skilled and they are, known from other teams already. So they're not going to be easy to best.
Yeah, a lot of ex-members in this team lineup, which is very interesting. We'll see who they end up matching up in the finals. It's going to be a lot of fun. If we do talk about the survivors and what they are usually their roles. First, talking about IVE survivors, we usually see Yuki as the kiter of the team, and we see PP as the rescuer. He plays Wildling Merc and Gamekeeper in the matches that we've seen. So we could expect him to be the rescuer, unless they suddenly change up the lineup like they did in the previous match, and I was caught completely off guard. I was like, I'm not prepared for this one. But anyways, yeah, and then they have Izana. He's the harasser and also kiter because he plays Chord, Prospector, Acro, Magician. And then we have Run Buliao, who is the kiter. He plays lots of patient, lawyer, cheerleader, puppeteer, a lot of different survivors. We actually do get to see more survivor ranges in these two teams because they played more matches. So yeah, we were able to see a much more wide range of survivors. So that would be interesting.
Considering their track history with doing a bunch of matches, we may be looking at a BO4. They may go into overtime because they seemingly are all really good at it. So we're going to see what happens there. They're very promising, good lineup so far that you've shared with us. Nice to have a kiter and a rescuer and have someone who can fill all of those roles in your teams. Especially their hunter, as far as I remember, is actually the last that we checked, the last we were told, the first opera singer on the Asia server, which is an impressive feat. And we have seen some opera singer today, and we will probably see some more. And it's looking like Haejeon is going to be able to really impress us with those skills today. So let's hope the other survivors are ready to take that on.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of different hunters from Haejeon. We had the opera singer, clown, Ivy, breaking wheel, geisha, and night watch. So we have a large pool of hunters he plays, and we could be expecting even different hunters for this round. We'll have to see. Yeah, and if we do introduce the survivors for EMP, we have Zhao Khan, who is usually their kiter. And this is the team that played the most matches. So there was let me count. They've played 10 matches.
Wow.
So yeah, because they've got to overtime. So yeah, they have let me first explain it. So Zhao Khan, I have so much things to say.
So many.
Is the kiter. And then we have Skyfall is usually the rescuer of the team. He played Wildling 3 times, First Officer 3 times. So yeah, he's the rescuer. And then we have Marant, who is the kiter, harasser, and the support. And this is a title for the second matchup of the day, IVA versus EMP. And going back to explaining about the survivors. So we have Marant actually played the most number of characters, so the least on repeat. He played 8 different survivor characters, so you don't see that happening very often. Yeah, he only repeated the Antiquarian and the Puppeteer. He only played Antiquarian twice and Puppeteer twice. Oh, can you introduce the team and their pictures?
Yeah, of course. We've got Gummy, who's been so kind as to tell us some little facts about these players thus far. But here they are with their chosen representatives, and Prospector is very popular with them, as we've gotten 2 of him. That's right, everyone. Double Prospector. One of them could be Fool's Gold, but it's not. We're going double Survivor. So we've got Izana, who's got Prospector as representative. We've got PPX. Everyone knows PPX. So we've got that on the painter. We've got Haejeon on the Disciple here in the image, which is really interesting considering the large pool that we were just told about. Panda also with the Prospector, Shirayuki with that entomologist there, and Ron with the mechanic showing up with us again. Mechanic is delightful. I think that she just is such a nostalgia spot that she's hard to let go of, especially for older tournament players.
Yeah, I mean, Mechanic was broken at that time. I already said this in my interview. I don't want to bore everyone by saying it again, but since we do have the time, she can just do so much with her bot. Even when she's chaired, she's just so useful. We've seen that even though she was nerfed incredibly hard, we saw in that Clerk gameplay that the Cypher progress was incredibly fast. They did also have the lawyer, so that could have been one of the reasons why. But yeah, she's still tournament viable, I guess, even though they did get that 4-man elimination. So
yes,
yeah,
absolutely. On the other side of the tracks, we've got EVM. So we're looking at Emperor here, Marant, who's been represented by that wonderful wildling. We've got Zhao Khan, who's been represented by that fast forward. We've got Moby, who's being represented by that sparkling sculptor. I'm trying really hard to keep the adjectives going. Wish me luck. We've got Glucose on the whimsical wax artist. We've got Skyfall on the first officer, and we've got GT3 on the sparkling sea. I'm just going to repeat the same ones, I guess. But that being said, they've been really good so far. They've been phenomenal to watch. They've been performing really well. Of course, again, they beat out GH, who some of them are former members of, and watching Glucose as a hunter has been really exciting thus far. They did manage to obtain a 4 elimination with Opera Singer on GH, so it seems like we're looking at 2 bulky Opera Singers today. And then I think played Naiad twice as well yesterday.
Yes.
And they also bring out the Puppeteer, who is really viable against that Opera Singer.
Yeah, Puppeteer is a new survivor that has been doing incredibly well, so it's always fun to watch. He can get up to 4 hits if he times his puppet well, and there is that cooldown, so he does have to be careful. And we've seen him use that puppet to get to dungeon. So with that fast speed on the puppet, he was able to get that dungeon escape in yesterday's matches, I believe. So that was exciting to watch. And so yeah, we hope to see more Puppeteer in this round. And just for the information, I didn't talk about the Survivor GT3. She usually is the kiter and the support of the team. She plays a lot of entomologists, psychologists, and lawyers. So yeah, entomologist does a lot of kiting, and she actually does negate a lot of the hunters. So it has been very interesting to see entomologists doing very good in this tournament. And on the side of the hunter, as you mentioned, Glucose does play Naiad. He played it twice, and he played Opera Singer 4 times. So that probably means he is using Opera Singer as his first pick for the games. And we also saw him playing Bonbon, Ivy, Nightwatch, and Gamekeeper. So also similar to Hetian, we have a very large pool of the characters that this one player plays. So this is very exciting to see. There's so many options. I mean, the survivors also have a very large range of characters. At this tournament, since there are so many different bands, you have to be able to play, I mean, like if you look at Marant, you have to at least be able to play 8 survivors.
Yeah,
or
you
a
should
little less,
actually
probably.
be able to play all of the survivors in the game, or they actually kick you out of the tournament. Like they test you in the test, like the practice rounds, and then you're not allowed to play if you can't play every single survivor. But we're going to come in. We're on the Lakeside Village. We've actually banned out this Puppeteer, which is really wise. So it's likely we're looking at that Opera Singer. We've got the Antiquarian on ban as well. You don't really want to see either of those, especially when your whole thing is sneaking up on survivors and then smacking them because they can't get away from you because they have no ability to. But that Puppeteer can negate those hits, and that Antiquarian can smack with that stick and get that stun, and then you can't, and it's a difficult situation, and everyone hates it here. Oh my goodness. But we've got the Gardener and the Patient coming in, so my fingers are crossed that we get to see the lovers together, and we'll also see the Psychologist in this lineup, but maybe not. Everything's fickle. We don't know. We all have dreams. We're going to see the Seer get banned out next, so there's hope for that Psychologist, but instead, actually, the Coordinator finally coming out on the field, and maybe we'll learn what makes her so scary.
Yeah, and these are the survivors you usually pick in order to counter the Opera Singers. So, so far the lineup is looking great, and choosing the Gardener first round first pick is the best because Gardener is usually useful to the Opera Singer, and she will be in the global ban. So once you use up Gardener, she isn't much use. She has been used before, as we've seen in our previous match, but she isn't as useful. So she isn't picked as much after the Opera Singers. So yeah, choosing Gardener first isn't bad strategy-wise, and it looks like they will be choosing Mercenary for their last survivor.
We're going to see an ban on that first officer, maybe entirely because of that dungeon escape that we just saw. But we're going to see Mercenary come in. At this point in the matter, they're kind of equal in their power, and it's nice to see, Merc got some competition. So we're loading in properly. Yuki's going to be on the Gardener. PP is going to play the Mercenary. Izana is on that Coordinator, and Run by Liao is going to be playing that Patient. So Glucose is going to surprise us with an Opera Singer. Gummy, who's the hunter, and why is it Opera Singer?
Oh, because she's broke.
Very good.
And she's an incredibly fast hunter, so it's just very hard playing against Opera Singer. You can't really use Flywheel because you can't really time her hits. She can just wait 1 millisecond and then just use and then swing, and she will still get that down. So it's incredibly hard to predict her movements. She can also leave the chair and just come back to her remnant. So there isn't much loss for her. If you chair near a cipher machine, you basically can't even decode that cipher machine. And since she's so fast and she gets back and forth so much, these survivors just have to try to stay alive as much as possible. That's why they do have the Coordinator. She is an excellent kiter, but she also gives the potential for rebound kite if she does use her stun gun. And in this tournament, we have seen that Coordinator has been actually getting her stuns, unlike Koa, where we saw a lot of misses. But yeah, these are our spawn points.
I love spawn points. We're going to be putting another hunter in the corner, this time with Glucose choosing to spawn in the cornfield area near that gate there. So Coordinator will be safe on her boat, but there's a potential that her cipher may actually be locked, if not the one a little bit further out closer to the gate there. It's anyone's game, depending on where they spawn. But that being said, we've got the Gardener in the shack, we've got the Mercenary outside the little boat there, and we have the Patient sort of right in the heart of it. So this is going to be really interesting to see happen. I think that there's a lot of potential here. If I were Glucose, I would chase the patient, but I don't play Opera Singer, so don't ask my opinion on who I'd chase. Let's ask Gummy because she's the expert. Our first chase here.
Yeah, I mean, Patient is an excellent chase, and he does counter her, but if she can get the hit on him before he uses his hooks, it could be a good chase. We also do have the Gardener. If she doesn't time her second bubble, the first bubble is already on there, so she doesn't have to care about timing that first bubble. She can get free pallets and free window vaults, but she has to be really careful to time that second bubble in order to get that a long enough kite. So it just depends on who the Opera Singer prefers. Do you want to hit the survivor 3 times, or do you want to try to chase this survivor that keeps using the hook and transitioning all over the map? You're obviously not going to chase the mercenary. We have seen Opera Singers go closer to the mercenary, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, you can pressure him, but chasing him might be a little bit too much to bite off into. I'm Veronica, I'm here with Gummy. We are starting off IVE versus EMP in the lower bracket of IVA today to decide who is going to progress further into our final 4 here and who's going to land 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got the Gardener in the shack area currently vaulting around. We still have that bubble to utilize, as Gummy mentioned. It is there. The first one is free. You just gotta pay for the second one, folks. So we're going to see a vault from the Opera Singer here, who's going to continue chase on this Gardener, who's doing a beautiful job so far with Blue.
Yeah, she's really reserving that pallet for a little later, trying to get as much out of this Opera Singer as possible, just buying a lot of time. She's been circling this window for quite some time, and the Hunter still hasn't got a swing, and the Gardener still has that bubble to use, so she's at a very good place right now. We'll be finally dropping that pallet down to ensure that she does have enough distance.
We're going to see our first hit come off right when the bubble goes down, but fortunately the Gardener may be able to deal out another one if there's enough time. Glucose, however, catching up really quickly, using that blink but missing that hit. However, as Gummy mentioned before we got into the match, you miss a swing, you do another one right away, and you're able to get that down. Now also, unfortunately, going to be near the Coordinator's Cypher. She doesn't come in with the gun in order to get that save, but she does leave the area for a moment. It's possible that she's going to transition to boat and work on this Cypher instead, but Glucose seems to see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, amazing job on the side of Glucose, just waiting out that bubble and just taking her time. She didn't have to down the Gardener that quickly, since she did have that shield, and it looks like she will get a hit onto the Coordinator, and Coordinator will be trying to make her way to the chair. She is at quite a distance, did stun the Hunter, and she made it to the chair.
We are going to see that rescue go off, and 2 ciphers have popped, as we know, because the dungeon has appeared right under our feces. So we're going to see the Opera Singer continue on this chase here, going to break this pallet, and we are going to watch this Gardener attempt to continue to run away and buy as much time as possible. That teleport is set up, though, Gummy, so it's a dangerous situation. Gardener not falling for that mind game and transitioning to the next pallet.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are kiting on this Cypher machine, so they won't be able to progress it, but she's doing an excellent job, and she will run into the Hunter with that pallet ball, and she will be going down. She has contained the Hunter very well in this corner because it was very hard for her to transition, but amazing job with that kite, really bought some more time. The Cypher machines aren't looking too good, but we do have 2 Cypher machines completed and 2 Cypher machines around over 60%. So the survivors are just doing what they can in this situation, and it does look like the mercenary is coming in for the save here.
Hello, Mercenary, coming in, going to try and body block for this Gardener here, but Gardener attempting to get that bubble off, and Gummy, it doesn't go. We're going to see that down happen on the Gardener here with that last effort. Now we just have to wait that out. However, Cypher progress, they're finishing up that 3rd one. They're going to have 2 remaining soon, hopefully. This is still not a good situation. Gardener actually transitioning over to the basement, buy as much time as possible for the survivors. However, Glucose is going to cheer outside now. This is a good decision, not going all the way into the basement saves a little bit of time on Glucose's end. However, with this chair now being used to send the Gardener back to the manor, it might cause small problems in the endgame if Glucose were to want to chair on that back gate there. However, that's the future, and this is the now, and Glucose is transitioning over to the big boat with a swap to teleport to chase this mercenary.
Yeah, and it looks like Mercenary will be taking the next kite that the Hunter saw the Cypher machine wiggling, and she decided to take that teleport, but it was unfortunately the mercenary at full health using his elbow pads, and he is getting the distance he needs, but Hunter has just caught up so quickly, getting that hit onto the mercenary trying to transition away, and it looks like he will be trying to keep himself alive a little longer with this one pallet. Oh, and the terror shock! He threw down the pallet on the wrong side and tried to vault it, but the Hunter caught up right away, and the mercenary will be going down. This will be his first chair.
Fortunate situation for the mercenary, who was doing pretty okay up until that point. Little changes like that can cause great changes to the outcome of the game, potentially. We'll see what that means for the future as we watch Glucose transition over to the Shack Cipher, which we see run by Liao working on. So this patient, who has 3 hooks, fortunately, is hanging out near this cipher trying to get it done. Glucose, however, forced to transition back to the mercenary's chair in order to guard it, as the coordinator is actually in the area and ready to put up a fight by coming to this chair. Good friend.
Yeah, she got that hit and she got the save onto the mercenary. Thankfully, no terror shocks. Hunter is planning to get another attack onto the coordinator. Coordinator doing a very good job mind gaming at these pallets, getting back to a remnant, and she was able to avoid that hit, and the Hunter will have to break one of the pallets here since these pallets are working in favor for the coordinator. Coordinator unfortunately will be going down, but the mercenary was able to get away.
Beautiful job from the coordinator there on that kite in the mind game, but unfortunately going down like we all do eventually, and we're going to see Glucose currently transition back over to another cipher. Now, fortunately, we've only got one remaining. Now, we've finished the one in Shack. The one outside of Shack is what we're trying to push now, considering the progress on it, but Glucose is all over the place trying to get this down, trying to put pressure on this patient. The mercenary's actually healed himself up as the coordinator's still on the ground, meaning Gummy, they're not pressuring the ciphers.
Yeah, they were concentrating on healing and getting that yeah, and then sorry.
We're going to see Glucose continue to chase the patient around. Run by Liao here is going to transition closer to the windmill, but we're actually going to see Glucose then change attention back. An interesting thing, if you'll notice, the mercenary is juggling 2 items. He's got a mechanic's doll, and he's got 1 elbow pad. So we'll see what he does with those. One of those, of course, could be able to heal himself up again. And the other one we are going to see him most probably kite with. Sana will be the mark of the prey once more, and we're going to see this coordinator take on another kite. Not a lot of pallets to utilize in this area, which is very unfortunate, but there are those 2 windows at least.
Yeah, and he will get a hit onto the coordinator, and coordinator will be going down for the second time. They just need to pop 1 cipher machine, and all 3 last ciphers have significant progress, but they aren't able to prime 1 cipher machine. The cipher machine with the most progress is the corner shore at the beginning when he was disrupted with the gardener chair. So unfortunately, Hunter will be being coordinator to the hit. Mercenary getting the save right away, not waiting to spend some time on that chair. Hunter will be going for the mercenary next and will be getting a hit on him.
Luckily, the ciphers have been pushed enough to get that prime. We're going to see the pop, and the mercenary is going to take this kite on the big boat. As we know, the Opera Singer actually did swap to teleport earlier, meaning that there's no blink for endgame, there's no warp for endgame. We've got to work with the straight teleport. Got to put some pressure on the exit gates in this case, but currently actually focusing in on this mercenary. Choosing, I think, transitioning away, thinking about what to do next. Probably going to teleport onto the back gate here, Gummy.
Yeah, and it looks like she teleported to the patient. Patient does have a lot of hooks to still work with, so he was able to get away. Hunter trying to get it down on this patient. Patient utilizing that pallet extremely well, and as she's breaking it, he is transitioning away to the window, and he still has 1 hook left to utilize, so he is buying a lot of time. The other cipher exit gate is being opened up, using his 3rd and last hook to get to this next pallet. Unfortunately, he will be getting a hit, but the exit gate is already open, and the coordinator just needs to make her way towards it.
She's got that little pocket watch, and she's using it for fun. We're going to watch Izana transition over to the gate, and it's looking like a tie situation unless something crazy happens in the next 5 seconds, which it didn't, so we know what's going on. We've seen, of course, I'm too far back, Gummy's too far close. We love watching the matches in weird ways. But what an exhilarating match! We've started off with Glucose's Opera Singer here on Lakeside Village, which I think was a fun treat, because as far as I remember, the last time we saw Glucose on Lakeside Village, it was actually the Naiad. But a draw against the Opera Singers is always really fun to watch in terms of the survivors working together, figuring in what they're capable of, what they want to do. What are your thoughts on that whole situation and the back and forth and how many ciphers they had practically done?
I mean, the survivors did such an amazing kite. They've kited so long. If you saw as you mentioned, the cipher progress, they had so much progress on all of these cipher machines in the map. That's all 8 cipher machines. So yeah, I mean, amazing job with the kiting and the end kite of teleporting to the patient. The patient wasn't able to open up that gate, but he still had 2 hooks remaining. So it was actually worked perfectly for the side of the survivors. You saw that the coordinator was far away. The mercenary wasn't at the other gate because the hunter was there. But teleporting to the patient actually helped the mercenary open up that gate, and he bought so much time. Even the coordinator was able to get to that gate. So amazing kite on the side of the patient, and maybe he wasn't the ideal chase for the opera singer, seeing that he had so much items left to use. She could have possibly gone and looked for the other survivors, but since they weren't at the gate, it would have been actually very challenging. So the survivors just did a very good strategy at this point, so she had no choice but to chase the patient since she already lost sight of the mercenary.
Yeah, a difficult situation, kind of a funny little thing in the end. We were like, maybe she'll chase the patient first? No, she chased the patient last and managed to get that down and managed to get that patient eliminated, but at the cost, of course, of having some trouble with it. Even when the patient was kiting earlier, as I'm sure you mentioned, just a little bit of trouble. I imagine you're bursting to talk about your favorite thing, which is when one stat is like significantly higher than all the other ones. So Gummy, please tell me about the patient's decoding progress and how much he hung back and pushed his ciphers.
I mean, he just had the other survivors just doing majority of the work, and he just hung back, working on the cipher machine. 387%. I mean, getting 300% on a cipher is a lot, but 387, he might as well have done 4 ciphers at this point. And if we look at the hunter containment, you can see it's actually spread very evenly amongst these survivors. So that means they spent enough time with the hunter and occupied the hunter's time. So just incredible job on the side of the survivors and hunter containment. Amazing kiting on each of the survivors. They have such great usage of these characters.
My favorite thing about this is often stats are just useful to gaze upon, but sometimes they're really like silly and funny. Is you do have that almost 400% decoding progress on the patient, and also 61 containment time. And like 1 minute isn't a crazy amount. We've seen survivors come in and get 180 plus. But when you're doing practically 4 ciphers on the map and then also kiting for a minute, you can't even like relax and like put your phone down and stretch as you do the ciphers. You're like, she may come for me at any moment and I need to be on high alert, or else everything is going to go bad. But, a gorgeous end game kite from that patient there. Glucose doing a great job with his opera singer to secure that draw. I will ask, because sometimes it's nice to go, could change maybe have helped. When we swapped to teleport on the opera singer, it was to get up to the second floor of the boat, if I'm not mistaken. But do you think warp would have been more viable as a choice for secondary trade swap?
It depends on the distance, because warp does have that limitation on how far you can get. If the warp's distance wasn't far enough to get onto the second story boat, then teleport would have been the better choice. If she was trying to find a survivor at a different cipher machine, warp could have worked if there was one closer. But yeah, I mean, at this point, if that's where she wanted to go, she has to change to teleport, I guess.
Good to know. It is a wide map, as you call it, so the warp and its limitation maybe is not so friendly on Lakeside for that end game there. So if you want to get from one exit gate to the other, it might be a little bit of a struggle. So hello again to everyone in chat as we sort of wrap this first half up. We've received a draw. If you're coming in just now, we're currently watching EMP go up against IVE. They're in the lower bracket and fighting to make it to fight against 4AW tomorrow. in that sort of semifinals bracket. So I'm Veronica, this is Gummy, and I have fun news for you to remind you of. There's a pinned message about it in chat if you'd like more concrete information. Currently, we're having a sort of interactability incentive where if you are really active in the IVA chat channels, if you're sharing the stream, if you're really invested in these teams and players, and you want to collect trinkets, you have the chance to win an Identity 5 plushie. They're wonderful, as I said earlier, and I will humiliatingly say again, I have 8 of them. And they're very cute, and I do recommend. So, get things going, chit chat. You can also gamble. I know less about the gambling. I didn't participate in the gambling. I'm not brave enough to do that. But apparently, some of you are bringing in can I call them Nello bucks? Kind of like Monopoly money. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're actually called. I know they're not golden apples, but I think I'm going to call them Nell bucks. Mello money. Sorry, I got it the third time. Anyway, Gummy, are you excited to watch us see Haecheon on the hunter side now, who is the #1 opera singer?
Yeah, and I do expect to see opera singer in the first round. One thing I'd like to mention on the side of the survivors, where they did an amazing job, was the hunter knew that the Shore cipher machine had significant progress, and so she continued to go back to that area, and the survivors just went ahead and abandoned that cipher machine and just started a new cipher machine. So amazing job on the mind games on both the survivor and the hunter, and yeah, great 2-man escape. And it looks like we will be having Haetian as the hunter for this match, and we have the EMP survivors. They will be playing on Lakeside Village. We most likely do expect the opera singer, so we will expect the survivors to also bring the opera singer counter like we've seen in the previous match. Maybe possibly a gardener, acrobat, patient. Who else is there? Well, they're the main. Oh, and look at look at our picks.
That's 2 for 2. You guessed 2 of them, and I hope that earns you Mello money in the gambling system. So we are going to take a look here. Of course, we've got the patient and the gardener, same as last time, actually. So if they want to play them later, they'll be taken out by the global ban. But especially with gardener as a specialty pick for this opera singer, everything's going to be fine and peachy. You don't need to keep her into the next few rounds, and hopefully they're going to be really comfortable with her, make her work on this Lakeside Village. She was the first chase in the last match and did hold up pretty well for a while. Did unfortunately get down through some, bubble mistakes and well-timed blinks, but you can't do much about that. Sometimes the stars are aligned against you. But I'm really interested to see what they ban next and what they pick next. We've got that Puppeteer and that Antiquarian taken out back, and considering, as we mentioned in the prior matchup, they are really good counters to the opera singer. Maybe you'll take out a survivor that you just really don't like, or maybe you'll take out one of those other opera singer counters who you really don't want to deal with. We did see Perfumer come out earlier as a potential, but she didn't really end up doing the perfumes to the most efficiency, so that wasn't too scary to go up against. We're going to see my friend Jose Baden, the first officer, again. I'm full naming him just for the sake of it. And we're going to see Wildling, coordinator on the ban. No rescues, except for first officer, of course, obviously. And we're going to see the seer as well.
Yeah, it looks like the hunter does not want to see that coordinator stun on him like the previous match. And we also can note that the previous hunter also banned Antiquarian first, because we do not want to deal with these Antiquarian stuns. She's also a very good opera singer counter, but I didn't think of her because she is always banned. So I completely forgot that she was an opera singer counter because she never ever gets the chance to shine. But yes, still a very good survivor pick. And yeah, we see the similar picks to our previous game with the gardener and patient, very norm survivor picks. And we do see the seer actually did go through this time. She was banned in the previous game, and we will see the opera singer on Haetian. And so yeah, and the seer could be very useful, seeing that you can get most likely you will only be able to use one owl, but still very useful. Will you talk about our spawn points?
Yeah, I would love to do that. We're going to see sort of the same spawn points as last time, except for where Heishan chooses to go. So we're going to see that spawn actually between the little boat and the big boat, with the seer and the first officer as good choices. And of course, we're going to see that gardener in the shack once more, with the patient hanging out on the opposite side of the little boat. So I'm thinking in this situation, it is possible that we go for the seer. As you mentioned, it's one owl, and it might only be one owl, which is going to be pretty easy to negate. And that's a good situation, especially for Heishan on the opera singer here. However, that is the big boat. The big boat and the little boat, they are brothers in arms, and they are pretty difficult to go up against survivors on, especially if they know what they're doing when it comes to their kiting, and considering the situation that we're in and the powerful display of skill that we've seen from these survivors and teams in general so far. Possible that chasing Morant is still going to be difficult even if it's one owl.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same spawn points, especially for the gardener and patient. They like to trap the hunter. If the hunter does end up spawning in cornfield, then the hunter has to chase one or the other. But in this case, we had the hunter spawning in the middle. And it looks like we will be starting our match. As you said, the hunter is going right to the seer on second story. Seer already made it to the second floor, and he's waiting around getting that vault, and the hunter will use his remnant to go down to the first floor right away. Following close behind, doesn't look like he'll be able to, yeah, he'll be getting a hit here, and he will be making his way to the second floor once again.
We are following in on this chase on the seer here, going to transition down and go down these stairs. Unfortunately, Heishan's going to be stopped a little bit by the difference between the two shadows there, but still making good on this chase. We're going to see a little X, not having a good time so far. The seer still has one owl to utilize, so let's hope and pray that Morant is able to get it off in time, and that opera singer hitbox really quick, and you can change it pretty easily. So we're going to, of course, have the seer wait until the last possible second to buy more time to vault down here.
Yeah, and he was able to transition into that pallet and keeping us, a terror shock, and he is down immediately. And so it looks like the kite was for at least 1 minute, and the cipher machines looking like they still need a lot of progress, but the first one is at 80%, 90% now, so it does look like they will be able to finish one cipher by the time a survivor comes for the save. And we do see the patient is Skyfall is the first officer is the chase for the hunter at this moment, but hunter does return back to the chair, and we do have the patient in the area coming for the save.
We are going to see Patient come into the chair, be very brave, very cool. Patient carrying Time Turner this time, which of course patients are known to do in some. So we're going to see Morant continue on this kite. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any owls to utilize at the moment, but managing to continue on this kite here, being really careful around these shadows that can be teleported to. And we're going to see a vault without a terror shock, however, a blink to follow it up in order to get the second down on this seer.
Yeah, and it looks like he will be on the chair for the second time, and again getting chaired in this corner shore area where there is a cipher being worked on. It is a very close, it looks like it's only 19%, so it doesn't seem like it'll be too much of a problem, but we do already have the gardener in the area with her bubble and getting the save onto the seer, and unfortunately getting the hit right away, and seer is down. This is his third chair, and he will be expired. He'll be returning back to the manor with 3 cipher machines completed.
We've eliminated the poor seer. He's out of the game, as Gummy has informed us, and we're back on the chase with Heijian here, watching as our diligent kiter GT3 now takes on the chase. This, of course, is the gardener, who's going to have a bubble to utilize if able to get it off in time, and we're going to watch her go through this chase here as we transition to Big Boat. Big Boat really popular with these survivors today, and with good reason. They're being able to kite these opera singer really well, but unfortunately a lot of the pallets outside have already been utilized, so there are less resources. Almost going for the bubble, but choosing not to.
And she was able to avoid that hit and was able to get that vault. And another mind game at the pallet. She was able to throw down that pallet. Gardner doing an amazing job staying alive, getting another bubble so she can transition away. Amazing timing. She's buying so much time for these survivors, and it looks like she's going to the shore shack, crab shack area. Wonderful pallets done. This gardener is just doing an amazing job with these pallets, and she's waiting around at the next pallet.
Yes, a lot of palette stuns. I mean, on the first opera singer, 2 in a row. That's impressive. That's something to write home about. We're gonna see another Anne Haechon actually is going to say, I'm not doing this anymore. I give up. I'm not getting hit by a gardener with wooden pallets. So instead going to put some pressure on the ciphers here and chase Skyfall instead. But Skyfall is of course playing the mercenary, and the mercenary is also a little bit of a force to be reckoned with, especially when your ability revolves around transitioning around in shadows and jumping out of them to hit the survivor, wasting a lot of the opera singer's time here by using this hypnosis watch really efficiently.
Yeah, he hasn't landed a single hit onto the first officer yet, and just buying so much time. They have started a new cipher machine since this short cipher is at 77, but the hunter is nearby. And it seems like the hunter will leave the first officer and go for a different survivor. The hunter having a very hard time landing a hit onto these survivors and downing them. And it looks like she will be heading towards Big Boat, but she will be ignoring the patient. Not sure if she has found him. She is making her way towards the second floor, so she does most likely have tinnitus and is going for the patient.
Transitioning onto the patient now, but actually teleporting away. The interesting thing about this situation, as I'm sure that we can tell, is that all of the ciphers that they're working on are in close proximity. Not extremely close, but close enough that someone with an ability like Opera Singers is able to guard both of them at the same time by triggering that tinnitus and going back and forth and watching them shake. So we're going to see this chase on Skyfall once more, who is again just really being patient with it, making it work. We're going to see a hit, but Gummy, that cipher is now primed. We're at 99%, and just one hit, and we can wait for it, and we're going to do that pop. But a dangerous situation. Our patient actually does not have 3 and will go down immediately after that pop due to the lack of speed boost or anything to help supplement that kite.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but the patient did not get hit beforehand, so didn't really matter since the hunter does have detention in the end. But yeah, very fast down on the patient, but the exit gate is open. The only thing we have to do is a foot race. Will the first officer get to the exit gate before the hunter? Hunter uses teleport, and she's able to push the gardener out of the exit gate. First officer not really sure what to do, stuck in the middle of this map, and it looks like the hunter is slowly getting closer and closer to the first officer. The first officer is in a lot of trouble, but the hunter did not find the first officer, so she's going back to the chair.
Yes, it seems that Skyfall will be able to safely make it out here, actually thinking that he's at the opposite gate, thinking he's too scared to transition over to the other one, but he's still got a pocket watch to utilize. There is no teleport back in play, and we're going to see a situation in which this first officer manages to make it out of the gate. Congratulations on your draw. If I'm not mistaken, that's 2 ties in a row. So we're all tied up. All of the, when you've got, I forget about this sometimes. When you have your hunter on your team, you often practice against them, if I'm not mistaken. So no wonder that they're able to counter these opera singers so well. It's sort of a back-to-back. Oh, your hunter plays opera singer and is really good. My hunter plays opera singer is really good. I know what to do against you. So that was, I think, really fun to watch. Did you have a favorite kite there?
Oh, well, let's see. I mean, all of these survivors did an incredibly good kite, and if we can look at our stats, it looks like the gardener did have the longest hunter containment time, and the patient had the most cipher decoding. Similar to the last match, the opera singer just chose not to go after the patient at all, and so he did have the most cipher decoding process, which was interesting to see. The seer was caught in the very beginning. He was not even able to touch that cipher, but he was able to contain the hunter for 71 seconds. So a very good first kite. And oh yes, the hunter containment of the gardener. The gardener was the favorite for me because she just did pallet stun, mind gaming, throwing down, and she just bought so much time that the hunter had to change targets. So yeah, just amazing job on GT3 Gardener kite. That was amazing. I believe that's the reason why the survivors were able to decode and have just decode at peace.
They really could, taking up all of that opera singer's attention, doing a really, really good kite there. You're so right. The mind games were insane. The palette stuns were really good. And all that with minimal bubble. Not waiting in pallets with the bubble to get the stun, just managing to get that stun on raw timing and skill alone in a very impressive show of feat and as you mentioned before we began, GT3 really is very impressive as a kiter and really fun to watch. I really enjoyed watching the way that the first officer can counter the opera singer with that hypnosis watch. Just watching poor Haetian jump out and out and out of the shadows and swinging at nothing as the first officer is just a few steps ahead. It's, you know, you can follow his footsteps and try to hit him, but that's a lot more difficult when you're playing that opera singer and relying on these movements.
Yeah, and during the end of the game, not being able to get that tinnitus on the first officer when he was trying to get to the gate in the middle of the map, that was very crucial, since that's the only reason the first officer got out. She could have made it to the gate, but she teleported, so she arrived there a little too early before the first officer could make it there. He just hung around in the middle and just waited the hunter out. The hunter had to go and make sure that he didn't get that rescue on the chair, so in that way the officer got a little lucky. And we will be heading to our break. We'll be seeing you very soon.
Mình là huấn luyện viên của team IVA Story.
สวัสดีครับผม Little Boy จากทีมกูรักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuhor from Team EMP.
Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Evo from 4AW.
Hi everyone ชื่อโยเซนะคะเป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
Thực sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và có một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ2แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great because we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
And it feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
Good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Because we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ8ทีมสุดท้ายได้ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับเล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีมฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่นการคิดแล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับเปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่งดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเราหรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับจะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะแล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊8继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตัวเองค่ะแล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกันเราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team 4AW will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world.
Hi everybody and welcome back. I meant to do this before. Welcome back to IVA. I'm Veronica. I'm here with Gummy, and we are currently watching the lower bracket fights of the Identity 5 arena here. So we are currently watching EMP go up against IVE. We're in a draw situation at the moment, so we're actually currently watching these two teams get out. And the two of them have been doing really well so far. We just saw two opera singers in a row, but considering they both got draws, we might be in a situation where we see even more opera singers, because now we know they're not necessarily afraid of her to the highest degree. So we're in a very interesting situation. Gummy, how are you feeling about those last action-packed, palette-stun, mind game matches?
Yeah, I definitely think that what you said is true. These opera singers are top-tier hunters, and these survivors just have been practicing them so much that they were able to get that tie on the opera singer, which was great, especially considering this is a very big map. You don't want to transition too much between cipher machines, and the survivors were able to just prime up that last cipher. And yeah, I'm not sure if it was planned or the first officer got lucky, but he was able to escape, which was great. He may have, yeah, I think he would have predicted that the hunter would have tried to search him, and so he stayed very far away, not triggering that tinnitus. So yeah, just amazing strategy on the side of these survivors. They got the best strategies from their best hunters, and so they were able to tie out. It's looking like a very even game against IVE and EMP, and that's very exciting. Maybe we can get an overtime match. That could always be more exciting, more content, more casting. And so yeah, it looks like we will have EMP Hunter Glucose on this second round, first half. And we will be having the IVE survivors on this map, and we will be playing on Ever Sleeping Town. We have the ban on the Gardener and Patient, similar to the previous survivors. They did choose the same two survivors, so they will both be on their global ban. But if you do ban the opera singer, that means you don't have to necessarily use Gardener anymore, and there are other transitional kiters that you could use to counter other hunters. So yeah, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see who the hunter bans.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as you mentioned, we're going to see the Priestess and the Entomologist have been taken out. As Gummy mentioned several eons ago, the Entomologist has been doing really well in this tournament so far. We've been seeing a lot of power from her with her bees. She's in kind of a comeback moment. I find that she goes in and out of the meta as they feel like they need her. And against hunters like Opera Singer, when you can kind of block with your bees just a little, just enough to feel comfortable, she's really useful in that regard. So we won't be seeing her take the field today, and instead we'll be seeing these bans here, but the Opera Singer's been banned, so don't think that we're too worried about Puppeteer anymore, which is great for those of us who are frightened of playing against him, and really sad for those at home who are giant Puppeteer fans and are so excited about his upcoming skin, and they want to see him on the big screen once more. Oh, please, just please. But we're not going to see him thus far, likely with the Opera Singer in mind. Instead, we're going to be seeing the Psychologist and the Toy Merchant. The Toy Merchant, of course, being one of Chocho's favorites, which I think that all casters are contractually obligated to mention whenever she appears on the screen, because it's just fun to do. So Toy Merchant, really fun on Ever Sleeping Town, and really interesting picks for them to start off with, these sort of really good support characters.
Yeah, on the side of Glucose, we could be expecting some of the hunter picks he has chosen in the past. So Naiad, Bonbon, Ivy, Nightwatch, Gamekeeper. We have been seeing Ivy doing very good, so we could expect an Ivy from Glucose. That would be very exciting. And he did also ban the Seer. He doesn't want to deal with the Seer's owls, and the survivors were able to secure the mercenary pick, so they will have a stable rescuer with that delayed damage, and that's always helpful for the side of the mercenary. And the toy merchant on Ever Sleeping Town, so she does have a few areas where she can jump down off. There are the 2-story buildings, and she could also support a lot with her catapults. We did see her being utilized a lot during Koa at the Lakeside Village, getting up that tram. So if according to how well she places those catapults, it can really prolong the survivor's kite, and that will be very exciting to see.
It's wonderful. Well, I'm gonna share with you guys a humiliating anecdote. One time I was playing Toy Merchant and I was cutting a Mad Eyes of all people, and I proceeded to set up a catapult and then catapult directly into the tram. It was really bad. I didn't like it. It's even worse. Gummy's like laughing at me. I didn't catapult and get hit by the tram. I catapulted into the tram. I'm like trying to run away and I hit the side of the tram, and it's humiliating and it's really bad, and I'm like on call with my friends screaming because I'm embarrassed, and now Mad Eyes has downed me and it's already bad. He's already hitting me. I think I did it again in that match because the tram just kept coming at me. So we haven't had any tram hits so far today, and I'll share that anecdote with you guys instead, because much like me, you guys in chat are all bloodthirsty for someone to get totaled by the tram. And that's not with judgment, because every time we have an Ever Sleeping match, I'm praying, fingers crossed, hoping for someone to get hit by the tram, because it is just really funny. I mean, it makes for really good gameplay too if you run in front of the tram at the wrong time, or you guide the hunter in front of the tram in order to buy some time. It's really good. But what's most important is that it's entertaining for the viewers at home. So, gives you maybe a laugh in a high-stress situation, unless you're me and catapulting into it. Anyway, Wax Artist from Glucose, who's capable of bringing this man out. I've yapped a bunch about silliness. Gummy, please tell me some real fun analytical facts about the Wax Artist and why he's so good on Ever Sleeping.
I mean, Ever Sleeping doesn't have a lot of walls that are small enough for hunter survivors to hide behind, so there's a lot of open areas. They're all in straight lines. You have to go in a straight line to try to go around a building. So a very good map for Wax Artist. Seeing that he also banned the acrobat, it makes sense since he doesn't want the acrobat to run away quickly and transition away with the bombs. So it looks like we will see the mercenary in the middle, our stable rescuer usually always in the middle. We have the toy merchant on 2nd story, so she can utilize her catapult and her flying ability, and then we have glider, right? And we will have the psychologist next to the hunter at Dancing Geisha, and we have the antiquarian off to the side and near the exit gate. So it looks like the hunter has chosen a spawn where he is surrounded by the survivors. He can just take his pick of whoever he wants to chase.
Absolutely. We're in a fun situation here. I love the way that spawn locations have changed over the last little while, which is a quick thing I'll talk about as we look at this lineup and get ready to get into this match. I feel like, you used to cast when they first introduced spawn locations in IVA or other tournaments or otherwise, and the thing was kind of like, generic spawn, this is where they spawn on this map always, so you kind of knew what to talk about and where they were going and what was going on. Nowadays they spawn and I'm like, oh goodness, they have minds of their own and they can go wherever they want. But I think this is a pretty good spawn setup. We've got Merc in the middle, which is about to get right into the match. So there's our quick little countdown to set us off, and we are going to get going. So this Wax Artist is carrying I was going to talk about his build, but I'm not now because we're in our chase. Izana is our selection, and that is actually the antiquarian. So Gummy, this could be really interesting, especially with that Wax Artist's increased wax from Stun's ability in his kit.
Yeah, she's really doing a good job staying out of the line of sight, looping these areas, using her stick for fast movement speed, but the hunter did catch her here in the corner and is able to get a lot of wax onto the Oh, we're gonna get stun onto the 100% wax, but did get the stun.
Beautiful play on Izana's part there in order to sort of balance that out. You know, one stun for you, one stun for me, which often the Antiquarian is really great at. We are, however, going to see the first hit go off. Fortunately, the Antiquarian is able to hit with all other facets of this stick here, using Warp to get up on the second story, which is a brilliant thing that Warp is capable of. You're gonna have to be really careful with this stun here, because being able to transition before that Wax Artist would be able to smack again, going to be a little bit difficult, but Izana is really waiting it out with these, not stacking them, making sure that they're available to use whenever we've got a stun in hand from the Wax. Cypher Progress is looking great, Gummy, but it seems that we might be getting our down soon.
Yeah, it does look like she is kind of trapped in this open area with like a few pallets to hide behind, but she was doing an amazing job. Oh, we'll be going down here with that 100% wax. Like you mentioned, she did an amazing job holding out on those stuns right when she gets 100% wax, so the hunter can't down her immediately. So just amazing job on the side of this Antiquarian. This will be her first chair, and it looks like 3 Cypher machines will be completed by the time a survivor comes for the rescue. We do see the Toy Merchant already on her glider, and it looks like she's making her way towards the Antiquarian, but she's still very far off. Maybe she's just going for that Cypher machine instead.
It's entirely possible. We're going to see PP come in, utilizing those mercenary elbow pads to get this rescue off, getting a backdoor rescue, which is really useful, and blocking this pallet area here to force the body block to happen. Glucose is going to swap targets for a moment, maybe fixate in on this mercenary, but the longer you have to chase this mercenary, the further away the Antiquarian gets. So that quick down is really fortunate for Glucose, who has now actually swapped second trait and is going to be continuing to follow PP here, seemingly changing targets after trying the very end.
Yeah, and it looks like he will be just chairing the mercenary for now. This is the mercenary's first chair. 3 Cypher machines are completed. Fourth Cypher machine at 56, and the last Cypher machine with 40%. Hunter teleporting to one of the Cypher machines in the corner, and we'll be running into Yuki.
Yeah, Yuki is our next choice. We've got the Toy Merchant here, unfortunately going to take a wax hit already. And as far as I can see, there are no easy catapults already pre-set up in the area. Really unfortunate, because Toy Merchant isn't exactly a great person to chase on foot. She doesn't have a lot of abilities to protect herself beyond a potential flywheel, which unfortunately is not useful in this situation as we see her go down to this hit. So now it seems like Glucose is taking the approach of playing musical chairs to put as much map pressure on the survivors as possible. And I think that it might work out in his favor, Gummy, at this point in time.
Yeah, we have the 4th Cypher machine completed, but 2 survivors are injured, and the only survivor with the ability to come and save is the psychologist, unless she does use that Wi-Fi heal and heal up the survivor. But it looks like she will be coming for the save, taking the hit, and she will get the save before half on the Toy Merchant. And Hunter changing targets once again. It looks like he has caught sight of the Antiquarian, and he is chasing her around this building. And it looks like she will be the chase. He is blocking off the window here with wax and trying to get more wax into this Antiquarian. Antiquarian trying to stay away through this one window and doing an excellent job avoiding this wax.
Fortunately, Antiquarian still has a little bit of her flute to work with in this situation, but the Wax Artist now has full presence, and he has a little trick of his own, which is the Searing Wax, in order to get that down on the Antiquarian without having to deal with the whole, mind game of one hit for you, one hit for me. So we're going to see her get chaired closer to the Cypher that she was working on earlier. Very unfortunate for the survivors, but they can hopefully push something else. However, this Wax is extremely good Cypher push. Beautiful thing to have in this meta economy. We are going to see the psychologist come in for her second rescue, but again, going to have to be careful with that Searing Wax in play at this point in the game.
Yeah, but Cypher machines are primed, so as soon as a survivor goes down, they can just pop that Cypher machine, and psychologist will be taking a normal hit. So this is a very good time for Cypher machines to pop. She will be getting another pallet stun. Oh, and she will be getting, oh no, they popped the Cypher machine, and she went down right away. And unfortunately, the psychologist will be going down. This is her first chair, so that is one thing working in favor for the survivors. And the survivors are opening up that exit gate, and it will be open. We do see one survivor hanging around the dungeon, and we have the catapult over there. But the hunter seems to be going towards that last survivor. PP is making his way towards that exit gate. We'll be changing to teleport, and the stun on the Antiquarian, and the 3 survivors are... Oh! And there's a but he's a mercenary, so okay. And he will be getting the escape on the 3 survivors. Wow, that was a very close call and very dangerous last-minute gameplay.
Yeah, a lot going on there to talk about. So I guess we can take it point by point in order because that might be easiest. So with the psychologist pop, that was very interesting. I think that in the end, it did manage to work out for them. It was first chair, so no one was being eliminated really quickly. It did buy them some time. However, they were trying to game and see if he would do the searing wax pop on the down, throwing the pallet when you're that close, to try and, buy some more kiting time in the end. However, not something that Glucose chose to do, I think, knowing that the survivors were expecting that. Instead, just breaking the pallet and waiting to get that normal hit. But I do think that that pop was very unfortunately timed, maybe a sort of, he's breaking it, go ahead, and then it's a little bit late. And so the site goes down immediately. Very unfortunate, but able to get those 3 rescues off anyway. And really, this is what happens to our rescuers at home, folks. You do 3 rescues for your team and they sell you at the last second so that they can all leave out of the gate together after everything you've done for them. This is terrible. Oh, psychologist, I feel so terrible for you in this situation. Next time you'll get out, I promise, on my watch. But other than that, the situation in the gate was really interesting, Gummy, with, again, an attempt to get that searing wax, get the instant down on the mercenary. Antiquarian still has some stick to use, not able to get the searing wax in time, and then the merc would take a hit anyway because it just wasn't a possibility at that point.
Yeah, and so if we do look at the stats here for a second, we do have the Antiquarian with the most hunter containment time at 146. She was able to kite 3 cipher machines, so definitely amazing job on that first kite. And it looks like the mercenary, who is our rescuer, did get the most cipher decoding progress, which we do see quite often since the hunter does not want to chase the mercenary as their first survivor. So yeah, and then the survivors did an excellent job taking turns on the chair. So by the time the psychologist was chair, everyone had one seat on the chair and they were able to escape. And the only survivor that wasn't chaired was chaired at the very last moment and was unfortunately returned to the manor. But extremely good job on the side of the survivors and really countering this wax artist.
Yeah, wax artist is always a fun hunter to see on the field, I find. There's a lot to say about him, a lot to talk about with him. He's been very meta, he's been very mid in the meta. I can't describe him any other way. He's phenomenal on some maps, and on other ones, if you pick him, you're sort of setting yourself out for an instant loss. But he is really good on Eversleeping. However, I do think choosing to go for that Antiquarian might have been what did him in right at the beginning. Able to get those stunts off when the wax came in. It was just a really unfortunate situation. And a phenomenal job by Izana with 146 seconds on that wax artist, able to kite so long.
Yeah, and just amazing. The hunter. So what would the hunter be thinking? Since he did finally get that down on the Antiquarian, he changed targets to the mercenary as soon as the mercenary got that save, and then the mercenary took a turn on the chair, and then he teleported to the toy merchant cipher machine, took her down, and then she had time on the chair. Meanwhile, the cipher machines were getting primed. So interesting choice on the side of the hunter. The toy merchant also didn't have much abilities for kiting, like you mentioned, since she didn't set up that one catapult. So she actually saved one catapult, but she wasn't able to use it in the end. And so yeah, and the hunter just kept changing targets. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the hunter?
The hunter did really good. I think that Glucose did a great job despite the situation. However, still got that unfortunate loss in the end. Sometimes survivors just team up against you so efficiently that it's hard to do anything else against it. The cipher control was pretty good, but I think that it was implemented too late into the match to really make a huge difference. You have that situation where you're being kited really hard by this Antiquarian. You're getting this toy merchant down easy, but then the rescue is quick, and it's just it's a fascinating situation that I think Glucose did his best with, but I think it was maybe not going to work out in the end, especially because of that decision at the beginning to chase the Antiquarian instead of, like dealing with the Psychologist 3 hits to gain that presence, especially Wax Artist is so good for gaining presence. You want it with him so much. And then you also have the issue of, you could chase the Toy Merchant instead. Yeah, she can catapult away. Yes, there are 2 really good buildings for her to kite from. But if you can keep her out of those, or you can just catch up to her and hit her with the wax, it's not so bad.
Yeah, and we'll be taking a quick break, and we will be right back. See you soon.
I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. This time, I stand with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is not being shown. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it grows in the dark. Don't let the storm cross overshadow you. Don't let the thunder overtake you and up of you. Stand chance ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing on tomorrow. Stand with you and dry these floating eyes. Villages I travel, searching for the true heart of human. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Whatever darkness can appear, I won't live in silence, condemnation. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise. Like the spring melted into snow, I keep painting dreams, make a better tomorrow. Come with me and dry the scalded eyes. For there were tears, there were also laughter. Together, our face never dies. In this ever changing world, how things remain. Stand with me, let's try those fallen eyes. Stand with me, we'll try this fallen eyes.
everybody, welcome back from our quick little water break. I'm Veronica, I'm here with Gummy, and we are currently in the middle of our lower bracket matchup in IVA today. We are watching EMP versus IVE. We just saw a really exhilarating Wax Artist match on Ever Sleeping Town, where we got to have the pleasure of watching the survivors work really hard, play musical chairs, do really good kites at the beginning, and sacrifice at the end in a really good, quick strategy moment. So, Gummy, how are you feeling about that, especially as we're heading into a second match that they'll have to, match up that 3 escape from?
Yeah, I mean, the survivors just did a very good job countering this Wax Artist, and yeah, the Antiquarian, till the last moment, she continued to stun him at the exit gate, so just amazing job on the Antiquarian, and we understand now why Antiquarian is banned so much as the first survivor. It really makes sense. I mean, they did such an amazing job, and that's why she's banned, and that's why you don't see her very often. So yeah, just amazing job preserving that stick and utilizing it at the very end. So yeah, and then it was a little dangerous for Mercenary since he stayed behind in case the hunter left the psychologist's chair, but unfortunately ran into him. He was waiting at the dungeon, but he also did have elbow pads, so it could have been more dangerous, but the survivors did manage to get out. So that was very how do you say, like, nervous
Anxiety inducing might be the word that you're looking for.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, and so that was a very fun match, and yeah, we will be seeing. I have forgotten who the hunter was.
Haetian. We'll be seeing Haetian from IVE as the next chapter on Ever Sleeping Town. We just saw Glucose, who, as we mentioned, played Wax Artist. Haetian is the first opera singer in all of the Asia server, and I know that we keep telling you guys that, but I can't stress enough how impressive that is. That's so many really good pro hunters that you need to beat out with your points, and then also you're fighting against the ban system. Like when I play rank, I ban opera singer every time, because casuals in like my mid-high tier aren't really good at Ivy yet, so I'm not scared of her because I can counter her because they haven't mastered her yet. But opera singer I'm so scared of, and I don't want to see her, so I ban her every time. So it's impressive. You're fighting against all of those bans and all of those other people with that badge, so it's insane show of skill and commitment to this hunter character. However, let me know who else is in the pool, Gummy. Remind us who we could see Haetian bring out besides that opera singer.
Oh yes. Haetian also played the Clown, Ivy, Breaking Wheel, Geisha, and Night Watch. So also a very large pool of hunters that we can expect. And similar to Glucose, he pulled out a hunter that he previously didn't play. So, I mean, Haetian can do the exact same thing. We could just see a very unexpected hunter being pulled out. So having this list has proven to be quite useless in the end.
It could lead us somewhere, hopefully, maybe. They are currently leading points-wise, which means that they're in a better situation than their opponent. And Haetian could really bring out an old reliable comfort, or we could see a situation in which Haetian wants to bring out sort of a reliable draw hunter, maybe like a disciple. But I think what would be fun to see would be that Clown, because you see him every once in a while, and he can be really, really fascinating. But usually you see Clown on Chinatown, I find. You're gonna see him, it's gonna be on Chinatown. He doesn't want to go anywhere else map-wise. He's chosen where he likes to be, he's chosen his hunting ground, and that's not gonna change. But it's anyone's game, really, because we've got a ban on that opera singer, and alongside that, we've actually banned the Priestess and the Seer to start. So very classic bans. I feel like I'm in every Koa before this IVA.
Yeah, I mean, the Priestess ban is very understandable. It is Ever Sleeping Town. We do not want to have those portals supporting or kiting. So yeah, it looks like we will be having the Ive Hunter Haetian in this second round, second half, and we will be having the EMP survivors. We did draw the first round, so in order for the Ive Hunter to tie up this round, he only needs to eliminate one, but if he eliminates two, they will be on winning round two. So he can go for the 2-man elimination, 2 or more man elimination, and I will start to have an upper hand for the second round. And we do see that he did also ban the Antiquarian. Very understandable. Antiquarian has been very useful in this previous round. So yeah, and we will lastly be banning the Mercenary.
Ooh. We've got First Officer coming out to replace him. The Entomologist is really exciting, of course. We have, as I mentioned in chat earlier, 2 of my plushies are on the field. Exciting. I didn't know that they could be in the game. Whoa, nobody told me that. Anyway, so we've got this lineup here. I think this lineup is really interesting. We've got one sort of support kite harasser. You've got another support kite harasser. You've got another support kite harasser. However, I'm using the word harasser lightly with some of these characters. The Entomologist can harass with her bees, and if the acrobat so chooses, he can come in and harass and support with his bombs, obviously to a lesser degree, and the Prospector with his respawning magnets, who can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Sometimes he's going to cancel your hit cooldown and give you the win that you've been desperately searching for, and other times he's going to stun you on every little object that he sees for all 5 ciphers, and then you're going to not want to play the game anymore. But hopefully that's not the situation for Haejeon today, especially considering, you know, we're in this position in a tournament setting, and we have the upper hand here, considering they did get a 3 escape on their survivor side last game. Haejeon can, you know, comfortably get a draw and still be in the lead here.
Yeah, so the pressure is on the side of these survivors to try and get that 3-man escape in order to tie, and if they can get that 4-man escape, they will be able to win this round. So if looking at the survivor lineup, they do have a very strong kiters. We have the acrobat, who is very good at transitioning. We have the harasser, that's Prospector, and it looks like Haejeon will be playing the Night Watch, which was on my list. So he did not choose a different hunter not on my list. And we will see him trying to get these survivors down on Eversleeping. Eversleeping Town, similar to the Wax Artist, has a lot of straight lines, so it's the hunter can dash in straight lines and get to the survivors quickly. So we'll see how well this hunter is played in this round.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. A lot of you who watch tournament often tend to be big Night Watch fans. This is something I think of sometimes. So congratulations to you guys at home who are giant fans of Night Watch. He is back. So this is going to be exciting to watch. As Gummy mentioned, a lot of straight lines to be able to transition easily, pull those survivors back into you, make it difficult for them to get anywhere else without taking a hit. So we're going to spawn in First Officer in the middle, our big bulky rescuer protecting everyone else. We're going to see the interesting thing is that you maybe could go for Entomologist, but as GT3 has shown us in prior rounds, is a really strong kiter and a force to be reckoned with, so it may not be worth the trouble. Zhao Khan spawned all the way down at the bottom as the acrobat there, and Morant can come in to support either the officer or GT3 without going much distance. So this is a little bit of a difficult situation for the Night Watch, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, you have to choose between the Entomologist or the First Officer, either those 2 characters, or you have to go around the map and find the other survivors. So we'll just have to see who he does end up chasing. However, this is going to be a very hard chase for the Night Watch, since all 3 kiters are incredibly good at kiting. They have so many resources and will be very troublesome. They did choose these 3 hunters because they need to tie out this round, but that also means for the later rounds, the first 2 survivor picks will not be available. Entomologist being one of the first survivor picks. That could be possibly very dangerous for the side of the survivors, but we'll have to see what they do in this match.
And welcome to the action. I'm Veronica, I'm here with Gummy, and we are doing the second half of the second round, which is always my favorite one to announce. And we're watching Haejeon on the Night Watch here, chasing currently in the area of the First Officer, who is transitioning away into a better pallet area. Haejeon not committing to the First Officer and instead transitioning, getting in the area that the Prospector has just left by throwing the pallet down. So we're going to see a situation which potentially, a lot of looking around and not committing. The survivors, fortunately, have not made a lot of cipher progress yet, but this can be a little bit of a detrimental situation if Haejeon cannot commit to a certain survivor soon.
It does look like he is looking for the Acrobat. Acrobat already left the Cypher and is doing a very good job hiding far away. The Hunter, not wanting to waste more time, will be going after the first officer for now. But again, using Warp, and will be going to GT3, and it looks like the Etymologist will be getting a hit right onto the Etymologist. Etymologist was not expecting that, trying to get into the graveyard, will be able to get that window vault.
We're going to see the Prospector come into support, but as I mentioned, can be your best friend or your worst enemy, has actually canceled the hit cooldown here for Haecheon and almost did it again. We're going to see Morant unfortunately go right down. Had trouble committing to a survivor, but you find that Prospector and less than 10 seconds off of the field and into the chair. Fortunately, GT3 will now get some time to away, utilize some of the resource of those Bs to transition away quicker, and it seems that Skyfall is going to be getting out of this area in the center so that Haecheon cannot get a free hit.
Yeah, an excellent job on the side of the Hunter and the Mind Games. He was planning to go after the Etymologist, but seeing the first officer, the Prospector in such an open area, not able to get any of his stuns on the magnets because there are no obstacles in the way, and it looks like the Hunter has found the first officer coming in for the save, and he will be trying to make his way towards the chair. He will be finally using his pocket watch, so the Hunter will have a hard time locating his actual body, and it looks like the first officer won't be able to get there before half, so he's trying to buy more time and will be saving before the Prospector is sent back to the manor.
We are going to see the rescue, and we are going to see no landed hit yet, but going right off flywheel. Fortunately, we are actually going to see a situation in which the Prospector is safe for a second, but that last effort is popped Gubby after a little bit of a back and forth of the dash and the flywheel and the missing the hit and the throwing the magnet, but in the end, we're going to see that Prospector go down, and the Night Watch, of course, is now at full presence, which is very fortunate for Haecheon. So we're going to see that chair, and the Prospector is going to get sent back to the manor, eliminated, and that is our first survivor elimination. Now, of course, we got a 3 escape last time, so we're already rearing up to if all 3 of these survivors can make it out. All we've done is tied another round, but it seems that with this many ciphers remaining and such a quick out, things are looking really good for the Night Watch here, but we've been seeing a little bit of some unfortunate lag there. So we're going to take a quick pause because not something that you can have, not something that's good to have. And I'm an NAEU and we're casting NC, so I relate. Me too. Sometimes I also need a pause so that I can get back in normal time.
I was so confused. He wasn't moving. He dropped down and just stood there and just gave that one free hit, and I was getting worried. I was like, there's no reason for him to just stand there and continue to give free hits, right? Yeah, this must be kind of frustrating for the side of the survivors. They have to try and get the 3-man escape. The first survivor was eliminated, you can't say quickly, because the Hunter was chasing survivors around the entire map, but once he did lock on to the Prospector, he found the perfect opportunity to go after that Prospector, since the Entomologist took that window vault, so Prospector didn't have anywhere to really have any hide or cover, so seeing Prospector out in the open there just gave the early down. As soon as he saw the Prospector just went down, and then seeing the first officer so early on, first officer was not even able to get that before half save. So yeah, it looks like we will be able to continue using the fireball to get away, and will not be able to make it to that pallet. So very unfortunate, but another fast down on the side of the Acrobat, and this will be the first chair for the Acrobat. Cypher progress not looking too great. We only have 1 Cypher machine completed. Oh, we almost got hit by a tram. And the second Cypher at 94%.
Really unfortunate situation with the lag there, getting that hit quickly without the Acrobat being able to throw that bomb. I think definitely has created a little bit of an unfortunate situation, throwing that red bomb to be able to try and make more distance, but that being said, Haecheon is just kind of a beast on this Night Watch, so it might have been difficult to kite regardless. We're going to see that the other survivors have healed up, as likely mentioned, and Skyfall might be coming in for yet another save. Definitely building tinnitus and putting some pressure on the Night Watch here, but it seems like they're not going to be able to aim for too much with the numbers and the way that the resources are right now going. very unfortunate.
Yeah. And it looks like the save will be happening after half again. So this is looking very dangerous. As soon as the acrobat goes down, he won't be able to come back. So the survivors really have to do a very good job here, mind gaming with the 2 first officer images and the hunter trying to choose. Oh, and he chose the acrobat, and the acrobat is going down, and it looks like he will be expired. Hunter is taking some time. Will be
Yes, we were seeing a little bit of lag again, unfortunately, so it was a difficult situation to decide what to do there. At the very least, the acrobat was unable to move and was maybe mind gaming a little bit. Certainly an interesting situation, just trying to see if, get back into motion. But we are going to see the warp come up, actually going in on that entomologist now, trying to prevent this cipher from being used. And this is very wonderful. We've got 2 survivors remaining. They're both on full health, but Haetion is ready and raring to go, and it's been really efficient on the chase so far. As soon as the survivor is locked in on, able to make it work. But a beautiful pallet stem from the first officer using that hypnosis watch.
Yeah, so the first officer trying to buy as much time as possible. Entomologist was trying to get some more decoding during this time, but first officer doesn't have any more pocket watches left, so this has to be raw kiting ability. Will be taking that hit and will be going towards that window. Will he be able to transition out of here since there are nothing? He could go possibly to the... Oh, yeah, he wasn't able to get around much because there isn't much obstacles around this area, and the hunter will be going and searching for the entomologist next.
Yeah, we're going to leave the first officer to his own devices to utilize his own self-heal. And what we're also going to do is watch this entomologist transition around. Now, Gummy, the other interesting thing here is that, as you can tell from the cipher progress on the left, they've actually been making really good progress in quite a few ciphers, but as it's only the 2 of them, and Haetion is going back and forth and making sure to monitor them really well, it's been difficult to do a lot more progress on them. We are going to see that GG3 is in the gray and has triggered tinnitus, trying to buy at least a little more time for the first officer to be able to get up, and a beautiful transition around the corner to negate that little hit there. Going right to the bees. Entomologist really useful against this Night Watch.
Yeah, entomologist buying a lot of time. First officer has gotten up, and the entomologist is using her bees, calling them back, keeping the hunter away, but it does look like he will kind of run into her. She is making her way to the pallet. She avoided the hit. Amazing job. And she has 2 more pallets here to work with. Hunter trying to mind game with the survivors, avoiding all those hits. Amazing job. A pallet stun on the hunter. Wow, this entomologist is just doing a very good job. And avoiding that pull effect by the wind, throwing down this other pallet, and she is just doing an amazing job staying alive with these pallets and pallet stuns. Wow.
GT3 really proving to us why we find her kiting so impressive. We're going to see the warp come in, but for the second time, she actually places the bees down at the warp location, forcing the Night Watch to then have to, slow down for a little bit and then waste a hit on them. So we're going to see the entomologist go down, unfortunately, but after such an impressive kite that there's only 1 cipher remaining. If the first officer is able to kite just as well, or even half as well, GT3 might be able to get up and then push that final cipher if it's in, reachable victory areas. We're actually going to not see the first officer there, aware that he's in the area from the tinnitus, but his hiding is really efficient. Haetion has no idea where he is, but he's behind that little bonsai tree. He's there to stay. Maybe suspecting that he's coming in for a heal, but that's not what's happening. And he's stuck up there. But we're actually going to see this chair now, Gummy.
Yeah, it seems like since the hunter is having such a hard time locating this first officer, he may be bringing the entomologist closer, or will be chairing this entomologist at a different location. He is taking the entomologist around the map while trying to look for this first officer, and entomologist will be able to struggle free, and she will be able to make her way a little distance, but there are no pallets in this area, so she will be getting a hit and she will be going down once again. And Hunter picking her up and taking her around the map once again, trying to look for this first officer.
Knowing that she's got no bees left to utilize and he has his wind, so she's kind of his little toy and balloons to take around as a handbag accessory as we look for her friend, the first officer. So unfortunately, we are going to see her go down again, likely that she will be hit by the Night Watch once more. However, GT3, as we know, is really talented at kiting, and there are a few more pallets in this area, so maybe might be able to stay up for a little longer. Unfortunately not, I lied, but what I do know is that the first officer is actually primed a heal.
Oh, I see. So the last Cypher machine still at 73%. Hunter is just having such a hard time finding this first officer. He's going to the corners of the map, expecting the first officer to be hiding at the corners. The first officer does not have self-heal, so he has to do his best to stay hidden and not get that down. We do have the entomologist with self-heal, so the survivor is just trying to make out the best possible situation, and the hunter is starting to get closer and closer to the first officer. First officer is in the graveyard, and hunter is making his way towards the graveyard corner. If he goes a little closer, he will have that tinnitus, and he will most likely expect the first officer to be in the corner. He is hiding his body in the bushes, but he was finally found, and he was taking a hit, but he had healed himself, so he is at half health, and he has to try and kite this long enough for the entomologist to prime up that last Cypher.
Beautiful use of those elbow pads there, but of course we have to bear in mind warp is up, which means that we can hop right back onto this Cypher. First officer doing his best really in this dire situation, but GT3 is going to get terror shocked, losing the mind game, unfortunately. What we're learning about Haecheon is that, struggles to find those survivors as the Night Watch, but as soon as they're within his line of vision, they are going straight to the ground. Skyfall might be, playing with fire here, and when you play with fire, you are bound to get burned. So we're going to watch the first officer go down, and we are going to see a 4 elimination on IVE's side, especially after their 3 escape in the prior round. Very impressive, and they are currently winning in our lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the lag was very unfortunate. We did see it happen once when he dropped down from the second story, and once when he was saved, they were trying to body block each other and then suddenly stopped moving. So very unfortunate on the side of the survivors. Yeah, I mean, it can't be helped. So yeah, I do feel very sorry in that instance, but they did still an amazing kite to the end. The entomologist did such a good kite that the first officer was able to finish all 4 ciphers, or 2 of the 4th cipher, and prime up the last cipher to 73%. I mean, that kite was amazing. I believe, I'm not quite sure, I don't want to since my memory is kind of, I've seen a lot of matches, but there was also that gardener that did an amazing kite with same player, right? Okay, yes. Yeah, I wanted to say that, but I wasn't sure. I just wanted to compliment. Wow, just GT3 is just doing such an amazing job with these kites, such an amazing job with these pallets, and wow, just buying so much time. And she was able to buy so much time, so you can see the first officer was able to get a lot of cipher decoding in, but the entomologist did get the most cipher decoding process because she wasn't chased until towards the end. And the hunter containment time, we did have the first officer. The first officer did contain the hunter when he was going for the save at the first chair with his pocket watch, and he used his pocket watch twice when he was countering. He also was able to heal himself up, and also the hiding on the side of the first officer was just amazing. Who knew that you could hide on that second story middle cipher in that corner behind that small little plant? And the hunter did not expect it at all. So just amazing job on the remaining 2 survivors, kiting it out till the very end, almost primed up that last cipher machine. It was a very close call. So yeah, just amazing job.
No, absolutely phenomenal. GT3 is, as you mentioned, really showing us how viable kiting is as a skill to make sure that you're really, really good at. So that's been exhilarating to watch. All of the pallet stunts, all of the loops, and as mentioned, I'm sure the first officer, all of that containment time, a lot of it is from hiding, which in itself is really impressive, being able to get behind that little bonsai tree and then waste a bunch of the Night Watch's time. But GT3 just doing a phenomenal job, where it's kind of like the first officer is playing against Haecheon's weaknesses there, and the gardener is managing to match up to his strengths, because I felt as if, as we watched, struggling to find those survivors, but as soon as he does and locks in on them, it creates a really difficult situation for them to be able to bounce back from, because he's just so good on that chase. GT3 managing to match up, but as we saw, the Prospector going right down, the First Officer struggling with that kite as well at times, the Acrobat unfortunately going down as well. But, you know, you've got the Entomologist matching up, and that's really impressive to watch.
Yeah, the pressure is on EMP. They need to win the next round, similar to what has done in this round. So I've got that 3-man escape in the first round and that 4-man elimination. So the side of EMP, in order to tie out, they need a 3-man escape on the side of the survivors and a 4-man elimination on the side of the hunter. And so we will see how EMP will bounce back in this third round, and we will be back soon.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek. Forevermore.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
Everyone, and welcome back. We've just finished out our second half of our lower brackets for our second matchup today. We've just watched E versus IVE go into their second round. On Ever Sleeping Town, we saw Glucose take out the Wax Artist in the first round, and then in the second half, we got to watch Haecheon take out the Night Watch and absolutely go wild with him. So IVE doing a really, really good job in that last matchup. As we saw, they got a 3 escape against that Wax Artist and then proceeded to get a 4 elimination on EMP survivors. So, Gami, how are you feeling about all of this madness?
Yeah, I think the Hunter just did such an amazing job in the beginning. We thought he was going to be struggling a lot, seeing that he wasn't able to lock onto any of the survivors. I was like, okay, the survivors are doing a great job, but the survivors were also rotating, so there wasn't as much Cypher progress going on at the same time. And then finally, the Hunter did choose the Entomologist, but he chased her, she went into Graveyard, but unfortunately, Prospector was out in the open, and then things just started going a little downhill from there. The Hunter spotted the first officer, couldn't get that rescue in time, couldn't get the rescue in time for Acrobat. So those just little things that piled up really just made the game for IVE. And so, yeah, the point differential we can see is IVE does have 12 points and EMP has 5 points. So the EMP does have to make up that difference in this next round. There's a lot of pressure on the side of EMP.
There is. It's going to be really difficult, especially 12-5. I mean, it's not looking too good for them so far. And it's looking like, fortunately, we did get that draw in the first round. So things are going a little bit okay in that regard. But it is still a little bit scary, a little bit difficult, a little bit hard to match up to. But, they did do really well in that first round. They both obtained draws. They were really on equal footing there. So maybe we'll be able to see them go on a map that they thrive on and they'll do a little bit better. Maybe Ever Sleeping's just not their friend. Maybe they're not Ever Sleeping fans. Maybe it was a little bit of a wash for them. So we'll see what happens because it's still anyone's game. We've only got one win. We've got a BO3. So if we do manage to see IVE pull this one, it's going to be their game. They're going to advance up and get to go up against 4AW. But other than that, it could end up, being anybody's game and we could go into overtime. Happy BO for everyone. It's 7:21 in the morning. I love Identity 5. If I didn't love Identity 5, I would probably be kicking myself right now. But I love watching these teams play and I love cheering them on. And hello to everyone in chat, of course, as I'd love to shout you out. I've been yapping for so long, but I need to talk to my little friends in chat. They're like little trinkets on my shelf. They're like very tiny little men that cheer us on while we cast, at least in my brain. So hello to everyone there. Of course, we've got Erica and Horton and Just a Girl. And we've got Manny, who was in earlier. Chocho came to drop by. Lucas has been gambling and coming in to talk about that, I think. We lost Nell. He was in there earlier. We've lost him. Hi, Nell. You're watching us, but not from chat. So there are your shoutouts for the day. They're enriching to you. I've watered you like plants. And I hope that you guys are enjoying the action so far.
Yeah, and I'd just like to mention that I usually don't look at the chat during the live matches, but when I do go back, I always see the chat has always been very friendly and kind. So yeah, just very good morale on the side of the chat. We don't see that in every competition. So yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for sticking by this far. And it looks like we will be going to our round 3 first half. We will have the EMP Hunter starting first. We will have Glucose being the hunter for this team, and on the side of the survivors we will be having IVE. And yeah,
Yeah, really exciting. We've got that opera singer and that wax artist band. Glucose could, of course, whip out that Naiad once more, considering that's in the pool, and we have seen that multiple times. And we are going to see, of course, whatever the survivors choose. But interesting bands. The Priestess, of course, makes a lot of sense. The Embalmer, who's been going up in the meta recently. Do you have any thoughts on our friend Embalmer becoming really meta and interesting, Gummy? Or do you think that he's lame and this is a phase and he will pass?
I mean, I have heard that in order for teams to get a tie, they usually like to use the Embalmer, since survivors don't have to really waste time going for that save. So Embalmer usually puts out his coffin early on. If he does fall where he close to his coffin, the survivors will save with Ty Turner. He will go as far away from his coffin and get resurrected there. But we have seen a lot of that being negated by the warp and teleport, but warp especially. So we have been seeing that it can be negated easily by the hunter as long as they bring the correct trait. So yeah, I mean, Embalmer has always just been there and can be useful in certain occasions. So yeah, I don't mind Embalmer at all.
Good to know. Thank you for your Embalmer opinions. Very concise, very insightful. So Ms. Gummy has told us Embalmer can be good unless you bring a trait to counter him. But that can be said about a lot of survivors. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything bad for him. Happy for you, Embalmer. Congratulations, you have the Gummy seal of approval. Much like, forward can be really good unless they bring excitement. So that's always a fun treat. We've got a really interesting survivor lineup today. It appears that we're trying to make mechanic meta again. So we're going to see the mech in the lineup here with Run by Liao. We've also got a prospector, a first officer, and an entomologist. So playing with that entomologist once more, pretty good idea. She was really good when IVA were in the prior round. And we are going to the first officer once more, the prospect. So the only survivor change from the last round that we watched actually is the mechanic here. So Gummy, I guess that we're going to have to decide if mechanic or acrobat are more useful to have in this exact team comp.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen in the previous matches, they did use mechanic to be the first kiter so that she could just go ahead and decode her bot while she's on chair, and then they just saved her with Ty Turner so she could continue just decoding and just spent all of her time on the chair decoding. That may be the strategy for the eye survivors in this round as well, but we'll have to see. If the hunter does choose to go after a different survivor, it could turn out differently, but looking at the survivor picks, it doesn't really look like the hunter wants to chase the entomologist, prospector, or the first officer, so mechanic is looking like the most likely first chase.
Yeah, really possible. Fortunately, at least mechanic has gotten 2 stories to work with over in that area, but it seems that actually we're going to spawn in this hotel area, so it could go for that prospector. The last time we saw Nightwatch go for a prospector, it went well, so, maybe take a page out of your opponent's book. We've got to see how that goes. We're going to see the entomologist in the center, so that's also a good viable chase if you're not too scared of those bees. First officer you can go for if you so choose, but the watch is not fun, and only very brave people with very specific strategies tend to choose the rescuer first. But that's always fun to watch, coming out of the gate swinging like, you know what? When you get put on chair, who's going to come for you? Who's going to come for you on the chair? All of your teammates are squishy and you were supposed to protect them. And then, it's a difficult time for the rescuer who feels really emotionally damaged by this. And they've taken mind game to a level, and it's just a whole thing. So my sillies aside, this is a fascinating team comp, and I'm excited to see how it plays. Gummy, who do you think will chase first?
I mean, the first officer, usually if a hunter does chase the first officer, it's usually just to get the items out in the early game and trying to make him use up all of his pocket watches. So we'll see if he does chase the first officer. It'll most likely be to get rid of his items. If he does chase the prospector, he has a lot of magnets to work with, but similarly to what we saw in the past game, you could just get rid of the hunter attack recovery. So in that sense, prospector could be one of the picks for the hunter to chase.
If we get lucky, he will add to our hunting experience. So we're going to start off. I'm Veronica, I'm here with Gummy, and we are casting for you IVE versus EMP in the lower bracket of IVA. We're currently competing to see who will be proceeding into potentially going top 3. The loser of this match will place in the top 4, which is still very impressive. We're actually going to see Glucose wander around a little bit, sort of a repeat of the last match we saw Nightwatch in, having a little bit of trouble finding that first survivor to get on and start chasing. But fortunately, we're actually going to spot out Izana, who is the prospector, and we've sort of wandered around in a circle to get to.
Yeah, and it looks like since he wasn't able to find the survivor that he wanted to chase in the beginning, he will just have to chase the prospector. Already getting a magnet and push away the hunter, getting his way. Oh, we have a warp here, closing the distance right away. But there is a pallet here that the survivor can work with. Has to be very careful to a hunter using his warp and warping back, but he misses his swing, and the prospector is able to get another magnet stun onto the hunter. We have a little help from the entomologist bees here, pushing the hunter away, and the prospector is able to transition away further from the hunter. Hunter did not. Okay, the hunter did see that the prospector did go to the second story, and he will be going down that pallet.
We are going to see him jump over this pallet to continue chase on Izana here. We've got our beloved prospector, who, if you guys remember, did an amazing kite as Antiquarian in the last round that we saw. So choosing to go for this prospector might be really difficult. And so far, based on the Cypher progress being so good, it really might be. Not breaking this pallet yet, just, vaulting over same as the prospector does. And we're going to see another magnet thrown, and no hit recovery cancellation as no hit was given. And we're going to see this fight continued, still on full health, still with this entomologist coming in for support. And the first officer just continuing to be brave and work on this Cypher in the middle of the action.
Yeah, and it looks like the hunter just has to get a hit onto the pallet stun onto the hunter. Hunter has not been able to get a single hit on any of the survivors. Is the hunter going to change targets to the first officer? No, he has spotted Izana once again. Izana was trying to get away on the edge of the map. We'll use his wind pull ability and get a hit on, finally getting a hit onto the prospector. The Cypher machines are looking incredibly good. Prospector going back into hotel with vaulting that pallet and keeping the distance from this hunter. Amazing.
Absolutely phenomenal work from the survivors so far against on this night watch, giving him a lot of trouble, doing a charged hit just to land one on the first officer, who's now on half health. So we're going to see this chase continue, looping around, and we're going to have a quick pause here, unfortunately. Sorry, we're in watching game position. Pretend that you didn't see that. Don't think about what you just saw. Gummy likes to do this, and I like to put my leg up and relax all the way back. So...
Yes, we were caught off by that sudden timeout, and you were able to see a few of the how we watch the game. So we will be getting back into the game very soon. But the survivors just doing an amazing kite, amazing support, and the first officer just decoding that Cypher in hotel. The hunter just keeps walking past him.
Back in we go. We're going to see this kite continue chasing around. We've got 2 Cyphers remaining, and things are going great so far on the survivor side. This prospector is still taking the kite here. We've got, utilized that flywheel in order to make things count even more. And we're seeing a mind game around this pallet, 42% on the last remaining Cypher.
And the prospector has finally been downed. Side of the survivors, the Cypher machines are looking incredibly good. This is the first survivor down, first time on chair, and 4 Cypher machines are completed. Last Cypher machine at 55%. I think the mechanic and the bot have been working overtime, not giving these injuries, so she had a lot of Cypher progress.
She absolutely did. Beautiful flywheel from the entomologist there in order to negate that hit. Prospector still on the chair, but going in for that save. But we've got a warp right on this final Cypher. Glucose is putting the pressure on, knowing that this is the last few moments of this game to change the tide and change the way that things are going to turn out. It's looking really like a win situation for the survivor side, which means that a lot of effort is going to be needed to put in here. But the mechanic, of course, does not vault very fast, and I mean, she's carrying Tide Turner, so there's not a lot for her to kite with here.
Yeah, she doesn't have a, oh, and unfortunately she will be taking that hit and will be going down. She does still have bot left, so she can move the bot to the exit gate, prepare for endgame, or decode another cipher. It does look like the survivors have started a different cipher, so there are two last cipher machines, one at 80% and one at 70%. So the survivors are really preparing for this endgame. It looks like PP will be coming closer to the mechanic chair while the hunter goes for that cipher machine where Yuki and Izana are decoding.
Yes, putting some pressure on this cipher here. It's got a good chunk of progress on it, but beautiful stun work by the prospector, pulling the magnet in and getting the pallet stun. That's a 2-in-1 deal, Gummy. This cipher is primed, which means that they're able to pop it and get ready and raring to go. Unfortunately, because it's endgame and they've done such good kites, they've used a lot of their resources. And with that being said, the entomologist is not able to put her piece up. In order to negate that hit, she's going to have to take it. However, unfortunately for Glucose, this is going to be her first tear. Fortunately for Glucose, we've got Chinatown, one of the maps where you can just dash back and forth as you so choose to make it from one exit to the other.
Yeah, but the exit gate is open, and we have the stun from the prospector. First officer trying to make up his decision whether he should go and save. We do have the mechanics bot running towards the entomologist's chair, but it looks like the hunter has caught sight of the first officer. First officer does have pocket watches to deal with, but the hunter does have detention, so first officer has to be very careful not to get the down here.
Yeah, we're in a dire situation. Things are looking really good for the survivors, but really bad at the same time. We're doing double vaults. The first officer is going to take that hit with the watch. However, the unfortunate fact is that that tide only lasts 3 measly little seconds. And this is not looking any better, as Izana has to force that stun. A beautiful flywheel in order to get out of the gate here, but it seems that people are going to be our sacrifice. Using that warp, the entomologist will be able to safely decode her gate in peace and leave and obtain their 3 escape. But another one, 2 of them in a row. And here it is. Our win conditions have been fulfilled, and IVE is actually going to take home the crown in this match here, meaning that they get to proceed to fight against 4WA to potentially make it into the finals rounds against FT. Congratulations to them. Thank you so much to the players for participating today. Thank you to Gummy. Thank you to Gummy for co-casting with me, and thank you to the production team for all that you guys do backstage. But everyone, of course, a round of applause, some little heart emotes, some little cheer emotes in chat for how well they did. And we've learned that you guys are really bad at voting for who's going to win in these polls, because we do have IVE, and EMP won that poll. So let's get better for tomorrow, I hope, folks.
Yeah, and also we got the MVP for best deduction on Haitian. Amazing job with that night watch. And another thing I would like to say, thank you, Veronica, for doing such an amazing casting job as well. And yeah, so it looks like I will be going up in the brackets, and EMP will be having to fight for 3rd place. So this will be also still an exciting match to watch. They worked very hard till the very last moment. Just amazing job with the supports on that on the survivor side. I mean, the prospector just kept looping that hotel 2nd story bridge, and the bees just kept pushing the hunter back over and over and over. He looped that area about 3 to 4 times, and he had to just change targets to first officer. And he was just struggling to get the down on that one survivor, and finally he did get the down on the prospector, but already 4 cipher machines were completed. So in this instance, Mech played a very great part. She was able to get that cipher machines decoded and also get that backdoor save with the bot. Yeah, so if we look at the hunter containment time, we do see the prospector did get the most hunter containment time at 187% with the support of the bees especially, and we did have the most cipher decoding with the mechanic since she did have the assistance of her bot. So yeah, those are your stats.
Yes. My goodness, I love these stats. We're going to see that Izana has a crazy long containment time, and of course, if we remember, did really good as the antiquarian as well. If I had to pick a kiting MVP, it would definitely go to Izana, if not GT3 from the EMP side. They've just pulled up and reminded us that kiting is a really important asset to have in this game. The longer you can contain, the more that your teammates can decode. And especially on survivors like the Prospector, you're able to buy a lot of time that's very necessary. So these total points are a little bit absurd and wild. We've got 15 versus 6. And everyone today did a really phenomenal job. And Gummy, I'm really excited to see what goes on tomorrow, especially from the comfort of my bed. So that's going to be really great.
Yeah, I mean, we will be able to finally see how the top teams play out in the finals. And we've seen the first match and the second match. These hunters and survivors are incredibly talented. We don't know what to expect. In the first matchup, we saw a lot of Ivy play. In the second matchup, we didn't see any Ivy play. So that will be interesting to see how the survivors counter Ivy, since they weren't able to play against Ivy in this first match. And will they be able to get the 4-man elimination or some 4-man escape against the Ivy? We'll have to see.
It'll be really exciting to see, especially with all of the power that she's amassed, and the skill that these teams have shown us, their compassion and their commitment. And I'm really excited to see IVE go up and duke it out against 4AW. Of course, and then after that you have the finals, but sometimes determining who's going in the finals is like your precursor excitement, and you're like, oh, who's going to be there? What's going to happen? And it'll be great to see how they're going to figure that all out and make it work.
Right, so we will have the FT versus I for the finals, right? Yes, okay. These are today's results. Like we have previously mentioned, FT was able to win this bracket. They will be going to the finals for first and second place, along with IVE, and 4AW will be playing against EMP for the third spot.
That will be fun to watch. I am excited. We've got our matchups. Actually, we have IVE against 4AW to determine who's going into the finals. So that's going to be really exhilarating. I'm excited to see how they match up against each other. They've done really good jobs today, and congratulations to them for all of the work that they've put into IVA thus far. I hope that you guys are excited to watch tomorrow's matchups. We know that we are, and we hope that you enjoy our little caster friends as much as you enjoyed hanging out with us today. Thank you so much for all of your interaction and all of the joy and all of the fun and all of the playing. And here's the tournament bracket. It's all filled out now. We know what's coming. We know what came. We know who won. We know who lost. And our finalized bracket is finally here. Well, not finalized. I exaggerated. Our almost finalized bracket is finally here. Tomorrow we'll start off by figuring out who's going to fill out that final little spot underneath FT from IVE and 4AW. So fortunately, it's a coin toss. You only have 2 options. In your gambling with your Mello money, I hope that you manage to win. You should be able to. I trust my hope into you.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a very exciting matchup, and it was very fun. The matchups today were very fun and very enjoyable. It was great to see the different survivors and hunter picks, so just amazing job to all 4 teams that participated.
Phenomenal work. I mean, they did so much kiting, they did so much teamwork. They brought out a bunch of interesting survivor pools. We got to see a few different hunters. So not opera singer, but fortunately we got to watch opera singer, wax artist, night watch, which is just as fun in my opinion. You know, you got to shake it up sometimes, but not too much. You can't disrupt the status quo of the meta. Otherwise you're risking it a little bit too much. But phenomenal job to everyone today. Another thank you to production behind the scenes, to Nello for running everything. He does a phenomenal job with IVA every year, and it's always a treat to get to come and play along. Gummy's doing a wonderful job with her little debut. Hopefully you'll get to see more of her. And tomorrow, as we've stressed 6 million times, but it's so important and so fun, we'll be taking a look at everything. Now, here's the other thing, of course, I have to remind you, we did have our little plushie contest. So if I'm not mistaken, the winner of that will be in at some point. And just so you know, if you do happen to win, if you have that chance, you've got to come in and send your delivery information to the people who can deliver it to you. So there should be more information about that in chat somewhere. And best of luck to you if you're aiming to get a new little friend in your house. Gummy, we should get you a little friend.
Oh, plushie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really into plushies, but sure, why not? Why not? I mean, yeah, I have a small room. I don't really like it being clustered, so, minimalist lifestyle. But yeah, I mean, having a little plushy friend is always fun and does eat up a lot of the dust, so...
We'll get you just one, so it'll be okay. They won't take up too much room. We'll make sure it's small and like not imposing, and it keeps your minimalist aesthetic. We'll get you one of the ones that's not too detailed, so that it's not as frightening and just disrupt the aura of the room.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, really looking forward to the finals. Make sure you watch it live. We have wonderful casters. Not gonna spoil who's gonna be casting, but you will have some wonderful casters. I mean, it could be me and you again. Who knows? I mean,
There's
is
a
that what
non-zero
you'd like?
chance that it's just us again. And maybe if you guys cheer loud enough, it'll just be us again. Don't do that, actually. I want to sleep, and I'm very excited to sleep on tomorrow. But you know how it is. So this is, great. I really enjoyed watching today, especially with all of the action. Really interesting, you have those strong starts where you're like, oh, who's gonna win? And then in the third round, it really becomes very clear, and you have that quick win in the first half of that. So that was exhilarating. We didn't go into overtime, which can be so fun to watch, but so exhausting to cast and also to play, I imagine. We'll need to get the player perspective on that sometimes. Like, I need to, approach the players and be like, it's like overtime, is there adrenaline, or are you sleepy?
Okay, yeah, so that would be very exciting. And yeah, I mean, I was really hoping for an overtime. I really wanted to spend more time with you and just keep you up all night and all day. So, yeah, that's always exciting. I did have a first overtime in the first day matchups. So, if we can see, I mean, who knows, we might be able to see another overtime in tomorrow's matches, and the people casting will get that joyous occasion of being able to cast all day. So that's always exciting to look forward to.
It's entirely true. The finals round, as we know, is actually a best of 5, considering it's the big championship title round. So no wonder with that one. So you'll be seeing at least 4 matches in that one tomorrow. Hopefully, if you're lucky and you're good. But if I'm not mistaken, it's time for us to sign off. It's time for me to go to bed. It's time for Gummy to go to bed. Probably, maybe she has her skincare routine to do to clean up her minimalist space. And I need to tuck in all of my plushies. So we're busy girls with busy days. But thank you to everyone for having us. It's been a wonderful tournament. Congratulations to the teams again. Thank you to everyone that I've already thanked. This is like an impromptu Oscar speech. I've actually won nothing, but FT has won, and they will be doing the finals. So thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Veronica. This is Gummy. We've been your casters for this day of IVA, and we will now be signing off.